welcome to Buzzing About Romance, Read-a-thon edition. This is our yearly celebration of romance books and some of the amazing people that write those stories. We are so excited to have you along. So things to note in the chat. Chat is open. You can ask all the questions throughout the day. We'll guide you along as different authors come in and out. Our first author joining us today is author Angelina M. Lopez. Angelina, thank you so much for joining me.
Becky, thank you for inviting me. This is a fun thing to do post Thanksgiving.
Right?
Yeah.
We're not big holiday people.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? I don't have anything to do Friday afternoon. Let's talk romance books.
That's awesome. I think people are looking for a little distraction right now. So I think it's a perfect thing to be doing with this Friday afternoon.
Well, and also it's a great way. Some people are trying to get their 10 before the end in,
Yeah.
before the end of the year, or meet their Goodreads reading goal. And others are still looking for those new authors to discover as we, maybe get gift certificates, gift cards
Yeah,
for Christmas.
definitely.
So this is a great way to kind of find some new authors and get to know them. You and I have hung out a couple of times because I'm slightly obsessed. I'm slightly obsessed with Freedom, Kansas. Like, I'm moving in. I'm in love.
I love to hear it.
Because honestly, if you listen to the podcast at all, I'm kind of mean to cinnamon roll heroes. Like,
Yeah.
I kind of beat them up a lot. But Jeremiah will forever and always be the best cinnamon roll hero in all of Romancelandia.
I enjoy it. I think he might be my favorite hero as well. I think he's the one I fell the most in love with writing him.
Yeah, he's such a nice guy and such a good guy. And I'm married to one of those guys, and it was like, okay, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's probably, my husband is an entirely different person, but he's probably the closest draw in having like a sincerely kind, nice, generous to the world, smart person who also has a line and makes his line very clear. And that's what I loved about Jeremiah. And I think to a certain extent, it's something that made me very attracted to my husband early on. But it is like, you can be kind and generous and loving and giving and hopeful. And you can also have self-respect and say, there is a line and, I'm not going to allow you to cross it. This is what I need. And so I think Jeremiah was good about, this is where the line is.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. And he put up with a heroine that, and I know people like to say aren't easy to like.
Yeah.
She is bristly, but I related to her so much. Like, she had a reason. She wasn't just a bitch to be a bitch. She had a reason.
There's an interesting, in romance, a lot of times, a lot of us are writing, if we're writing third person, we're writing deep third person POV. So it's very much from their point of view, even though it's third person, it's very much from their point of view and their self-perception. And so Alex was an interesting character to write because from her own self-perception, which is what you read her, every time it was her as the voice in the chapter, you were reading it from her perspective. She needed these tremendous walls between her and the world. But from other people, everyone else loved hanging out with her, other than Jeremiah, who she had to have this, difficult relationship with. But everyone else was like, Alex is back in town. Alex coming back in town made them have more business at the bar than they'd ever had before. And so I hoped and was really making an effort to show how vibrant she made a room when she walked into it, how interesting, how exciting. And I got to show that more in the second book, Full Moon Over Freedom, because she had resolved a lot of those issues. And so they were calling her the mayor of freedom, or the mayor of Milagro Street, where she was the one that people would come to for help, for ease, for connect me to somebody, And so Alex, the main thing is she loves everybody. She loves this town, but she's just been really, really hurt. And so it was an interesting having everyone say, well, I don't like her. And I'm like, oh, give her a chance. She is love. She is the glue.
Yeah, give her a chance. And actually, it's really interesting. And you're going to share a little bit about the book that you're featuring today, which is Full Moon Over Freedom. Jelena is kind of her opposite.
Yeah.
But she doesn't have any less passion for life.
Yeah.
And she just loves differently. And I like that because when we get into family dynamics, nobody's the same.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
all maneuver, even though we're sisters or brothers and sisters, we all move within the world differently. Nobody is
Yeah.
exactly the same. And I like that you're showing that, because sometimes we get family series and they can be a little carbon copy of everybody.
Sure. Yeah.
Because it's,
Yeah.
four good, attractive looking brothers. Come on, there has to be an ugly brother somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah, the one they love him for his personality.
Right?
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, Jillian in Full Moon Over Freedom is a lot less kind of passionate out of the box, and definitely a lot more less. She's less abrasive. She is, and she's just not. She's more of an introvert. She wants to help and she wants to have a mission, but Alex is a bartender for a reason. At the end of the day, she is a person who loves serving people, who loves making them a home. Jillian has a different intention. Jillian is trying to do the best for her community in a different way, and much more. I mean, it's not as easy as extrovert and introvert, but Jillian, there's even a scene where Jillian, is a co-owner of this bar, and she compliments a there was a misunderstanding with one of the employees, and she realized she probably super intimidated this employee. Feels bad about it later in the book, and she says, like, in this kind of awkward way, like, "You're doing a really good job," and the employee is like, thanks," and then walks away, and everyone starts giggling because Jillian's not that person. She's a little, not awkward in her skin necessarily, but she just is more of an introvert and less, but again, yeah, equally as passionate. And it is, at the end of the day, we authors, we're sitting alone with these characters for days and weeks and months and years. And it's like, for me, I need all of these characters to be very distinguishable from the one next to them, because I'm going to get bored if I keep writing the same person over and over again.
So before we get into Full Moon Over Freedom, I just have to ask, because I always find this fascinating. Do your characters talk to you, or do you see it more like a movie?
It's more like, it's kind of like a movie. Like, there's a fog there, and as I'm getting into the scene, the fog clears. As each step I know, I am, for people who aren't writers amongst the audience, there's called plotters or pantsers. If you're a plotter, you're somebody who organizes and outlines a whole book before you start writing it. If you're a pantser, you're writing by the seat of your pants. I am a pantser, unfortunately. And so I start a book kind of knowing who the characters are, knowing the larger setting, whatever, and kind of knowing what the tropes are and the intention, but not knowing a whole lot more. The book kind of comes to me as I write it. So it is, I guess, the little cinematic in that the fog clears but there's a lot of things that happen that I write that I did not expect to plan. I literally, in an earlier series I wrote, a sister popped on the page, and I didn't even know that my hero had a sister until she just was like, literally burst into the room screaming at the heroine. And like, oh, he has a sister, who knew? So a little bit of lots of different personalities talking in my head all the time.
It's like your own entertainment. Like, you don't really need to turn the TV on.
My mom was watching me write one time, and over a holiday, I was writing at the dining table, and she said, "You laugh as you write. You like laugh at your own." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I laugh. I cry. If my character's crying, I'm crying. If they're getting aroused, I'm like, hey, this is sexy." Like, I'm on the full ride. It's not. Authors are not normal people. We're not just like.
No.
We're a little loopy. It's kind of fun.
I feel that same way for editors, because honestly, I was proofreading a book and I was doing copy edits, and I went through, and all of a sudden there's the scene where he's like removing the condom, right?
Yeah.
And out loud, without thinking, I'm like, wait, when did the condom come on? Did we lose the condom? And my boy child was standing there, and he's like, huh? Because I have my big headphones on and I'm yelling about a condom.
Yeah, no, it all becomes very real. There's a reason we should be alone in rooms just doing our work. Nobody wants to hear what we say out loud.
Ophelia says, hey, now I'm normal. Oh, Ophelia, I'm going to challenge that there, sister friend.
Me too. I definitely challenge.
So I'm going to read a little bit of your bio, and then we will, you can do the synopsis of the blurb for Freedom, or you can, if you picked a segment, you can read a segment of Full Moon Over Freedom. So
okay.
Angelina M. Lopez has been writing professionally her whole life, first as a journalist for an acclaimed city newspaper, then as a freelance magazine writer, and now as a romance author. She writes sexy stories about strong women and worthy men lucky to love them. Her first book in a new heated small town Latinx series, After Hours on Malago Street, was named a top 10 romance of 2022 by the Washington Post and Entertainment Weekly and the Fated Mates podcast. It was also, just so we all know, a Buzzing About Romance top read last year. The second full book, Full Moon Over Freedom, received 2-star reviews, and Angelina lives with her family in Houston, Texas, and you can find more information about her on her website, which everybody's socials are linked over on our website. So you can find those over at buzzingaboutromance.com. So Full Moon Over Freedom, it is a standalone. You can read it as a standalone.
Okay.
But did you want to do the blurb, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'll just do the blurb. Do the blurb. This actually, I'm on, like, it's completely blessed. This was named, Full Moon Over Freedom was named top 10 romance of 2023 by the Washington Post about, a week ago.
That's
so
exciting.
That was cool. Oh, yeah, that was very, very cool. So the blurb is, Jillian Armstead Bancroft, pride of the East Side, and once perfect Bruja wife and mother, is going to spend her summer getting good at being bad. The first time she left Freedom, Kansas behind, she did it by doing everything right. This time, she'll hide from the large Mexican-American family, welcoming her home, and work in secret to break the curse that's erased her magical life. Only by doing it all wrong can Jillian get herself and her 2 children away from the ghost of her hometown by summer's end. Nikki Mendoza is an answer to her prayers. He was the practical solution to the problem of her virginity when they were younger. And now, as a gorgeous artist in town for only a weekend, he's the ideal man to launch her down the path of ruination. But Jillian isn't the only one who's cursed. Nikki has been plagued by his furtive, enduring love for her as long as he's been haunted by his cadejo, the phantom black dog that stalks his psyche. He'll stick around to be whatever Jillian needs him to be this summer, but he won't touch her. Touching her, then watching her leave again would ruin him for good. This is like one of my favorite blurbs, so it's always the one I'm going to choose to read.
Did you write your blurb, or did your editor write? Did you write your blurb?
I did. I work on it with my editor, but yeah, I wrote it, and I was like, ooh, especially because the book has got. I've gotten my last 2 books kind of have everything in the kitchen sink in them, and so this book was definitely like everything in the kitchen sink, and it's interesting when you can turn it into like the little sales blurb and still feel like it encapsulates the story. So yeah, I was really proud of that blurb.
So Full Moon Over Freedom is available now at all retailers. And it is a second chance romance, childhood friend, small town. It is pretty steamy. Lots of chemistry. Big family, bad boy, cinnamon roll with a touch of Bruja magic.
Yeah.
So now freedom is actually a personal place for you a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. I am 3rd generation Mexican American. My family is, my great grandparents moved to Southeast Kansas in the early 1900s, like 1908, to work on the railroad. They worked on the railroad for a little bit, but really what kept them in town, there was a cement plant, and they were hiring Mexicans, but there wasn't any place for them to live. It was just like a shanty town. And my great grandfather actually organized the community there at the cement plant. It was this little, they ended up having like a little cul-de-sac. They built their own houses. So there was a plumber, he did the plumbing. If my grandfather was a carpenter, he did the carpentry work. Somebody else they were connecting it to the city, city and the cement plant, infrastructure, and they did all of the work. They did all, like, these Mexicans were like, well, we're here and we need houses for our families, and they just built them. And so it's this really fascinating, fascinating history. But they were also traqueros. They worked on the railroad. And so there are, throughout the Midwest, there are all of these longtime Mexican American communities. For this reason, the railroad would go into Mexico or be in El Paso. They would bring them to Kansas because there was a labor shortage, and they built and maintained the rails of the Midwest. And it's kind of a bit of lost history. And so it was important for me, we as romance authors can put our books anywhere. We can put them in 13th century Scotland and up in space, and with ogres coming out of the sewer, hot ogres, of course, coming out of
Right.
sewers. And for me, it's like, this is the setting for me. It was going to be small town, but it was going to be diverse small town because that's what I knew. And it's never what I got. Not never. There were great, Naima Simone, Reese, Ryan, there are some great authors of color doing small town, but I hadn't seen it enough. And I really wanted to add to the, the books who are
Sure.
talking about a Midwest, Midtown, small town America being as diverse as everywhere else is, being very diverse, and this country being made up of a lot of different
Yeah.
people.
When I went looking a couple years ago, the majority of the diverse voices that I had read were all in category romances.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I grew up on like Brenda Jackson. Like,
Yeah.
that was one of my, go-to like I would see her category and I had to buy her category because that Westmoreland family, spicy.
Yeah.
But for
Yeah.
me, it wasn't necessarily in the line of publishers, like, just a Harlequin or, just a regular Berkeley or anything like that. In the 90s,
Yeah.
a lot of the diverse voices were over in category.
Yeah.
And I know we're losing category, but there are still some really great voices in
Yeah.
category for diversity. And it's
Yeah.
like
There
a
really, really
novella.
are.
It's
Yeah.
250 pages, and
Yeah.
you've got a full story with a great HEA. So don't knock category, guys.
Yeah, no, really, it's just, they're escapist. They're really tightly written. You have no fat, no stories whatsoever. You have really, really great characters. Yeah, I mean, and like the writers I was growing up on and reading early on, they cut their chops in category. So when they got 400 pages, and when it was mass marketing these thick books, they knew how to write them. They knew to write the crap out of them. There's no fat in those books. Those books are tight, fast paced, phenomenal. Yeah.
It takes a special author to write them successfully.
Yeah.
I don't
Reese
think.
Ryan is one of them. She's amazing. And Naima, both of them pump out books and they're so well done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're take a little bit of a longer to write. You're kind of it takes you some time. You aren't fast.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I always was aiming towards, and again, when I started writing 20 years ago and started really focusing on a romance career, and I was living in DC, and there were really active romance writer chapters in DC. Nora Roberts was a member of our chapter, and she would come to the writing retreats, and so it created this atmosphere where we got to meet these amazing editors and authors. And I had, Eloisa James and Julia Quinn came to the same retreat, and we're all just hanging out in our PJs. And so it created this really nurturing environment for me. And my target was always the long book. Again, at that point, it was only mass market paperbacks, but it was always that large, long contemporary book was what I wanted to write. I loved historicals, but I just never saw myself reflected in them and didn't see any world where I could write them. And now Adriana Herrera and Liana De La Rosa are totally blowing that out of the water as well. Like this idea that there is, people who are diverse and happy in the past, and Latinas, and really, really these phenomenal stories of kind of reclaiming our history and being able to say, these are great. Again, another great setting, another great plot that, we have all these plots in all these places, and these are as accessible as Blue Aliens and 13th Century Scots. And so so anyway, it took me, I started really focusing in 2000, and I didn't publish until 2019. And again, it was at that point, that was mass market. It was just when romance started coming out in trade. I think that first was in 2018. It was Helen Wong's, but that was just happening. So my first series was in mass market. They redid my debut novel, Lush Money, in trade. But yeah, it did. I took a lot longer. I raised my kids. I had a freelance career. I'm a journalist by trade, but I definitely took my time to get. And then my books, I'm about a book a year girl.
Yeah. I love mass market. I know that they're a lesser quality paper and glue, so they aren't meant to last as long. Priscilla Oliveras and I kind of bonded over her father's love of the mass market because he could put them in his pocket. And I love them. I love a mass market. I collect them now.
They're cheaper to print. The buyer can buy the same book for $5.99 to $8.99.
Yeah.
Versus the trade for and our the author share, the proceeds are the same. So we don't get more because it's trade. We get we get the same. So the trade, and actually we get less trade than we do mass
Yes.
market, and we get more ebook than we do both of those, percentage wise, most of the time, depending on who you are. But that book for the printer, it's easy to print, it's cheaper to print. So a mass market book is $5.99 to $8.99, where in trade it's going to be $15.99 to $18.99.
Well,
So,
and we're going to see an
and it's the same
upswing again.
book.
Yeah, and we're going to see an upswing in prices again for paperbacks. And I'm trying to warn our listenership and our community that book prices are going to creep up again in 2024. It's just everything's more expensive. Life is expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, use your library, people. I have become a huge library reader. I'm a huge supporter of my libraries. I love my library readers. I'll send them book plates. I'll send them whatever they want if people want a book plate from me. But yeah, use your libraries. Request our books from your libraries, audiobook, ebooks, the paperbacks. Ask them for all three, because the more they have of them, the quicker you are going to be able to get them. Yeah.
I love libraries. I'm a library 7 years. I read a book a day, but I couldn't afford to buy a book a day. But I have
No
none.
way. I can't afford it either. Yeah, I love my Libby. My Libby's just always giving.
Yep.
My holds are popping up. I've got 4 books at any given time.
Yep. Yep. I love it. I love the library, and I'm lucky because Ohio has one of the best library systems in the U.S.
Oh, great.
And so I'm very lucky, and we have a great romance collection. And I know
Yeah.
that a lot don't, but that was something that was interesting for me as I was starting the podcast. I thought everybody had libraries like I did. Like I just assumed that if you lived in the U.S., you had libraries, and if you were in a developed nation, you had libraries.
Yeah.
However, doing this, I learned that libraries, like from my husband's family in Australia, their libraries are very different than our libraries.
Oh, really?
And the way they allocate books and move books through their system, and the way they're run, and the way their budgets, and it's just like, oh, so you don't have like a digital online library? And they're like, we do, but they're small, and it's only this, and that. And I'm just like, oh, I didn't know. Because like my library, multiple books in multiple languages, like they carry the multiple translations and stuff. And my own Midwest naiveness was like, wait, not everybody is like this.
Yeah, no, that's true. I'm in Houston, and every friend I've had, their book comes through the Houston Library. It may not be there forever and ever, but I've always been able to get any, and sometimes it's on hold, but yeah, I get pretty much anything I want. Yeah, it's an interesting consideration.
It really is interesting, because again, not everybody's library is the same, but if you got them, support them. Okay, Angelina, so I have to ask, because this is kind of a hot topic right now. Do you think romance, if it's a romance, it absolutely needs to have miscommunication?
No, absolutely not.
But
no,
that's so real life.
It is, but there's a billion, to say that any, genre, any genre is attached to any one thing, that it has to have miscommunication, saying like every sci-fi novel has to have somebody fly to space, and every mystery novel the person has to be dead at the end. You have to there are a lot of different ways that you can maintain tension that isn't just miscommunication. There can be absolutely no communication. It could be a really honest effort to be true. I mean, I think in Full Moon Over Freedom, there was a real honest effort to be truthful with one another, while either, obscuring one fact or keeping back other facts. But they were both people with, really, really damaged, and really didn't want to damage the other person, and doing all of they could to keep these boundaries. But I don't think there was as much as Nikki, and we find out early, Nikki is essentially lying to her about a pretty important detail, but we understand why. But I don't think I really don't think in that book there actually is miscommunication.
So
it's just like, this is what we can only say this much.
Well, so I just did a big post over on the blog, and that is a type of miscommunication. Yeah. So the keeping of secrets and stuff like that. Not all miscommunication is just not rehearsing.
I would 100% disagree that's, I think we have, miscommunication is that you are mistaking words, that you are purposely are mistaking words. I would argue that is. I guess if you just I think it's I think it's pretty like I would be curious about what the Webster definition of miscommunication. I think that's a pretty broad brush.
It
There are
is.
different ways of miscommunication, but not all. I would definitely not say all of them
Because
are
I would even
miscommunication.
think that, like, not talking about something, like the reason that kept you apart. So in a second chance romance, there was something happened that kept you apart. Um, Particularly when it's true second chance, but
But not communicating is different than miscommunication. Miscommunication, I definitely think of as being smoke and mirrors,
mirrors. Yeah.
and which is different than not communicating, than not saying something. I don't know. I think that's a pretty broad swath
Yeah.
to
It is a hot
label
topic.
miscommunication.
It is
I wouldn't agree with that.
It's a hot topic.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be because so here's the other thing. What are your thoughts on third act breakups?
Oh, like love them.
Love them. Does romance need them?
No, again, I would never say.
Well, no. I mean, not every story calls for it because, like, romantic
Yeah.
suspense does not need a third act breakup because they have outside danger and tension
conflict.
creating the angst.
Yeah. Do I think a romance story needs conflict? 100%. This is genre fiction. One of the things I'm concerned about is I keep hearing readers say they're having a really hard time finding books and they're getting bored in romance. I think when writers start writing to what readers say they want, readers start getting bored.
Yeah.
Romance is genre fiction. So it's 2:28. And you're going to be able to, romance. This is a hard topic with 2 minutes left. This is genre fiction, which is romance, sci-fi, mystery, horror. There's others, but all of them have a
thriller.
beginning, a middle, and an end. And the way that you get through the beginning and the middle and the end is conflict. And conflict doesn't have to always be a third breakup. It doesn't have to be a murder. But you need something propelling. There are so many readers who grew up on fan fiction, and fan fiction led them to romance. The thing is, with fan fiction, you have done all of the show creators, and I love fan fiction, have done all the work of setting up the scenarios, the conflict, so you can have 2 characters making eggs and talking about what their day is going to be, and you're enraptured because you inherently know all the conflict. We don't get the luxury of that as romance writers. Conflict is necessary. Third act breakups is one of the main ways we've done that. And the way that works is by the author doing the work to make that breakup truly believable and difficult, so that when the resolution happens and the love happens, it makes it that much more gratifying.
Yeah. I want
you don't
the
get
tension.
You don't get the reward without the travails. You just don't.
No, I love this, and I actually now feel like I'm going to need to ask you to come on a podcast episode so we can talk this out some more. Because these are topics.
There's a reason my books get well reviewed. It's because I'm not writing I'm writing romance. I love romance, but I'm writing genre fiction, and I have a duty to my readers in the book to make it a compulsive read.
Well, but you're also made a statement that I think is really important, that you cannot write to what readers want. Because as a reader that has been reading, I've been reading romance since 1990. I have read a lot of books. You have to write the story of your heart, because if I read a book and you wrote to what you think the trends of tropes or your fans wanted, I can tell.
This is my name. I don't have a pen name. This is my name on my birth certificate. This is my legacy. This has to say what only I can say, because this is what my tombstone is going to talk about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm left with.
So Full Moon Over Freedom is available now. I have to move Angelina off to the waiting room, but she'll be back, you guys. I think we have more discussions to have. Thank you so much for giving me your day.
Thank you, Becky. It's always lovely being on.
We'll see you soon. Okay,
bye-bye.
Let's see here. Okay, next up will be author Lindo Forbes. She is a debut author, so we are bringing her in here. We'll give her a second to get set up. Lindo Forbes is a first-gen Canadian, which means she speaks enough Spanish to not piss off her Abula and Lindo, we got words that I am not good at here. You gave me words I am not good at.
I apologize. It is enough Spanish to not piss off my abuela.
I did take 4 years of Spanish and 2 years in college. But words are hard. I can translate it.
Yeah. Just enough Spanish to not piss off my nana.
Okay. And enough French to not disgrace herself when she visits Montreal. She happily holds grudges against fictional people. See, this is why you're my people. Because
thank you.
I still, like, a book I read in 2021, I am still cussing this man out. Like,
I got a list of men that don't exist who can, like,
yeah. Let's see here. She, as well as celebrate, she will never, and celebrities she'll never met, and has fully embraced her role as an indulgent wine aunt. The book is a love letter to her hometown of Toronto. The book we're talking about is The Insufferable Mr. Fletcher. Do you have your book? I love this cover. I'm obsessed. I read this earlier this week. This book is so good. I am so proud of you, friend. It's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so proud. I was like, she wrote this. This is so good.
It's bonkers. Thank you for inviting me, for including me in this. This is such a great idea. I'm thrilled to participate.
Oh, we are so happy to have you. You actually won our Maui quick shot donation, and you and I are going to do a quick shot feature for the podcast feed. But as we were talking, you were like glowing about your love of romance, and I'm like, she needs to do read-a-thon, because those are the people we
talk
need.
about books all day long. Like, in fact, if there was a standard of living job where I could just yammer to people about books I love, books I hate, books they love, books they hate, I could do that all day long.
I have to tell you, don't get into podcasting, because there's no living to be made. But do get into podcasting, because so the reason this podcast started is I read a book a day and I love romance, and my spouse will only talk about it with me for so long before he's like, okay, great. I don't care about these people.
They're not real. They're not real. Close the book.
In my head, they're real. And then he builds me beautiful shelves like this. So obviously not a bad guy. So
no, he gets it. He gets it. He just doesn't want to get it.
Yeah. He's, he'll be like, is it a naughty part? I'll be like, well, no, it's something stupid someone did. He's like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, we're out. So no, that was part of how we connected. And that was amazing that you guys volunteered that service to raise money for Maui, because it was an excellent cause. But also B, I'm so excited that I got to even learn about you guys, because now I'm all the way in.
Oh. We're not everyone's cup of tea. We often tell people that, we say it on the podcast a lot. We're a lot. We know we're a lot, but we have a passion. Almost
it's my
crazy.
Kind of a lot, though.
It's almost crazy for books. Amanda says, welcome to the chaos. She's totally...
Hi, Amanda.
Yes, we are chaotic. So I'm super excited about this. The Mr. Insufferable Mr. Fletcher is debuting. It comes out December the 5th.
Correct.
And I'm going to read... Did you want to read the synopsis, or are you going to read a segment from the book? What are you going to do?
I'm going to read a segment. I'll just read a part of the first chapter.
Okay, perfect. So, synopsis of the book: The Insufferable Mr. Fletcher is a dual POV contemporary romance about an Afro-Latina stunner who has to reconcile her growing feelings for the colleague she once claimed to be science's answer to the question, can you be so annoying you stop being hot?
It's a valid question.
It is, and
it's a valid question.
I feel like many of us have hit this point. It's
there's somebody you're like, if you don't open your mouth, you could be so good looking, but as soon as you open your mouth, you are just a ditch pig of a troll.
I probably have said to my spouse at once, if you would not talk, I would love you more.
And this is not. It is genderless, this phenomenon, right? It happens to all humans, where there's someone who's like, if only you would stop talking.
I feel this with my children, particularly my boy child, because he's total Gen Zer, total honey badger, like,
Yeah.
and he likes to lecture us on all the terrible things that we as Gen X have done. And I spend a lot of
Ruin
time.
the world, truly.
Right. I mean,
Yes.
like, we're the worst, like, worst. And I often look at him and I'm like, I just need you to know that you have to shut up now or I'm going to stop loving you.
Mhm. Mommy's going to put you under the stairs, and there's not going to be an owl that saves you.
Right. You will not live here because you're making me crazy. The tropes of this book are as an opposites attract, workplace romance. He falls first. And boy, does he fall first. And she makes him work.
She puts him through it. And it's funny because I was listening to Angelina, which I was a huge fan of Milagro Street. Am a huge fan of Milagro Street.
Did you have a moment where you're like, why am I following her?
Yeah. Or I was like, what? Why did you do that? Like, you had the choice of where to put yourself. So for all of the viewers, I don't have good decision making, is what this can tell you. Like, I can't be trusted to make a good decision. No, but what was interesting to me during the sort of process of coming together, the book coming together, was the fact that what makes a person insufferable, right? Like, what is, like, the answer to that question is Davis is insufferable. Our love interest, Davis, is insufferable because he just can't read a room, bless him. Like, he just can't figure out when to not open his stupid mouth.
That's the nicest way to put it, because I'm just like, how can a hero be smart but completely clueless?
He just can't read the room.
Really
The dear
can't.
thing. But in the end, Junior's also fairly insufferable. She puts him through it, and she makes him work so hard.
She does.
Like, but I feel like, further to what you and Angelina were talking about the miscommunication or the third act breakup, in this case, just to insert myself into your conversation, Becky.
You are well invited. Come on in.
They don't miscommunicate. They are telling each other exactly what's going on in their minds. What they're doing is not listening to each other. My two dummies have just said from the very beginning, this is what I want. Cool, this is what I want. Okay, well, we don't want the same thing. Yeah, whatever. Let's just figure it out. Like, they just don't listen. So is that a miscommunication when they are telling the truth and they are very open
It's
about where they
mishearing.
stand?
They're
no
not
one's listening.
They're not saying it in a way that the other one is grasping,
Yeah.
which is very real life, because my husband and I have those conversations all the time, and I will look at him and be like, you aren't listening. You're not hearing the words. And he's like, but I'm hearing this. But that's not what I said.
At all. So I'm fascinated by this place we find ourselves in romance, where people are sort of pushing back against the miscommunication trope and the third act breakup, when, like Angelina said, that's a very broad term, because not all third act breakups stem from miscommunication, and not all miscommunication leads to a third act breakup. Like,
Right.
they don't go hand in hand. So I'm fascinated by this place we find ourselves.
It's very interesting, and I know lots of people don't want the third act breakup. And if you started reading romance in the Bodice Rippers, there wasn't always third act breakups. There would be a dark moment, and we just did an episode about the dark moment that doesn't lead to a third act breakup. And a lot of times we'll find those in suspense, but I also blame, this is the reason I don't read epilogues, which, toxic trait, here it is for everybody to know. I don't read epilogues. Because if you think about Bodice Rippers, oftentimes the first third of the book is them meeting in an arranged marriage, a forced marriage happening, or betrothal, because of a scandal. And the rest of the book is them figuring out how to live in each other's world.
And how to accept this new reality.
Right. So I didn't need the epilogue because the HEA was knowing that they figured out how to live together.
Yes.
So, but and I think this is why Friends to Lovers bugs me so much because I want to spend the majority of the relationship, the book, with them together and not fighting it.
And also with Friends to Lovers, my is that there is a history. And so do I need to be a part of reliving that?
Right.
And I don't think I do. Like, I want the history in as much as why did you not get together? Or why didn't you say your words when you were 17? But now you're 34. You're entirely different people now. It's almost as though that history doesn't matter anymore at all. So let's move on. I don't need this.
Yeah, I don't need, I mean, I'm a nosy bitch. I like to know everybody's business, but I don't need to live it moment by moment.
No.
Yeah. And I have a thing with flashbacks. So that's where I think 2024 is going to be my year I take on the flashbacks.
Ooh, Becky versus the flashback. All right, you know what? You have my sword. You have my sword.
I have thoughts on flashbacks.
Though, I say that with chapter 1 having a flashback. So
yeah. Okay, well, read us chapter 1 and then we can get to know you a little bit more as an author.
Okay. So where you guys are coming in is we're meeting Junior and Davis together for the first time in the book. Like, nobody else has, there's no other time to meet them. We meet them basically at the same time so that you understand their characters. So here we go. I need a hard body with a firm hand and a light touch to help deliver paradise. Preferably 2. 3 would be magical. Junior Soto burst into the construction break room on the set of Elysian, now shooting its 4th season in Toronto. Any takers? 20 pairs of eyes, long used to her antics, bounced between Junior and the head carpenter, waiting for the punchline. They'd come to expect nothing less from the 5'10", bronze-skinned Afro-Latina stunner. I've involved myself in the big delivery. You're not going to make me go wait for someone to come downstairs when you're right here, are you? Junior batted her eyelashes in comical exaggeration. It wouldn't be the last time she acted outside of her jurisdiction as the design tracker, which is why no one wasted their breath pointing it out. There's a gourmet coffee cart and a pastry table being set up. The producers had arranged for a treat to celebrate the successful car stunt. Fans of the popular science fiction opera had come to expect one big episode each season, and this pulled all the stops. The crew had rehearsed, blocked, and storyboarded for weeks. Yesterday, they filmed the hero car escaping through the side of a dilapidated building while the chase car tumbled into a fiery wreck. Now, the treats were there, and Junior couldn't wait to see what bounty would be delivered. The head carpenter nodded at some assembled workers, who followed Junior outside into the warm May sun. Since the warren of trailers, cube vans parked out back, this was the side of the studio lot slightly less congested, but no less traffic. Crew members, delivery drivers, and couriers were in and out of this entrance all day. Their office was located in a 5-story brick building in an abandoned warehouse retrofit for studio space in the Portlands. The ground floor had 7 cavernous, high-ceilinged rooms of various sizes that had been converted to sound stages. A freight elevator separated the row of loading bays used as lockup storage to the back of the building. Having worked in this building on the show for more than 5 years, there wasn't a stairwell, alcove, or service elevator she didn't recognize. Her fellow technicians, coming and going from project to project, brought the same transient familiarity she imagined one got from summer camp, and the sheer chaos of trying to put together 13 episodes of television never failed to excite her. Junior flashed Lee a familiar hand gesture as she watched her friend pull into a short-term parking space. Lee returned the gesture with an indulgent tolerance born over 15 years of friendship. People were always asking if they were sisters, and while Junior refrained from commenting on the laziness of the assumption, being Black was their only resemblance, she instead announced to the decade her seniors, Lee's amusement, I'm the eldest. Sorry, you guys, I'm laughing at my own book. I'm sorry. Friends, this is Lee Bridger, proprietress of Peach's Books and Bake Shop, and this, Junior gave a lusty sigh, slumped on Lee for effect and indicated the tightly packed pink pail boxes in the flipped open hatchback, is paradise. Lee shook her head, likely at Junior's familiar straddling of friendly flirt and femme fatale, and extended her hand and gave each person a quick shake. Hi, nice to meet you. Junior had already lifted a lid off of one of the boxes and popped a pastry into her gob. Around a mostly chewed butter tart, she confirmed, a little flirting never hurt anybody. Built like a modern day pinup girl, Junior had a smile that would tempt the holy, except for the 3 days a month when her reflection showed a too white mouth, weirdly large eyes, and a paltry bosom leading to an insurmountable ass on top of thunderous thighs. She wielded it like a weapon. Junior flipped the lid open on another box and popped a mini cupcake right into her face. Will they set up now? Lee asked. Later. The executive producer wants to give a speech first. Throw a tarp or something over the table when you guys are ready so it's safe from prying eyes and rogue nibblers. Lee swatted Junior's hand away from yet another box. Unaffected, Junior beamed. This is going to be a hit. Thanks for delivering. Thanks for the business. Lee handed over an envelope with her invoice. Junior sent a quick text and linked arms with Lee and led her back to her car, gossiping the whole way. Giving her a final squeeze, Junior watched Lee back out of the parking spot and called out, I'll drop your girl off on my way home tonight. At Lee's wave, Junior made her way back inside to the office, certain the invoices and purchase orders on her desk had mutated in her absence. What was it about a disorganized inbox that inspired people to pile more crap on top? All visitors are supposed to have a pass. Davis Fletcher appeared out of nowhere. Junior's head, at constant odds with her hormones, doused the spark of attraction at the sight of the disturbingly good-looking yet profoundly annoying know-it-all. And what a sight he was! A soft tan sweater over a white button-down shirt pushed up his forearms with the forest green tie, and beautifully fit charcoal slacks indicated he worked out enough to be fit and strong, thankfully, but not all roidy muscles. Junior often wondered what it would take to get him to submit to jeans and a hoodie like everyone else. Even his thick, dark hair was combed meticulously off of his forehead, as though it too had received the memo about sins of casual dress. Every time Junior spoke with Davis, she was reminded of the saying about never meeting your heroes, an expression she vehemently believed should also apply to handsome strangers in the workplace. At the beginning of this season, she'd seen the new guy around, but hadn't had a reason to get close. She'd done her share of innocuous leering to know that he was an assistant, which meant they wouldn't have much opportunity to cross paths, because though she was a part of accounting, she worked primarily with the production design and had no business in the executive suites. At first, Junior wasn't even sure they worked on the same show. It wouldn't have made a difference because she didn't need to know much more about him than she already did. She noticed that he was particularly self-contained for a workplace as boisterous as the production office. His tightly leashed reserve made her wonder if he maintained control in all circumstances, or if he might let his freak flag fly given the right motivation. But those were idle musings. He could have a wife and 6 kids, or be a toxic incel nice guy, though why would God make a man that handsome if he wasn't going to bone? And it would all amount to the same harmless work crush. Junior liked knowing that he was in the building. The threat of running into him kept her lip gloss fresh. Unfortunately for Junior, it turned out that Davis Fletcher, the new guy, was a grade A dipshit. Her first exposure to his brand of all-encompassing pedantry came 3 weeks after she first laid eyes on him. He'd been sent to production as the trusted right hand of studio head Olivia Young, with the nonsense glamour title of associate co-producer. It took exactly 1 meeting to ruin her perfectly constructed illusion. Junior! Marin, the line producer, had been standing beside him and called out to Junior as she headed to her office. Have you met Junior Sano, our production design tracker? As she made her way over, Junior saw the telltale twitch of his brows and took a fortifying breath. Here we go. You're Jamie Sano Jr.? His expression warred with his voice to most accurately convey his disbelief. I'm sorry, I expected Jamie to be a man. This train was never late. Her smile had been bright and welcoming. Yes, I am a source of much confusion. It's pronounced Jaime. He looked at her blankly. My name? You said Jamie. It's pronounced Jaime. Soft J, like jalapeno. It's a lot, I know. You can call me Junior. Everyone does. Can girls even be juniors? I mean, strictly speaking. He'd taken her outstretched hand and shaken it limply before immediately smoothing his tie. Junior caught the motion. Had he wiped off her touch? Strike 2. They can. Women too. Her smile had dimmed. It wasn't like Junior hadn't endured some version of this very inquisition any time she introduced herself. Her father, in a profound but not unprecedented act of egomania, named her after himself despite her very much being a daughter. Her mother, delirious from 36 hours of complicated labor, was just happy the baby was out. Healthy, yes, but mainly out. The forms were submitted while Yesenia recovered from the aforementioned torturous labor, and the rest was history. Not that it truly mattered. Aside from the one especially torturous semester in middle school when the mouth breathers tried to make hymen happen, and the few family members that still called her Hammer, everyone called her Junior. Of course, David had amended. I didn't mean, it's nice to meet you, Junior. I'm Davis Fletcher. Junior holds all of design together expertly, Marin had praised. I don't know how you manage it, Junior. I'm just glad you do. I see the checks are still clearing, Junior had joked to Marin. Turning to Davis, she'd said, and you're Olivia's assistant, right? Welcome to the circus. Actually, I'm more like her eyes and ears. He'd somehow managed to simultaneously sneer down his nose and avoid eye contact with her. Strike 3, dick face. Eyes and ears, got it. Junior said all attempts at warmth vanished. After that first encounter, her initial attraction to the tall, medium-built man with dark hair, dark eyes, and cheekbones sharp enough to sculpt marble was relegated to the crawl space of her mind. It joined hot yoga, learning Russian, and palazzo pants as things she'd attempted and quickly abandoned, never to be spoken again. If she'd worried that she'd drawn the wrong conclusion, seeing him in action with their colleagues had reinforced her position. He was exactly the type of man who dropped you mid-conversation if someone more important crossed his eye line, and had, on multiple occasions, inserted himself into a group only to steer the conversation to himself. He also unironically actually'd anyone about any subject at all. Life was too short to deal with that kind of fuckery. Since she didn't frequent the schmoozy executive suites dominated by the pack of fratty het bros that included their executive producer, Junior was blessedly spared the pleasure of Davis's direct attention. She answered the rare work-related questions he asked and otherwise gave him a wide berth. Shaking off the memory, she smoothed her face into a serene blankness. She isn't a visitor, eyes and ears. She's a vendor. Junior waved the envelope for emphasis. Most people don't embrace the vendors, he pressed. I'm not most people. Junior refused to answer the question she knew he was asking. Besides, she brought cake. That type of contribution should be rewarded. Davis kept pace with her to the stairwell leading up to the production office. And that's all it took for you to lead her arm in arm through the stages? Snacks? His whole body seemed to be frowning. Yup, haven't you heard? I'm surprisingly easy. And without giving him a backward glance, Junior hustled up the steps, leaving him alone with his stern reproval.
Such a dumbass. I did totally relate to Junior in the cupcake snatching.
Yeah. Open the box, give me a cupcake.
That's the important part of being in charge of the party or the snacks. First taste.
You get to have the snacks. First case of snacks. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, and Junior does have a prolific sweet tooth, so it only stands to reason.
So I have to ask, when you were writing this, did the characters talk to you in your brain, or was this like a movie that plays out for you? How did your idea come to you?
Both. They do both. So the original idea of this book, it still exists in there. It's still in there, but the original idea was character A bursts in on character B's office because character A did something crazy, said something crazy, and comes running to character B and says, I screwed up, you gotta help me, and since everybody knows he likes you, you gotta go make nice to smooth it over so I don't get in any more trouble than I'm already in. And so that was, those characters turned into AJ and Junior.
Okay.
And that scene sort of still exists, but that was the first sort of nugget of the book, and I was like, oh, that's what the story is going to be about. It's going to be about these two friends trying to save the one by flirting with the other, even though she doesn't like him, but everybody knows he likes her. That was like, but then as I got to know them, then it evolved and morphed, but
and I don't think any character is the exact same from idea and conception to HEA. There has to be growth, right? Because as a reader, we want to see that growth, but also you as an author, your story's going to move and change, and things are going to look different than when you first imagined it.
Yeah, and there's things that happen that I didn't know they were going to happen until they did. Where because the characters were like yelling and yammering at me, I was like, oh, okay then. sure, let's follow this and see what happens.
Let's go this way.
And this is my debut, and I know that people have an idea of, how contemporary romance is supposed to go. And I feel fairly confident that I've followed that well-trod path.
You do. And we have an HEA. I was a little worried at a moment that it was going to be just an HFN, but it absolutely, by the time I read that last chapter, I was like, this is an HEA.
Yes.
Junior and Davis are together forever. And their relationship
Yes.
is going to be the relationship that it's supposed to be for them.
Yeah. And going forward, once they learn how to listen to each other.
Yeah. No, I absolutely think that you hit the marks. There's chemistry, there's flirting, particularly with him falling first. He has like some golden retriever energy.
He does.
And you just want to be like, you want to pat him on the head and be like, good boy, now go away.
Yeah, settle down. Just calm down.
It's going to be okay.
Fine. You're fine.
But I kind of like that kind of energy sometimes in a hero. I mean, I don't always love a beta hero, but he didn't really come off as beta just because he's kind of doesn't always watch what he says. Like,
Sure doesn't. He sure does not. And also, in defense of Davis, he is the contrast between them is that she is very forward, very personality forward, and he is not. But he's no less assertive than she is, and he's no less standing 10 toes down on what he believes in than she is. He's just quiet and she's just loud. But they are equal in their determination. They are equal in their goals, in achieving their goals. They are equal in all of those sort of ways, but for the fact that Junior has a different skill set than Davis has, which is that she is charming and delightful, and he's a little bit dweeby.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good way to describe him.
Yeah.
So I do want to ask, because we talked about it a little bit, you are pro third act breakup if the story calls for it.
If the story calls for it. And I do believe that, in this case, the reason there's a third act breakup is because of, as you say, Davis's golden retriever energy. Then how do you ever respect him if he has nothing, if there's no line that she won't cross, if there's no consequence?
Right.
She walks all over him the whole book, and he just keeps taking it and taking it and taking it. And at some point, there's got to be something that's a bridge too far.
Yeah.
And so they have to break up. She has to learn how to listen to him, and he has to learn how to speak to her. There's no way forward for them without them standing up to each other for what they are standing up to each other about.
Yeah. Yeah. And he had to do that. He had to show that he did have a backbone, that you couldn't just walk completely all over him, that he had feelings too,
Yes.
He had feelings.
Golden retrievers have feelings too.
Right?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes. And so for me, do I think all third act breakups are necessary? Maybe not. But do I think we need to do away with them altogether? No.
Yeah.
They're necessary. We need them. Do we need every single one that lives out in the world? Probably not.
Probably not. No. Okay. So the Insufferable Mr. Fletcher will be available on December 5th. You can pre-order it on all platforms. It's going to be available everywhere. Okay. I am moving you back to the waiting room. I will talk to you soon. Everybody watch for Lindo's Quick Shot Spotlight, Author Spotlight, coming soon to the podcast feed. It was awesome to talk to you, and we will talk soon.
Yes, good to see you again, Becky.
Bye. Okay, put in waiting room. Okay, next author. We are 2 down. 11 more to go, I think. I don't know. I can do math sometimes. Next one is author Leonor Soliz, and I am going to bring her on here to join us. I think. Okay. Leonor.
Yes, hi.
Are you there? Hello.
Yes, hi.
Are you... I think we just got to turn your camera on.
Okay.
I think. And then everyone will be able to see you.
Yes.
There we
Hello.
are. Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm a little surprised that the YouTube feed is later or earlier something? Yes.
There is a little bit, there's like a 10 to 20-second delay between YouTube and the meeting. So,
That's cool.
yeah, it makes it a little wonky. I try not, I just look at the chat. I don't look at the video of the YouTube feed, or I'll notice things and I'll be like, wait, is my hair like,
Yes.
I do that when I make TikToks though. Like I'll notice like a piece of hair somewhere weird, and then I'm like, and I had to stop doing that anyway.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
I am super excited to have you here joining us.
Yes, thank you.
We've been talking. I got Angelina all worked up. I don't know if you were watching when I had Angelina on. I got her all worked up about miscommunication and third act breakups, but actually your books don't have them.
No, they don't. When I saw the question that you had chosen for this call, I was like, oh, that's going to be a fun conversation. I also listened to the episode recently where you guys talked about it. And so I was like, so I'm going to come in here to this group and be like, yeah, I don't write them.
She doesn't. She does not write them. But I absolutely have adored your books. And the book that you are featuring today is it's Under the Mistletoe.
Yes.
Because other thing that you write, and because Leah and I did a quick shot on one of your books, and Leah's like, you liked this book because he's a cinnamon roll. And I'm like, I know, but she's such a great character that it makes up for his like squishiness. You give me really great, strong female characters.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
And then
I don't think I can write a character that doesn't have like a strong personality, because I have a strong personality.
Yeah.
I don't know how I would tame it.
Yeah. But your heroes are all like squishy, soft guys and golden retrievers. Like,
yes,
maybe this
mostly.
First 3 authors were all the golden retriever.
Yes, I like to change it up a little bit in terms of the motives or who they are underneath. But yes, they all have like an underlying desire to be good people. And that's for all of my characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell everybody a little bit about you. You've been writing since 2021?
My debut was last year, actually. I've only been around published author for a year. Okay. Actually, almost like to the date.
I feel like I have known you longer, so okay.
Well, I appreciate that. Must be my big personality.
Must be.
Yeah, I've been writing since I was like 8 years old. Like I have a very clear memory of writing my first meet cute when I must have been about 8 years old, and I've been writing on and off my whole life. But the idea of actually publishing came to me all of a sudden 2 years ago, and then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do this, and here I am now.
The other thing I love is you give us plus size heroines, but also your heroes are not like always perfectly chiseled.
Yes. No, I like to think that all of my heroines carry size to them. I like to use the word fat personally, so if it's okay, I'll just use that word. I know that not everyone likes it. But all of my main characters are diverse in different ways, but all of my heroines are fat. To some degree. My heroes are different. Like I have the Hollywood star that is perfect because Hollywood, but then I have all of my other main characters, the male ones are different, and I like that.
But I like that that's something that, first of all, I love that you write fat heroines. I love it. I'm in it. That was actually, I think that I found you on TikTok, and I believe it was Ophelia's fault. I blame Ophelia for lots of things.
Let's blame her.
We'll just blame Ophelia.
I mean, I like her a lot, but I'll blame her. I'll blame her too.
I adore her. Like, best random internet friend I have ever met. Like, she's the best. But she constantly will like drop hints like, hey, have you checked this out? Or she'll share something and I'll be like, okay, cool. Now it's on my radar. She's and she challenges me, which 10 out of 10 always love when someone pushes back. Like Angelina's like, you don't be mad at me, but I don't think we need him. I'm never going to be mad that you like fight back. Yes. But you give us these plus size heroines but they're not fat phobic. Like, nobody is uncomfortable in their skin. They know that they have challenges and they see things, but the one praise I'll give you, and you do write slower burns, but they are spicy, but they're slower.
Yes.
But you never put your heroines in a physical position during the spicy times that no fat girl can do.
Yes.
And I love you for that, because I'll read a book by somebody and they'll say, oh, it's a plus size heroine and she's doing things. And I'm like, if sister has even an inch on her thighs, she is not doing that.
Yes. Yes. I mean, I do have personal experience, right? I'm fat myself. I know the limits of my body, and everyone is going to be different, and it's going to depend on their lives and, you know, all sorts of things, what is actually possible for them. But yeah, I care about, like, if I'm going to put you through the torment of a slow burn, where I'm not giving it to you right away, I want the slow burn to be good. And part of that is that I hope that it's going to be also fun, but also realistic enough that it's not going to get you out of it, you know. And for us with bigger bodies, like, there are certain things that are different or work differently, so I like to put that into the story.
And I appreciate that so much, because sometimes, like I said, you get that book with the plus size heroine doing things and it's like, even when I was 22, I'm fairly certain I didn't do that. My body doesn't move that way.
Yes. And I also really enjoy about talking about their bodies as being fat. Like, there are roles and the softness and all of that. I like to make it very clear that these characters live a life like this, but also giving us the vision about what life could be if we didn't have fat phobia.
Yeah.
You know?
And I love that. They're also not afraid to eat a meal, which I appreciate. And if anybody has ever shared a bed with, like, a child or a skinny person, elbows hurt.
Yes.
Elbows hurt. And so sometimes we need softness.
Yes, that I would agree with that.
I mean, maybe that should be our new slogan. Elbows hurt.
Yes,
go for fat.
We need softness. Yes.
Okay, so Under the Mistletoe is a holiday novella that is out now. It's available in Kindle Unlimited.
That's right.
Okay, just give us some synopsis a little bit about...
Hey, so I'm going to start actually talking about me because I love it. No,
talk about you. I love it.
The thing is that I am someone who struggles with the holidays. I don't really enjoy them. When I back home in where I'm from, Christmas was a 5-day affair. It's not a big deal. And then I moved here to Canada, and it's like on your face right away. And I've had this grown to have this very complicated relationship with most holidays, but Christmas in particular. But last year I had one book out and I was like, but I have FOMO. I want to have a Christmas book. How do I reconcile these two? So I put all of that stuff into this novella, and I wrote about two people who don't like Christmas, who ended up having to plan their town's Christmas events.
Yeah.
And so they are like surrounded by Christmas all the time, and they bond over the fact that they don't. Mistletoe is involved in them falling in love. They have to do all of the events and all of the things. There is caroling, and they're like, I hate it. So there are all of these moments where they bond over the fact that they can find refuge in each other, because everyone loves Christmas around them except them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the book is about that, them planning these events, bonding over the fact that they dislike it, and despite their best intentions, falling in love.
Of course. And I could so relate to this, because I love holiday decorations. Like, I love decorating for the holidays, but I don't like the holiday. Like, we are not Thanksgiving people, because, and this is something that I like, not every family looks the same, right? And not every family is destined to gather, and not every family is, you know, everybody has complicated relationships within a family sometimes. And so, you know, and some people don't do well in big gatherings. So the holidays are equally hard for me. And Leah always gives me a hard time. She's like, but you hate Christmas. But I love decorations. I like the drama. I just don't want to live in it.
Yes, yes. I think I felt a little bit like that because I wanted to have a story about Christmas, but I don't enjoy Christmas. So that was kind of my compromise and how I found the solution, that it was about writing for all of us who don't thrive
Yeah.
during the season, you know. And what I've heard, what I've been told is that it works pretty well because you get that Christmassy
You do.
vibe and also still get to grumps that are that there is plenty of banter from them just being
Yeah.
these grouchy people. So
Well, and I did read it, and
Mhm.
it does pass the Die Hard Christmas test. So whenever
I don't know what that is.
it's We're Insane is what it is. So
Okay.
the movie Die Hard with Bruce Willis, where it takes place on Christmas Eve, and he
Yeah.
saves the building against
Yes.
Hans Gruber.
Yeah.
So there are lots of people that say it's a Christmas movie, and there are lots of people that say it's not a Christmas movie. And the theory is that it doesn't matter. That movie could take place on any day of the year, and it would have the same pieces. Therefore, it's not a Christmas movie. Christmas isn't centered to the book. And I feel that a lot of times with like the snowed-in lumberjack or that kind of stuff, you can have a blizzard in February. You don't have to be snowed in at Christmas. And rarely in the Midwest do we actually have snow on Christmas. It's always like January. So the first year that we did a Christmas in July episode, we did what we call the Die Hard test. Can that book, is Christmas an integral part of that book? Or could it take place on any holiday? Or could it take place on like any winter month, depending on the book? Because we are crazy like that. And so we judge hard.
I mean, I know. And I like it. I listen to the podcast. Yeah. I know.
Your book does pass the Die Hard test.
Yes.
Yeah. Leonor, she does listen to the podcast and knows that like we are insane.
Yes, I do.
I was talking
and I like it.
I was talking to someone and they're like, "Are you guys like this in real life?" And I was like, "Yeah, really. We don't even put any airs on for anybody. We're just who we are."
I think that's best. I think that, life is about being who we are and being authentic and enjoying anyway. We'll find the right people. That's a belief that I have. If you can be real, you'll find the right people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's get to know you a little bit as an author because some people, you've only been writing for about a year and some people might not know about you. So let's let them get a chance to get to know you. So favorite romantic trope? It can be to read or to write. What's your favorite?
I love a fake relationship.
Right?
I do. Yes. And in fact, my book before Under the Mistletoe was a fake dating, and now I'm writing a marriage of convenience. I love it. Yes.
Yeah. Marriage of convenience. I think it's so fun because those are ones that are interesting when it comes to third act breakups. Because we just did the episode dark moments that aren't breakups.
Yes.
And oftentimes fake relationships or fake marriage, those kinds are marriage of convenience, have an end mark.
Yes.
So it's not, is it a breakup? Jenny and I fight about this almost every episode.
The episode. Yes.
We fight about this. Is it a breakup? How much time has to pass?
Yes.
Do you have a theory? Is it a breakup or...
No, I would make a difference. Like a breakup is both of them deciding they're not going to be together anymore. A dark moment doesn't need that. A dark moment could be anything that brings you to like the height of the conflict that moves the book forward. I think that miscommunication is just one of them. And I think that the actual breakup is just one possibility for the dark moment.
Do you have a favorite moment from any of your books? Is there one moment that lives rent-free in your head that you're always like, I wrote that?
Yes, there is. There is actually, I have it here too. I'm working on some marketing things. So in this book, Yours for Now, this is the fake dating. This heroine is like, she has this sense of herself that she needs to be strong. She cannot bend. She cannot be weak. She needs to, she's very driven and ambitious. And the hero is a cinnamon, like cinnamon roll. And then when it counts, it's different, you know. And there is this scene at the very end when she breaks down and she cries in front of him, and he gathers her and he's like, it's okay to cry, I can be your support. And I'm like, that makes me cry.
Swoon.
Yeah, to think about that scene.
Yeah, that's a good scene. Um, is there one of your characters that you would invite to your house for dinner?
For dinner, I think Ellie. Ellie in the Done and Done book.
Yeah.
She's so fun and she's so like sparkly.
She
I
is.
think I would have so much fun with her.
She also just says what she means.
Yes, I love that.
She's just like forward and, but not in a way that's pushy. She,
Mhm.
you know, especially with her hero, because in that book, you dealt a lot with mental illness rep
Mhm.
and anxiety and depression. And I
Mhm.
commend you for doing that because
Mm.
it was him. It was
Mhm.
him. And we oftentimes it's put on the heroine,
Yeah.
you know, that's supposed to be the weaker character.
Mhm.
And in your book, you actually did it for you did it for him,
Mhm.
and it was really powerful.
Mm.
And never is she judgmental or rude. You know, she just has a heart, but she does say, okay, we need to go forward. You can't
Mhm.
live in this moment forever.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I think she would be fun. I really like that approach that she has, that it's like be kind but take no shit kind of approach.
Yeah.
That I really like. So I think I would have lots of fun with her, and I think we would be laughing for hours.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. I would like to go to that one.
Yeah.
And I already know your answer on this because I know what you like to
Mhm.
write. But when you go to read, do you like the bad boy or the cinnamon roll?
The cinnamon roll.
So
I love a cinnamon.
always, always and
Always.
forever.
Always. I know. That's my weakness. So that's what I love to write.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your books all have really adorable illustrated covers,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't do those yourself, right?
I do.
You do that. I thought
Yes.
that you did, but then I was like, as I had that, you know, doubt of myself, like
Yes. Yeah.
you
I
design
do.
all your own covers.
I do. I do. I find that it's like it inspires me. Like when I'm working on the story, when I have a block, I can start working on it and the characters, and it makes me feel things for the story, and I can go back and forth. And it's such a lovely creative outlet for me. And it's cheaper. I'm an indie author. All things are
Right.
expensive. So I kill all of the birds with one stone.
Good for you though, but they're gorgeous. I mean,
Well, thank you.
I love your covers, and you get points because your characters have mouths and eyes.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
I don't know if it was on a latest episode. But a conversation, it might have been at a book club. We had a whole conversation about the lack of faces.
Yes.
And it was really interesting because one author had just redone a bunch of her books, and she is a white author. And I don't think of her as writing diverse characters. Like, I know she writes cowboys, they're white.
Mm-hmm.
But all 8 of these books that she recovered with illustrated covers, all the characters, men and women, all had the same pale flesh tone color. And I'm like, but not every white person has the same. And I know it's just their illustrated covers, and if they hadn't been lined up, it wouldn't have looked like that.
Right.
But it did make me say, oh, yeah, I need to go find some melatonin now. Or melanin.
Yes.
Melanin,
I
not
like to show a
melatonin.
little bit of the melatonin, but also the face and the gesture. I think they show something about who the characters are and the mood of the book.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like it. I can't imagine myself making covers with no faces.
Well, we get
Yeah.
the sharp edges of the jaws, and I have a
Mhm.
thing for jawline. So,
I know, me too.
I mean, I need all of them.
Mhm.
Yes, Amanda, they have faces. Also, just a quick
Yes,
reminder,
they
if
do.
you're here hanging out and watching, you can always leave questions for us in the chat and we will get to them. Okay, so this is interesting. Most of your books take place in California, right? Are they all in California?
And no, the first series takes place in California. And after that, I moved to like an imaginary place, like a vague place. It can be somewhere in Canada or the US. It's not clear. I'm leaving it vague on purpose.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you used to live in
Chile. That's
Chile.
South America.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you went to you immigrated to Canada.
Yes,
Okay.
For a man. Yes, I ended up here for a man. It's going well.
Okay.
13 years, we're good. But
okay.
I like to tell that story.
You moved here for a man, and then you had me a little worried for a minute. I was like, do I have to come to Canada?
I wouldn't have made this into a therapy session. It's okay.
do I need to come to Canada and take care? I read a lot of mafia. I know how to bury a body.
I know. I know that you're in a mafia era. Yes.
This year, it's really interesting. My reading has been different this year than any other year, but I think there are lots of readers that are struggling, and Angelina brought it up a little bit, that readers are talking about they're kind of bored. And I do feel like, I think that that's why I'm also gravitating towards your books, to Angelina's books, to Lindo's books, to Ophelia's books, because it's a different voice that isn't oversaturated. It isn't overcrowded. And, there's another author coming up later, Amy Award, and she has the really super cute Cock Down the Block. Have you read that yet?
I haven't read it. It's on my TBR. I love the cover.
The cover, but it's so funny. There are chickens with Star Wars reference names. Oh my God. And the next book is called The Wiener Down the Way, and it's like a wiener dog.
That's amazing. And I love puns. I'm terrible at them, but I love them.
I love them too, but like, it feels fresh. It feels new. And that's what I want. I want those fresh stories. And so like, but I think that's, even though I say I don't like cinnamon rolls, or, I don't do slow burns, or I don't need third act breakups, but your books hit my Kindle. I pre-order and they hit my Kindle, and I'm like reading them as they go. So obviously,
thank you.
Obviously, I don't hate that.
I'm glad to hear that. I am glad to hear that.
Because I keep reading them.
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked a little about it with third act breakups, but what are your thoughts on miscommunication? Is it synonymous to the romance genre?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't. I was listening to the episode, and I think that a critical thing that you guys did there was define it as much more complex than what I would have thought originally. Like I thought about the miscommunication trope as something that could have been resolved with a conversation, and it doesn't happen. If that, I really, really, really don't like. If they could have had a conversation and been open with each other, and things would have been resolved, I don't like that. But you guys defined it with more complexity. Like, for example, when you say something and the other person understands something wrong, or if there is something that happens that interrupts the conversation or interrupts the communication, and I'm okay with that. Like, I think it all depends on how it's done and how it's presented to us, how they're communicating.
Yeah.
Because like you guys were saying, and I think you were saying with other authors today, it's like, miscommunication is natural and human, and it's going to happen. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
I do have a problem when the plot could have moved forward if they had just had a conversation, imperfect and all,
Yeah. And it's interesting because, see, I look at my own relationship. We've been married almost 25 years. It'll be 25 years next year. And even to this day, we still have miscommunications. I'll avoid a conversation, because I know that it's going to lead to why didn't you do that? Or why did this happen this way? And me just being like, well, I forgot, or I got busy, or I didn't want to deal with it, so I didn't make the phone call. Is that the most mature way to handle it? No, it's not. But I avoided the fight for, one more day. And then eventually it blows up, and I regret not having it. But it was interesting. We had Zoe York for book club, and she made a comment that, particularly if it's a second chance and a long time has passed, you don't always want to have that conversation of what went wrong the first time, that you want to move forward, but that is a type of miscommunication, avoiding, you both know what happened, but obviously you interpret it differently and time has gotten in the way. And it's hard to sit down and have a conversation 10, 5, 3 years later that, you know, you're like, oh.
Yeah. So if I read that, if I can read the character struggling, if I can read the character personality being like that, it makes me understand why they didn't have the conversation. So to me, it's all in the delivery.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's in the quality of the writing. It's the quality of the story, and it's how the momentum of those characters. And not every character's story needs to be the same. I said we need variety. We need to be reaching other stories because no one's story is the same.
Yes.
And life experiences are different. But sometimes the people that are like, it needs to go completely, I'm like, I want to cry. Don't.
Yeah. No, I don't think it has to go completely. Not at all. I don't like it the way that I've seen it sometimes.
Sure.
The way that I've understood the title of miscommunication, you know, like it could have been a conversation. But I think it is needed because we need conflict to move a story forward.
Yeah.
I think it just has its place.
It's
you know,
just
and how.
I'll say I don't like angst. But then when we start breaking down the different kinds of angst, there are technically 8 kinds of literary angst. And if you start, look for an episode coming soon.
Okay.
When you start breaking down angst and I start looking at it, okay, I don't hate all angst. It's just unnecessary drama that I don't like.
Yes.
Or the back and forth that we could have, had, done the things like 5 chapters sooner.
Yes.
I needed the things. Anyway. Okay, so Under the Mistletoe is available now on Kindle Unlimited.
Yes.
What is next?
Oh, next I'm writing the Marriage of Convenience one. It's part of the same series. It's my Cozy Billionaire, Latina Billionaire series. And it's Max and Ava. It's a crossover between 2 worlds that I'm building. I'm building the Billionaire world, which is this book. And I'm building a small town world that is this book.
Okay.
1 character from this book and 1 character from this book get married for reasons.
Well, and Billionaire, you writing Billionaire was so outside your comfort zone. I know that you were struggling a little bit. Sorry, it's potty time for the puppies. They have to come through my office.
Okay.
You struggled. You're like, I'm writing a billionaire. What am I doing?
Yes, I am. In real life, I don't think there are any ethical billionaires, and that's where I start getting political, right? But in the fiction, it was more like I write diverse characters, and I want them to have access to these wonderful things. And so again, how am I going to solve that problem? And that's my Cozy Latina Billionaire series. Yeah.
It solves a problem because then we don't have that angst.
Yes.
Nobody wants to be poor.
No one does, right? And I often think about my books as a way of looking at the world for what could be. And so what could it be if social forward, cozy Latina people, fat people had access to all of this?
Yeah. And it'd be a great world. So
I think so. I really like
I like reading it. So. Okay, I'm going to move you back to the waiting room and bring on our next author, Carrie Elks. Thank you, Leonor, for hanging out with me.
Thank you for having me. It was lots of fun.
Anytime. Okay, next person. Okay, next up is author Carrie Elks, and we'll bring her on. I'm actually kind of mad at her. She made me cry today. But we are going to talk about her new release that's coming out next week, Mine for the Winter. You made me cry today.
Oh no, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm sorry for making you cry.
That's okay.
I hope it was a good cry and not, this is a terrible
Kelly
book.
is breaking my heart.
Why is she breaking your heart?
Because she's just, I get the struggle. So she's a single mom. who is just every day is a struggle. Like, kids are growing too fast. She's trying to figure out how to give her son. She wants to be everything for everybody. Her dad needs knee replacement surgery. Her son is growing so fast. And, you know, she's trying to manage the business that means so much to her dad and to her. And she's all of us. Because no matter how well off you think you are, when you're a young parent, it can be overwhelming to cope with all of that. And so today I was reading Mine for the Winter, and I just was like, my heart just broke for her. Like, when he's like, I need new hockey skates and the car blows up, and I'm just like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Is it going to get any worse? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Because, it's no fun unless they go through the ringer.
Right.
Is it?
You do in this series in particular, in Winterville, which I tell everybody to read Winterville because it is that cute Hallmark holiday-ishness with lots of spice and lots of chemistry. So if you are looking for Hallmark movies that aren't just like a peck on the cheek.
Yeah, there's no kiss at the end because they've been doing that for a while.
Yep, they've been doing it. Check out the Winterville but I want to move to Winterville. It's like,
me too. I mean, the best part of being a writer is that you get to make up these places that you want to exist in because you spend like 5 hours a day in them. So they've got to be somewhere you want to be.
But you also did that with us in Hartson Creek. Like, Lindsay and I still talk about chairs. Like, we're like, Lindsay's like, when we get together, can we have chairs? And I'm like, sure, we can have chairs.
Who's bringing the lemonade?
Right? Yeah. It's so fun. I love these small towns that you create. And small towns are your happy place. Although the Salingers are kind of going back and forth between New York and small towns.
Yeah. And the next book is mostly New York. Probably the next 2 books are mostly New York. But there's still a little bit of a small town feel when they go to their Misty Lakes, which is their dad's kind of estate where they've all got a cabin. And there's that ache for a small town as well, which I think as readers, if you love small town romance, we all have, because it's very rare that you get to live in a small town like the books. And if you do, please tell me where you live so that I can move there too.
Right. Well, and that's the fun thing I love about these Salinger brothers is the Misty Lakes and their little cabins, because in I think it was the last book, didn't they paper his condo or his cabin with pictures?
Yeah, with pictures of him as naked as a baby when he was taking a girl back to the cabin. Yeah. That's kind of like the brother thing. I have an older brother, and although I don't do that to him, I see him and his friend. Oh, I used to. They're kind of 50 now. But when we were younger, the pranks they used to play on each other, and when you've got 6 brothers, it's so much fun to have them winding each other up.
Yeah. And those Salinger brothers do like to wind each other up.
They do.
A lot. They're so funny. But in Winterville, it is really funny because the 3, so this is really a group of cousins.
Yeah.
6 cousins, 3 girls, 3 boys.
Yeah.
And they're all so very different. And they all have their different niches. But Chris, who Mine for the Winter is about, is this enigma. We have not gotten to spend any time with him.
Yeah, and in a way, I really enjoyed doing that as a writer because I wanted him to be someone new, someone that we wanted to find out about. And I wanted to find out about him too, because I didn't know exactly what he was going to be like. And I didn't know all his backstory until I started writing the book. So that's what's fun about being an author, is finding stuff out about your characters. If you knew every single thing, it would be like boring, like writing a diary, I suppose.
Sure. Well, and it's funny because I really thought North, who was the last book, because that book was spicy, you guys, like spicy. And I'm like, what? And I really thought North was going to be like my guy. Like, I thought, dude, this is my dude in this series. But now I've met Chris. And
Chris has gone through, before we even get to the book, Chris has gone through a bit of a metamorphosis of learning about himself. And it was funny because I was watching you earlier talk about second chances and
Yeah.
flashbacks and all that sort of stuff. I thought, she's reading my book, which has second chances in a way. It has flashbacks.
it does.
Not too many, hopefully.
But I need him in this book because
yes,
I don't know
he's
him.
changed.
I don't know him.
Mm.
So
Yeah, and we need to know why these two at the very beginning of the book aren't really talking to each other. So she lives in Winterville. She runs the Winterville Tavern. So we've met Kelly before in the previous book. She's a single mum. And Chris comes back into town after being away for over a decade. And immediately she's like, you can see her back's up. She does not want to talk to him. She does not want him near her. And yet once upon a time they were best friends. So the mystery is why are they not talking anymore?
yeah.
So you kind of need the backstory slowly over the book to learn why things went wrong and why he left town all those years ago.
Well, we also have to kind of figure out like why do the cousins not know her, Kelly? Because Kelly's friend is Amber, who's married to North. So why isn't Kelly like in with Everly and Alaska and everybody? Like why? And it makes sense.
Yeah.
And
she kind of shields herself. She when I think of Kelly, I think that she's just got this invisible shield around herself. She's been hurt and hurt again. And even at the very beginning of the book, you find out even as a child, she kind of had put these shields up. And that's what she's like with people. It's very hard to get through those shields with her.
Well, and her, I'm fine.
Yes.
So relatable. Relatable. But also it's a way to like keep that shield in place. You don't have to tell everybody, I'm not fine today. Today is not okay, but I'm fine.
Yeah. If I say I'm fine, no one's going to ask any questions and they'll just move on.
Okay, so I'm going to read your bio, and then if you want to read the blurb, you can do that.
Okay.
Carrie Elks is the author of 29. There's 29?
This is 30. Yeah.
This is 30?
30.
Wow. Have I read them all? Yes. Am I obsessed? Equally yes.
I don't know. I've been going for a while.
Carrie Elks is the author of 30 contemporary romance books and counting. Since 2014, she has been both traditionally and self-published, and her stories have translated into over 10 different languages. She lives in Essex, England, with her husband, 2 children, and a pug called Plato. And when she isn't reading, writing, or loafing about, she enjoys long walks at the beach, listening to the crashing of waves, and pretending she lives in the cute small towns she writes about. But your pug is an older guy, right?
He is. He's got grey. He's a black pug, but he's gone grey. He's like I think he's 8. Which is quite, it's not ancient for a pug, but he's middle-aged and grumpy, rather like my husband.
That's fair. Well, we got a puppy in October.
Oh my goodness.
And we had old men, like 13 and 14-year-olds. And now we have a puppy. It's very different.
You forget just how hard that puppy, it's a bit like children, isn't it? You forget how hard that puppy time was.
Yeah. We don't sleep anymore. We don't sleep anymore. Anyway, read everybody the synopsis for mine for the winter, and then we can talk about more things.
Okay, so snow is falling and second chances are in the air. After more than a decade away, Chris Winter's return to his hometown is stirring up a storm. Seeking redemption, he aims to mend the broken bond with Kelly Fraser, his childhood best friend, and the one woman he's never been able to forget. The strong-willed single mum is wary of his advances. When he left town all those years ago, he barely said goodbye. And now, it isn't just her own feelings to think about. She needs to consider her son's too. He broke her heart once before. Can she risk it all for him again? It's very short and sweet.
It sells it. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I'm so obsessed with this series. Like you just had to say, here, Becky, here's a book. And I feel bad because you had sent an email, and I did go back and I found it that said, hey, would you like an arc for this? And I didn't respond. And then I think it was Wednesday. I was like, I really need this. Can I wait till the 30th? Or do I need it this weekend?
No, chase me out. I mean, I'm a I'm a planner, so my arcs will always go out about a month before
Yeah.
release day.
Yeah. My husband's like, just ask. She's not gonna tell you no. And I'm like,
Exactly.
I know, but I always feel so weird. But I mean,
I see, I'm the same. So I'm like, okay, I asked her, I'm not going to chase her up because obviously she's not interested. See, we've got the miscommunication
we
trope
do
going on here
right
between
here.
the two of us.
Because honestly, I'm always interested. And we're in the process of a challenge for the podcast. It's Clear Your TBR,
Oh.
where we're trying to help
Good
people
luck.
get books off their TBR so you can add more with the new year.
Yes.
And one of our listeners, Carrie, she started Winterville today. And I had a message from her and she's like, why didn't you tell me to read this sooner? And I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you
Do
kidding
you
me?
listen to me?
For a year, I have been screaming, read Carrie Elks, read Winterville. And you people need to listen to me more, basically.
It's a good time of year to be reading them.
It is, but not all of them take place at Christmas time.
No, there's usually an ending at Christmas time just because I like Christmas. But so, for example, the Every Shade of Winter, there's a lot of it is in the summer, and then we have a scene at Halloween, and it kind of is throughout the year.
Yeah.
And I liked that because I liked seeing what Winterville was like outside of the holiday season.
No, and I think we needed it. And also we needed to see North like chopping wood without his shirt off, and he wouldn't have done that
without getting hypothermia.
Right. Everybody's yelling at me in the comments saying I literally talk about it all the time. She yells at us to read Winterville. And Victoria says the reason she started reading the books is because of me. You're welcome.
Aha, thank you, Victoria.
So mine for the winter comes out November 30th. It'll be available in Kindle Unlimited. So you guys, if you start right now, you could have all 5 books and be ready for book 6 by next Thursday.
Yes, all ready for the final fix. Because this is going to be, what's the last one? I do have, because we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
I do have some plans to do some bonus scenes and things because I can't stay away from Winterville completely. But this is the last paid for full book about this town.
There is a couple that I am so in love with right now because you are hinting more and more that it's like the gossip of all the older Winterville.
Yeah.
Like Kelly's dad makes a crack about the changing of Coldfinger's coffee shop. He says,
yeah, I mean, these two are just, they're a little bit of an enigma. And I wanted to kind of write their happily ever after into the epilogue, which you wouldn't read. But I can't quite get it yet. I'm still thinking, how did they begin?
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for it to come to me.
Okay.
It will. It might take some time.
It's actually your fault that I don't read the epilogue because you do such a great job of selling the couple. So your epilogues are not confirm the HEA. They're more like a bonus scene. Like we see them in the future. Because if I think of like Everly's, I think her epilogue is like her being pregnant.
Yeah, so my last chapter is like some people's epilogues, I think. Yeah. So we do get to spend a bit of time with them together as a happily ever after. And then I write an epilogue where we see them can be anywhere from a few months to a year or two later. And then I write bonus epilogues as well, which are just my like pure indulgence.
Right.
Like I can't let go of these characters. I'm going to stay with them some longer. And if you feel like coming with me, come along, but you don't have to.
Yeah, because like I think Holly's was great because we got the next year's Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You know, like so it helped move us for the next story. Which I really loved.
Holly's was hilarious. Was that the one where it was her wedding, wasn't it?
Yes.
And then we at the very end kind of dropped the bombshell that Everly's ex-husband arrives.
Right. The ex-husband arrives. That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
And also his grandmother.
Yes.
Was all the best in that book. I loved her.
I love the characters that are more my generation. I do love writing there because they're so wise and they're fun. They're kind of like, you know, when we were kids, our grandparents were fun. That's what these characters are like in the book.
You did that to us in Hartson Creek, the aunt. And
Yes.
that one regret, which spicy, like that was spice for you.
I think
Like
I'm just getting dirtier with age. You know?
I am there for your dirty, because that book was amazing. I
Oh, thank
months
you.
later am still thinking about that book, and somebody else read it and they sent me a message and they were like, are we gonna get the other cousins? And I'm like, she said yes. So
Today I literally wrote the end on Presley's story. So yeah.
nice.
It needs
Yay.
editing, obviously. but the first draft is done. So I write ahead quite a lot because I don't like pressure.
No,
So
that's good.
I'm a big writer ahead. So that book will come out in April. So
Okay.
yes, we will get the cousins stories too. I know what the first 3 stories are. I don't know which cousins after that, but I know I have to write Sabrina's story at some point because
Yeah.
but she needs to age a little bit. But yeah, I
Well,
love
she needs
Sabrina.
to age a little bit, but you made her so dynamic
Yeah,
in Michael's book that we all kind of are like,
she's feisty.
she's feisty.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was I saying? Mine for the winter is coming out on the 30th. It's a holiday romance, second chance, single mom. Last book in the series, and there is some redemption especially for Chris,
Yeah.
but also for Kelly. I will say, and I'm only halfway through,
Yeah.
and I'll probably finish it tonight after all of this chaos is over.
You can drag me back in again and shout at me.
Yeah. You'll wake up to a text in the morning with, like,
What?
God, Becky, okay, relax. There is a moment because Kelly's son, has invited
Mhm.
Chris to come watch her at the hockey game.
Yeah.
And I'm only halfway through. And I just keep thinking, why does no one say, hey, let me work for you at the tavern and I will let you, and you go to the hockey game. Like, you
I
can tell
know.
she wants to be there, but she won't ask for help.
Mhm.
And so people stop offering help.
Yes.
And it was so relatable. And that was the stuff I was crying about. That is what you got me going on.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true because she gives off this hardness. She's very soft inside, but she's so soft she has to have this hard outside so she doesn't get hurt. But yeah, someone needs to give the poor woman a break, and somebody does.
Somebody does. So
does.
the concept of Winterville is it was founded by an actress named Candy Winter. And I took her to be as kind of a, so she starred in holiday movies.
Yeah.
Rosemary Clooney-esque is who I kind of picture her to be. That she was known for her holiday movies. Scandals abound.
Yeah. A lot of different baby daddies going on. You know, Hollywood glamour, Hollywood secrets, scandals.
Yeah. So
and she had a lot of money.
How did you come up with Candy?
So I mean, I don't think it's a massive secret that her whole building Winterville was based on Dolly Parton and Dollywood, because I'm a huge sucker for Dolly and everything that she does.
Right.
And so
quick to interrupt, did you see her in the Cowboys cheerleader outfit from the halftime show from the NFL game?
The cropped top?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I wish I could wear that.
And dancing on stage. Sister's like 82. And like, also, did you know that she wears gloves?
No, I didn't know that.
They're sheer,
hand-like gloves.
Yeah, that are the same, like nylon gloves that have fake fingernails on them, because she said nobody wants to see an old lady's hands.
I mean, this is true. I have old ladies' hands. Look, you can.
Yeah.
And I hate them, so I get that. And now I'm going to look for
nylon gloves. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, so Candy was kind of the concept of Candy being this strong woman who came back home and built this town where every day is Christmas and became a tourist attraction, was very sort of Dolly Parton like. But obviously the backstory with her children and her grandchildren isn't very Dolly Parton. So she became her own character. But I love I love stories with strong female characters. I love the fact that she built this town. And yes, there were issues when she died. The town had gone bankrupt, mostly due to her generosity. And then, so at the very beginning of Winterville, she has died. She's left this town to her children, who are monstrous. Because her children, we don't see a lot of it. It's the grandchildren that are the heroes of the books. And her children want to sell the town off. They sell the town. And that's when her grandchildren come in to try and save the town. So it's all very Hallmark-esque until the steamy start.
Plenty of steamy stuff. Like, if you like that Hallmark vibe, and that was it. That was like that first book I read, and I was like, okay, Hallmark, I see it. Wait, there is spice. Yes. Because even in some of the Christmas novellas, you know, they're a little slower spice. They're, you know, because they're short and whatever.
Yeah.
And it doesn't give me what I like in romance. And even if it's a slower burn, that's fine. But I need them to have something.
Yeah. And that's where I came up with the concept. A lot of my readers know I was laid up watching with a bad back, watching Hallmark movies. And I was like, I've been spoiled by books because I need more than just that kiss at the end. I need at least a kiss in the middle, man.
Right? And something else. Like that first book where he is the billionaire and she's trying to save the town, and he is trying to buy the town to put a ski resort in and a lift right through downtown. I was like, this is right out of Hallmark. And then the next book, like, it's very kind of Sweet Home Alabama. Like, she's still married, but doesn't know that she's still married until he's
neither of them know they're still married until he finds out and has to come home to tell her we're still married. And it's her dad who is one half of this older couple that we were talking about earlier. It's her dad who put the kiboshes on filing the proper papers because he still had hopes that they'd be together.
Oh, Charlie.
I know. He's a romantic.
He really is. And he and Dolores are just like so cute together. Amy says Hallmark gives me bangxiety. Yeah, it does.
I love that. Bangxiety. Yeah, me too. Me too.
And then in book 3, that is
Leave Me Breathless.
Leave Me Breathless.
So that's
it's
brother's best friend.
Yeah, where she's running away from home because she cannot handle the house. And I thought the Winterville children, not the heroes and heroines, but their parents were literally the worst. I believe her parents are literally the worst.
Her parents are like benign neglect. So they're all very, very clever. I think they're scientists. I can't remember now.
University professors, yeah. And she isn't. And, you know, so they're so busy with their own lives, they don't notice that she is kind of dying here. And she does the ultimate thing where she is dating someone who works for her dad, finds out that he's been cheating on her, and rather than ruin her dad's work, she just kind of leaves and doesn't tell them about this guy who's broken her heart, and she leaves for another town to stay with her brother's best friend. Yeah, which is great. It was great. Yeah. And then the 4th book is Alaska.
Yes.
And I love her hero. He is probably, I thought North would be your grumpiest, but he's pretty stinking grumpy.
He's very grumpy. I mean, I think he's got a lot to be grumpy about. He's had a hard, horrible life, and his brother's about to go the same way. So he brings his brother to this remote cabin that used to belong to their father in the mountains of Winterville to try and get him back on the straight and narrow. So he's kind of grumpy about that. He's grumpy about his job. He's grumpy because his whole life, as we find out, was ruined by being in Winterville in the first place. And he's grumpy because he's attracted to Alaska and he doesn't want to be, which I like.
Well, and she's kind of over the top. Like, she's just so nice and sweet. And she's like the nice girl that everybody loves.
Yeah, she is. But again, she's had kind of trauma in her life, which has led her to try and like just smile it off. Yeah. Really. Always be happy, because then no one knows that you're hurting.
You do like to give us some trauma in your books, as you keep saying, oh, but they have a little trauma. I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, they too.
Yeah, she disappeared.
You
Well, I mean, I like interesting characters with backstories. I like their backstories, and I like to see them work through what's caused them these issues as they fall in love, and it's kind of all intertwined because they sometimes can't work through this without, or they can't fall in love without facing the problems inside themselves.
Yeah. Okay, so and then the 5th book is North Story.
Yes.
And it's friends to lovers.
Yeah.
She's pregnant, and that's
Yeah.
accidental pregnancy.
Not with his baby.
But not with his baby. But you brought the spice in that book. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, they bang a lot.
Yeah, right. But those pregnancy hormones, they take you one way or the other. But yes, they do. I think because there's been this UST between them for so long. They've been friends for all this time, but neither of them has ever like stepped over the line. And so suddenly, when the barriers between them drop, they're hot for each other.
Yeah.
You know, they're super hot for each other. And he really likes her being pregnant. He's very attracted to her pregnant body and the way that she's responsive to him. And unfortunately, I mean, this is probably me working through the fact that I hated being pregnant. I was very, very sick throughout my pregnancy.
Same. I was a terrible pregnant person. Terrible.
Yeah, so this is wish fulfillment, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. But they're all great. And then Chris's story comes out on the 30th. Okay, so I want to ask, because I'm obsessed with all of your places. But if you could live in one of your small towns, which would it be?
Oh, this is such a hard one. When I read the question, I thought, oh man. So I love Winterville. I love Christmas. I love all that stuff. But I don't really like being cold. So Winterville, either Winterville or in the summer when they all go down by the lake, because obviously it's a lot warmer in West Virginia in the summer, or Angel Sands, which is my first ever small town series in California, where it's warm all the time.
Right, because it's between LA and San Diego, so it's like a balmy 78.
Love that. I love that. And there's a beach, and they all get to go to the beach coffee shop, and again, wish fulfillment, right?
Right. I do love Angel Sands, and I don't think we give it enough love and talk about it enough, but we'll have to.
It's an finished series, I think, as well. So like, there's no more books coming out. So once that happens, there's less opportunity to talk about it, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's also one of those. I know that a couple people were like, "Oh, it's 9 books." Well, I picked up at the end and went back. Yeah. It absolutely reads just fine as a standalone.
Yeah, and I always think just choose a trope you like, you know. My favorite is probably actually the 9th book, which is a nanny and a single dad. I'm a bit of a sucker for a single dad. So yeah,
that's where I started. You absolutely. And I think all of your books, even Winterville, you can pick and choose. If one's not calling to you, skip it and move to the next one. Because they do read really well as standalones and on their own.
And I try and make that work, because I know that myself, I don't always read linearly. I just like picking up a book, and then if I love it, I will read the rest of the books. But it's whatever takes my fancy at the time.
Yeah, same. Okay, so you did say you want to do a giveaway.
Yes. We're going to give away a copy of, look, without the stripe, Mine for the Winter.
Yes, and I have nameplates here.
Oh,
so
fab.
We'll figure
so
this.
I could get one sent. Yeah, we'll coordinate.
We'll coordinate. So because when you were here for Readers Take Denver last year, you sent me a bunch of nameplates. So I have them because I went looking the other day to order my copy, and I was like, the paperback wasn't on sale yet when I went looking.
No, it will. But it's happening this weekend.
Perfect. So I can order mine and then put my nameplate in it. Okay, so if you are still hanging out with us and would like a chance to win a paperback of Mine for the Winter, because my brain is not working all of a sudden, Mine for the Winter, put a hey in the comments, and then we will pick a winner here real quick. Okay, so...
Or you can pick a winner when you want to if you need to bring the next person on.
It's Jocelyne. She'll... Wait 1 second. Okay, so this book is out on November 30th, and then what's next?
So next in January is the next Salinger brother book, which is Strictly Not Yours, which is, I'm calling it a Cinderella meets Fight Club book because that's kind of what it is. But there's no double personalities. It's just a fight club.
So
and a Cinderella.
whose book is this next?
This is Holden. Yeah, Holden's book.
Okay.
So Holden is the doctor who works in New York, and she's his cleaner who he's never met.
Okay.
So yeah,
Carrie, pick a number between 1 and 6.
3.
Oh.
And I'm not looking, so I have no idea.
Number 3. Number 3 is Susie. Susie, that's the wrong mouse. I'm going to put the form in the link, fill that out, and then we'll get all the information to you, Carrie. And we'll figure it all out probably Monday. Thank you so much for hanging out with me.
Thank you. And it's been so great. I've been watching the others too, so I'm going to hang around and watch.
Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. And now Miss Jocelyne Soto will be joining us. And we are talking about her upcoming release, Hitting the Goal Line, which is book 3 in her Chicago Dark Nights series. Oh, here she comes. Hi, Jocelyne. Oh, wait. I think we gotta... Can you hear me? Okay. No, I can't hear you. Let's see here. Let's see here. I can see her great, but let's try now. Can you hear me?
No.
Now I can hear you.
I can hear you. Okay, awesome.
Hi, Jocelyne. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
I am great. Have you been hanging out today, watching all this chaos?
I have. Yes, I'm like eating and like watching it on my TV, and then just like trying to finish a few things. So I'm just like everywhere at the moment.
Yeah. I'm pretty much everywhere right now at the moment too, so you're not alone. It's fine. Jocelyne, you have a new book coming out. What did we decide? Did we pick a date?
We did pick a date. I haven't said it yet to readers, so they should be hearing it today for the first time. So I have a new book coming out. Hitting the Goal Line will be coming out on December 8th of this year.
Exciting. It's so funny. I have the honor and pleasure to get to work with Jocelyne on her books. And we've been working on some things, and I'm really excited about this book. It's angsty, but for a reason, and it's Friends to Lovers. And if anybody who listens to the podcast knows that Friends to Lovers is not always my love language, but this book, I spent so much time like wanting to smack people, but you give us the tension.
Yeah, I felt that's the thing for me. Friends to Lovers has always been difficult because it's just that one aspect. I'm like, okay, just get together from the very beginning. But for this one, I thought let's change it up a bit, and the tension I thought was necessary, and it just like bleeds into the pages, which is something I truly appreciate because I didn't think I was going to be able to pull it off.
So Hitting the Goal Line, because somebody asked, Hitting the Goal Line is a hockey romance, childhood best friends, close proximity, friends to lovers. This is also part of your Dark Nights series, which is a Chicago hockey team. You get hockey correct. That was something I was like, as I was reading the other 2 books, I'm like, are you a hockey fan?
Partly, I'm getting there. It's increasing. It's almost, beating out baseball, but not there yet.
Well, you do have some baseball romances.
I do.
And she has a football romance, which
I do. Sports romance all around.
You do. You like your sports romance, but I think it's worth every second. Fake Love right now is sitting at the top of my favorites, which is your baseball romance. Those are they're such great characters, but you also are writing own voice characters. So you are Mexican American,
Yes,
and there, at
I am.
least one of your characters in each book is Mexican American.
Yeah, I wanted to put myself in it in some way. I wanted to see, you know, people that look like me, talk like me, you know, in some way, shape, or form, whether it be not just me, but also like the people around me. So, you know, there's also different types of Mexican Americans, whether it be, you know, blonde and brown eyed or, you know, darker skin with, you know, different type of personality. You get like all the different types of people that can come from this one little umbrella, I guess you
Yeah.
can. And I kind of wanted to like make that into the book world because you don't really see that often. You don't
No.
really see those types of characters. I figured let's write a character here and there about who I am or who other people in my life are and see, you know, they can see the representation in these types of books.
Yeah. Well, and I'm lucky because I get to call you a friend. So I see you, little pieces of who you are in these characters. And I like that. I like that you're writing these diverse characters that are giving us insights to what it's like to be a young Mexican American woman, you know, maneuvering through all of these different aspects in these different worlds. And we see it in, um, you know, like professional hockey. We see it in college football and in baseball. And no two heroines are alike for you. You write skinny and petite. You write curvy, and you have a tall heroine, right? Isn't oh
I think Jen is in the tall category. She's
yeah,
like 5 in my head. She's like 5'9", 5'10", so she's like
yes.
up in the height.
Well, and the one that's book two's in the Dark Knights,
Ileana, yes,
she's
also,
tall. Ileana is tall
yeah,
too, I think. I think.
yes,
I think.
she's curvy and tall.
Curvy and tall, she is. She's also feisty as hell.
I love her.
Like, I do not want to be alone in a room with her and make her mad, is what I'm saying.
She's definitely one of my favorites that I got to write. I was like, oh, this is a lot. This is definitely different, especially for me, and I love it.
Okay, so there's so much love here happening for you on the YouTube chat, my friend. Like, did your ego need a boost today?
No, but I might have sent the link to my sister, so I don't know.
Everybody's like, thank you. Someone is Mexican Samoan. Stacy just got home from shopping, is excited to talk books. Maud says, love diversity in the heroines. Um, oh, and people are shouting out Amy Award for telling us that we're live today.
Hey, I saw Ofelia announce it too. I'm like, yes, I need to put it out there too, so people can join.
It's such a fun event. We used to do it on Labor Day, but this year I had travel and it just didn't work out to my favor to do it that day. But nobody else is doing this. Where else can you
Yes,
get like, basically we're like speed dating authors today.
yes,
You know, just
awesome.
like 25, 30 minutes of talking romance with authors.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's amazing. I love it.
Do you have the blurb for hitting the goal line that you
I,
can read everybody?
I do.
Okay, give us the blurb.
So the blurb, like you said, it's a hockey romance, childhood best friends, two lovers. So the blurb is a little simple. So it's from the age of 5, I knew one thing. Blake Jacoby was going to be in my life for a very long time. For years, he was my protector, my best friend, my shoulder to cry on. I even followed him to Chicago when he got picked up by an NHL team. Then the lights got blurred and we landed in each other's beds, but we were able to push feelings aside and not let a few little slips ruin our friendship. At least that's what I kept telling myself. Somewhere along the line, I fell in love with my best friend, and as much as I want to tell him, I can't, all out of fear of losing him. So I hold in these words, and try to lose myself in relationships that I really shouldn't be in. But my efforts start to feel as if they are for nothing when Blake lands himself in a jail cell, all because of me. And now those words that I've been wanting to tell him may never see the light of day. Because after the night that we just had, I may have lost Blake for good.
Yes. Um, So one of the things that I've noticed about your books is you do not shy away from emotion, and
No.
your angst is not unnecessary. It is emotion based and a lot of decisions made in fear and with self-protection. Um, do you find it must be draining to write that much emotion because it's emotion and impact when you're writing?
Oh yeah, there's definitely times where I will write a scene where it's like so much emotion and the character's just like crying her eyes out or they're crying their eyes out, and I just like have to take like a mental break, whether it be like a day or an hour or a couple minutes. It just has to be like I need to step away from this because I'm reading it and I'm crying and I can't bleed my emotion into it, and I just like it takes a lot to be able to write a scene where you are like feeling that lump of sadness or anger in your own throat while you're writing it. It's just like, okay, I need to sit back. But
Yeah.
yeah, it takes a lot.
Especially like the Blue Line and the Red Line books, there's these emotions in these hockey books that aren't
Yeah.
typical of sports romances. You know, we get a good balance of sports and relationship, but there's also emotion and a little bit of hesitancy, like moving forward, because book one is a accidental pregnancy from a one night stand, and both of them have to come to terms a lot. And I would say he falls first. Wouldn't you say he falls first in that book?
Oh yeah, definitely 100%.
And he's a little bit
100%.
of a golden retriever, but on ice skates.
Yes.
Like, you really do want to sit him down and be like, dude, take a break. Because he's like that in all of his teammates' books, too. You're just like, we get it. You love love. Now sit down.
Yes.
But then you have these heroines that are fighting this emotion on top of what all the other things that are going on in their worlds. And you do have to take a mental break and be like, okay, I need something for a minute. Send me
It's a
some
lot.
cute dog TikToks or something.
Yes, exactly. Like I'll write something emotional. I'm like, nope, I need like a rom-com or something to get me out of this, like something that's not gonna make me cry.
Which is so funny. So I was just thinking here as I sit here, Leonor Soliz and you both write really diverse, dynamic characters. And so basically, what people should do is alternate. Read Jocelyne, then go read Leonor.
The perfect combo.
It kind of is. It's like, you know, because Leonor gives us these like really sweet, soft, squishy, fun romances.
Yes.
And you like want to give us like emotional trauma.
Like you get miscommunication from me, but you won't get it from Leonor.
You
Like
won't.
if you want the difference,
And
it's
I
right
adore
there.
you both. So obviously you're doing something right because I adore you both. Like, give me all the books by both of you. Okay, so what is your favorite trope? I have a guess what I think your favorite trope is. What is your favorite trope to either read or write? I'm going to give my
To
guess.
read,
Or to write,
go
either one. I think
give your guess.
I think to write, I think your favorite trope is mistaken identity to write or hidden identity.
Actually, it's
It's
actually enemies to lovers.
Is it enemies? Sister,
Yeah, I don't know.
where's the enemies?
I don't know. I just like it's mostly like not real enemies to write. It's not mostly like enemies to lovers. It's mostly I hate you at the beginning, but I will love you at the
Okay.
end type of feel.
Because if we look at Worth Every Second, it's mistaken identity,
It is.
hidden identity. If we
Yes.
look at book 2, Red Line, it's kind of hidden identity at first.
It is.
And then Fake Love is also a little bit of hidden identity. Because she doesn't know who he is.
Maybe subconsciously that is my favorite trope to write. I'm not aware of it.
This is what you need me.
I need you desperately. Honestly, yeah, you might be right. But like so, and it's also hidden identity in like 2 other books. I'm just thinking about it now. Um,
I could be wrong. I
so if
have
you
more to
read,
read, you know.
it will definitely be in Vindictive Blood and in Powerful Deception, without no doubt. So that, you know, you might be onto something.
I might be.
But no, I like writing, you know, the hate to love to, you know, them yelling at each other and screaming at each other at the beginning, and then, you know, finding those sweet little moments where you're like, oh no, that's not, you know, that the type of person that I thought that they were. So I think that's kind of why I'm like, enemies to lovers, but subconsciously it's like hidden identity.
Identity.
I don't know who this person is, and it's just like, okay. But to read though, I have a very, very sweet spot for a brother's best friend type of feel,
Oh,
or
yeah.
um, you know, best friend's little sister, whatever those two, whatever trope it is. It's, I have a sweet spot for those, and it's just like, yes, bring it on. I will read whatever book it is that has the trope, and I will love it.
Siblings best friend. I don't need the brother or the sister to act ridiculous once they get
No,
together. Like, I don't need that, because I always, the ones that get super ridiculous, I'm always like, this is your best friend. Like, this is the person
yeah.
you hold dearest outside of blood relations, and you don't trust them with your sister? Like, why are they your best friend?
Exactly. It's just once it gets to like ridiculous, like, okay, no, we're crossing a line that shouldn't be crossed. Let's go back to you liking your best friend and hoping that you like them, your sister, your sibling.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, siblings best friend, is it the tension that you like in it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the tension, and sometimes it's like the banter and some of like the wittiness that happens through a few things, and like the closeness of it.
Yeah. So it's so funny because as I was reading through your books, I took a guess at something that you have a bit of an obsession with. And you were like, yes, I'm so glad you picked up on it. I was reading through the Dark Knight series, which, okay, guys, the series is called The Dark Knights. And there are some characters and an LLC that's named. And I was like, Jocelyne, do you happen to have a thing for Batman? And you're like, yes, yes, I do. And you do, you drop all these little fun Batman things.
It's become an obsession, really. It's just like, I don't know. I Batman is a specific, it's a certain character that has grabbed my attention since I was a kid. So I don't know. When it came to romance, I'm like, I want to write a story that's like Batman-esque in a way.
I don't
And
think
so I'm
anybody in
like,
romance is writing like Batman retellings,
that's what I want to do.
and I'm there for it. Like, he's classic, he's a character.
Yeah.
We could go back to the detective, Bruce Wayne detective stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm here
just
for it
change
all.
a few storylines here and there. You
Yes.
know, he ends up with Selena Kyle, and you know, you're good. But yeah, I that's a goal, to be able to write a Batman sort of retelling. And some of my readers have picked up on it. They're like, wait, is this like so and so later down the line? And I'm just like, possibly, we will see. But yeah, it's definitely become something where I love like the little Easter eggs where there's just be like a movie mentioned, or you know, a character mentioned, or a character named after a certain character, and it's just like, okay, let's just drop one here and there.
It's really interesting because I'm very critical of too many pop culture references in a book. But when you slide them in quietly like that, and actually Amy Ward does it in her book too, like the chickens have Star Wars names, like Luke Skycocker.
That's awesome.
But like I'm really critical of pop culture, but I love the way you do it because you're taking it and making it your own. So
Yeah.
the average reader, the only reason I picked up on the Batman stuff is because I live with a Batman obsessed person, um, who, you know, breaks all the things down. And so that's the only reason I picked up on it, because of the names and some of the little wording and stuff. Um,
Yeah.
but I like that you did that, and I like how you're making it your own.
Yes. Yeah, there's a few things where I know readers won't understand. Some readers won't understand. Like if I mention Bloodhaven, they won't, you know, pick up on it right away. Um, but you know, for me, like if you picked up because you have a son that's a Batman fan, I feel like there might be Batman fans scattered around in the romance community, and someone will pick up on it. And I was like, yes, this little phrase was for you. But
Yes.
yeah, it's one of my favorite things to do, just to put like little snippets, little Easter eggs here and there.
That's so fun. Okay, say Stacy wants to know, do you have a favorite Batman movie?
Um, if it's animated, it's it's the Red Hood, and then if it's a live action, it's definitely the Dark Knight.
Dark Knights. Do you get into all the like, and I'm gonna say this all wrong, but like the Teen Titans stuff and all that kind of stuff?
I did definitely watch the Teen Titans when I was growing up, and when it was coming back up, I would watch a few episodes, but recently I haven't
No.
picked up on it. I definitely did. I do have the Justice League like complete animated series collection somewhere. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Hey,
definitely has become big.
I don't know. I have like every time we go to the bookstore, it's, get this comic book group or this thing and all the different worlds. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Okay. Sure. Whatever you want.
It's a lot.
Um, he collects the Funko Pops, the different versions of Batman. And I'm like, who's this Batman? Why is he white? And he's like, well, that's the White Lantern Batman. And I'm like, that's a thing? Apparently it's a thing. I don't know. Okay, so if you had to pick a bad boy versus a cinnamon roll, which is better?
I I will always lean towards a bad boy, but I'm more of a like bad boy slash cinnamon roll deep down type of person.
You like a bad boy to write though.
I do. The little alpha roll, I'm good with that.
Yeah, you like a redemption arc. Like if he has
Yes.
to grovel, you do make your men grovel a lot.
Oh yeah.
There was one, I think I was reading Worth Every Second.
That's put the work out.
At the end of it, I was like, who hurt her? Because you made him work. I was like, oh, okay.
Hey, some are like personal experiences, and others just like, oh, this was something I saw in a movie or a TV show. Like this would work.
This would work. Okay, so you mostly use real cities in your books. I guess there's the seaside community, seaside, right? It's seaside.
Yes.
But if you had to live in one place that your books take place in, which place would you live in?
I think at the moment it would possibly be Chicago, just to like experience city life
Mm-hmm.
and to, live with my fictional characters for a little bit and see what they're going on what's going on in their life. But yeah, I feel like Chicago would be fun. I'm a very much not a city. I didn't grow up in a city. I grew up in like a small town, agricultural town.
Mm-hmm.
So living in cities are definitely not something I'm used to. So I feel like that would be like definitely a big change.
Just to experience that city life.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be fun, Not everything closes at 9 o'clock and I'd be able to do something after.
Where you can go to dinner and not everyone knows who you are.
Exactly. And I don't have to go to Target and, run into people I've known since high school or since kindergarten.
Right. My husband is from Cleveland, and when we first started dating and he would come back to our hometown, we would go to dinner, and people would just come up to the table and say, hey, hi, Becky, how's your mom? How's your dad? And he's like, that's so weird. Does that happen? I'm like, what's weird? It happens all the time. And slowly he's gotten used to it. But at first he was kind of like, this is weird, right? This is weird.
Yes.
So
yeah, it's something that, as a small town, as a small town person, you get used to, but then you move into like, oh, okay, this might be somewhat weird to other people.
Right. Some people might not get it. Okay, so what are your feelings on third act breakups? Because some of your books have them and some of your books don't.
I'm more on the line if it's necessary, then go for it. If it's not, there's not really a point to putting it. Because why? Like if they're happy, why separate them if they, if they don't need to be separated?
No, I agree.
it's mostly just like if it needs it, okay, but if it's something that's just going to be happening out of the blue for no reason, that there's no point in a third act break road.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on it. I'm like, okay, like I understand it, but at the same time, it's like I don't want it. It's not necessary, so let's take it out.
Do your characters talk to you and then kind of bug you to write their stories? Do you see things in a movie? How do your stories come to you?
Mostly it's more like a movie playing out. So, I am able to see how the book is going to play out. There's definitely times where it changes and, some things shift, but it's mostly like a movie running through my head. If it's when it comes to whoever's book is coming next, it's, whatever I'm feeling at the moment and whatever like movie is more prominent in my head.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely a movie instead of just like, oh, they're speaking to me. Like I know there's a lot of authors that like, oh, the characters are speaking to me. It's like I don't experience that. So I'm like, I'm curious as to how that works.
I always wonder about it too. Like, is this, I just have a moment and I hear voices in my head, or is this just like as I am going to sleep at night? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like it has a dream. But it's interesting because, so if you close your eyes and I say, visualize an apple, do you see the whole apple? Do you see shades of the apple, or do you see nothing?
I see like the apple sitting on the table and the background on the back.
Yeah. So you like are a deep visualizer. Hank Green did a whole, here John Green did a whole thing on it. And I'm probably a 4. So you're a 5, I'm a 4, which means I see a little less detail. My husband, he closes his eyes, he sees nothing. He sees nothing. And so I wonder if the voices are on the same kind of scale. Like, I have stories in my head, but I don't know how to put them to paper. And then somebody has stories, but vagueness and can put them to paper. And then the really extreme people have people talking to them.
Yes. I've always been curious and been wanting to ask one author to see if how, like, explain it to me, because I'm like wanting to see, like, are they yelling at you or like they standing right next to you, like what is this process?
Are you just making some toast in the morning and you got people talking to you in your brain, or
exactly, like what is this, what is happening?
Ofelia says she also sees nothing, which is why she skips over description in her book. She can't see. However, she can see tequila being poured down somebody's body and somebody else licking it off.
Ofelia can see very well in that sense.
She can see that, right?
I had a chance to meet her in StimulaCon, and she's amazing, and I love her so much.
I haven't gotten to meet her in person yet. I've known her since 2021, and I'm really hoping to get to Kansas City this summer. In 2024 and have the chance to meet her. I love her. I'm obsessed with her, and she's next actually. She's so great.
She is.
Okay, so Hitting the Goal Line comes out on December the 8th of 2023. It will be a live release. It will be available in Kindle Unlimited. And then we got lots of things in the works, but nothing. We're updating some things and moving some things around for your books. But I think your next full novel release is in the spring.
I believe so. I think that's what we agreed on.
I think that's what we
are definitely working together on a few things to get myself, centered.
We're getting Jocelyne centered. Well, you know what? It happens. We all have different challenges in life, and I decided I needed to be the boss of you. So that's what you get.
Yes. And I greatly appreciate you, especially your text at 6 o'clock in the morning.
I try to do the math. So Jocelyne lives on the West Coast. I live on the East Coast. And I try to do the math to think like, okay, what time is it? Is it too early to message her? Be grateful I'm not messaging at 5:30 my time, because that's when the puppy's up.
I know. I would see it, but then I'm like, no, I will answer when I am like fully awake mentally.
I need to put some kind of like timer lock on your text that
That's
says,
fine.
don't text Jocelyne till after 10.
No, you're completely fine.
Okay, so Hitting the Goal Line will be available on December the 8th. Make sure you're following Jocelyne on social media and follow her on Amazon so that you can know when things are coming and changing. Thanks for hanging out with me today.
Thank you for having me, and it was great to be here today.
We're
I
so
love
excited.
it.
So excited to have you. And we will talk soon. Have a great weekend.
Yes. You too.
Okay. And I'm going to bring in Miss Ofelia. Okay. Next person up is Ofelia Martinez. She's another one who can't quit me, must stay with me forever.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I am good. I was trying to have the thing on my laptop muted so I could see the chat, and I don't know if I'm gonna manage it now, but let me mute myself real quick to make sure I don't
Sure,
give us some feedback here.
that's fine. So while Ophelia is checking her thing, everybody tell me where you're from today. We are always curious where people joining us are from. Did you figure things out?
Okay, I think I'm all set, but I did, but listen, I've been here this entire time. I've been made fun of. I've been accused of things. I've been told I'm not normal.
And you wouldn't change any of it.
How are you doing, my darling? I've missed you so, so much.
I miss you so much. I don't feel like I ever get to see you, but I also have to say thank you to you because a lot of this lineup today came because I said, Ophelia, I can't find anybody that wants to do this with us. And you're like, let me put it out there. And you found me people.
Listen, I'm very proud of the diversity I saw today. Like, that was amazing.
Yeah, it only gets better. I'm so pleased. Whenever,
I don't know if
we
my internet connection just broke up a little, or what happened.
are you having moments over there?
No, you're cutting off. So I'm seeing you frozen a little bit,
Oh,
but I think it's okay now.
okay. Are you okay now?
I think it's fine now. It might be my connection. Yeah, I can see you now. Yeah, I
Okay.
was just freezing a little bit, but I think we're good.
Okay. Um, I am so grateful to you because, like I said, we wouldn't have this amazing lineup had you not believed in me and said, "Hey, friends, come talk with Becky."
Yeah,
So,
yeah, and it sounds like you got some cool books out of it, so that's
yeah.
cool.
And it's awesome to get to talk to authors that are kind of at different stages in their writing. You have Angelina who's been doing it for a long
Yeah.
time, and then we had Lindo who is just starting. You and Jocelyne are kind of in the thick of it. Carrie Elks has been doing it
Yeah.
forever. So it's just awesome to get to,
Yeah.
see snippets of everybody.
The
So
different times. Yeah. It's been
yeah.
a fun day. It's been really fun listening to everybody. This is one of my favorite things you do every year. I think it's so cool. I mean, bless your heart, because God, that's a long day. But one other thing I wanted to share with you is we used to disagree on this a lot. I used to love Christmas, and I've broken up with Christmas. So now I'm in your camp. Now, no more Christmas.
We're done with Christmas.
We're done with Christmas.
It's really interesting because, everybody's like, oh, I hope you have yesterday, oh, I hope you had such a great Thanksgiving. And I did. I laid on the couch and I read books. I ordered barbecue from catering from the local barbecue joint. Like, that was great.
Nice.
We didn't even sit down as like a family. And there's just 4 of us right now. It's just the kids and Mike and I.
That sounds so good to me. That sounds like the best
Yeah.
time off.
I don't need to put pants on. I did because I would scar the children. But, really, any day without pants is a great day. But that's like a perfect holiday for me. And someone's like, oh, I'm so sorry for you that you didn't that you didn't have a big gathering. And I'm like, I'm not.
Yeah. No, I'm very happy about not having a big gather.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Let's talk books, Ophelia. Um, so for those that don't know, I'm going to read your little bio here. Ofelia Martinez writes romance with Latinas on top. Originally from the Texas border, Ophelia now resides in Missouri with her. Oh, this is an old one, friend. You need to go to Amazon and update your bio.
oh,
Because
it is an old one.
it still has you with your partner.
It's okay. Nobody needs to know.
Nobody needs to know. Ophelia lives in Missouri and she's my friend. That's all you need to know. And she writes really steamy heroines, and we bonded over our love of rock stars and tequila. We both do love tequila.
We do. Do you really love tequila?
I really love tequila. Like, I love it. I I would love, I've been looking in our area for like a tequila tasting because I want to know all the things.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed.
Yeah, I haven't found a good one in Kansas City yet. There's one place that does tequila tastings, but it's just like your run-of-the-mill tequila. It's nothing, out of this world. I do want to write an entire book like centered around tequila at some point. That'd be really fun to write.
I think it would be really
And I have some
interesting.
ideas floating around for that.
It was really interesting. I read an article a couple of months ago, I think it was on CNN, about an agave farmer. It's a woman-run agave farm. And
La Gritona. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And
I've
it was
heard about them.
about their story and how they got started and why they do what they do. And it was really intriguing. And my first thought was, could Ophelia write me a romance of like three sisters that run their own production? I'm just saying.
So, gosh, I wasn't gonna say this, so don't hold me to it because I don't know if I'm gonna write it. But there is a tequila mentioned throughout my books a lot. So there is a family dynasty that owns this tequila brand. So I do have an idea for a potential billionaire romance where the family owns the tequila exporter. So it's been in the back of my brain. I've laid the groundwork for it, which is I think what you're picking up on potentially too. But I don't know that I want to write that necessarily.
That's okay. You don't have to. You have to write what's in your heart because you know how I feel about that. Don't write to trend. Write the books that you want to write.
Right.
And you actually kind of have been. You have two different series that you write. Your one series is a little slower burn, a little more. It's contemporary. It takes place in and around a hospital, a metro health hospital health system.
Yeah.
And it's not overly angsty. Most of the characters are very mature, and grown-ups. And then you have your Industrial November, which, sorry, puppies are
not. Yes.
getting excited. They are not mature and they are not, grown-ups. So,
I figured if I was writing rock stars, they were probably not going to be the most stable of people.
yeah.
Compared to like doctors, say. So yes, that is a fair assessment. But yes, I like really spicy books, reading and writing, but if I write too many in a row or read too many in a row, it becomes anatomical to my ear and it just stops being sexy. So I really need like slow burn palate cleansers in between to really break me away from that, to make me crave the spicy again in a sense. So that's why I write both. It's a terrible marketing strategy, but you know.
I think it's okay. I also love that, and this is something like I was saying that Jocelyne does really well too, is you write these heroines that are, I think, are all three heroines Mexican American?
In the Rockstar series,
Yes.
the first two are Mexican American. The third one, she's Mexican.
She's just Mexican. But you
Yeah,
write,
yeah,
but they're all very different, like different body shapes, different personalities. They're not all the same. And I like that you are showing us that just being of one heritage or one culture does not mean you're all the same.
yeah. Yeah, they're very I get bored writing the same thing. So like my couples are never going to be similar, even though it's genre fiction and to an extent there is some type of formula to romance. I don't think there's a formula to my stories necessarily or how I write. I just get bored very easily with myself. And why would I also then turn around and bore a reader? So everyone is wildly different. Each series is wildly different. Each couple is wildly different. Each individual is so, so different. So um, I do get a sense of that for sure when I'm writing.
I have to say, I read Scorching to the Touch, which is the book we're talking about and featuring today. I had to read it in sections because, like, those people are like a toxic mess. Like, they needed
Yes.
yellow warning stickers. Like, that book should come in, like, toxic waste.
There is a warning at the start that I hope you didn't miss.
No, I didn't.
And this is the book where I was actually like actively dissuading people from reading it. I'm like, you know what, just don't read it. Um, and it's the first book I was like, I have to put content warnings on my website. So it's the first book I did that with. Um, because it got extremely toxic in kind of the worst ways in a way. So I totally understand you reading in sections. I hope people who have, those trigger warnings don't read it, and I hope they read those, content warnings before anyone reads it. I highly advise that.
But it was a story that needed to be told. It was, it's really interesting. I've had conversations with people. They're like, how do you know when someone's toxic in your life? But I've had the moment to realize that I was the toxic person in the relationship. Like, it was me that was bringing the toxicity, and I needed to step away, or I had to change things in order to not be the toxic person. And I
Yeah.
think that, I mean, I really liked Scorching to the Touch. I really, really enjoyed it. And for me, it wasn't the content or the triggers or anything like that. For me, it was more the, like, oh, hey, you've done similar bad behaviors. Maybe you should stop that.
Oh no.
So,
Don't tell me this is the one where you're like, I relate to her.
I did quite a bit.
Oh my gosh, Becky,
Listen.
I'm getting a new dimension about you right now. So I don't relate to Erica at all. I think it got as toxic as it did because I was in a very gloomy and grumpy mood the entire time I was writing that book. And I am a mood writer, so whatever mood I'm in, that's what's gonna come out. And so I think it got that toxic because of personal life that was happening around the same time. But it's not lived experience. I'm sure I've been toxic at some point in relationships, but I don't think I've ever gotten to that level of
Listen,
toxic.
the
I was
mature Becky that we see now is not the Becky that used to be. She was a dumpster fire.
You've grown. We've all grown. It's fine.
Right. It's
Oh.
and I was just fine because Jenny read it before me, and Jenny was like, "Okay, it's good. You got to read it." She's like, "But you're going to need to do it in sections." I'm like, "Thank you for being my therapist."
She knew.
She knew.
Oh.
Jenny's really good. We do that for each other. Like, everybody should have their book
Yeah.
bestie that kind of says, "Hey,
Yeah.
this book's not for you," or if you read this book, just know these things.
Know this.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that for her for other tropes, and I thought it was like the sweetest.
There's
I feel like Jenny's like your work wife.
Jenny is my work wife. Well, really, she's like the third in this relationship a lot of times. Because Jenny comes to Finley, and then we make Mike make us cocktails, and then he has to babysit both of us. It's fine.
That's awesome.
But it's also,
They're
but
like Meredith Grey and Christina Yang.
yeah, But we also like to do that we try to do that for lots of people in the community. Like, I know that Merritt needs consent and she doesn't mind an alpha hole, but it has to have intimacy in it that, you know, that he and her have intimacy and he's not an asshole in those intimate moments.
Yeah.
And she'll read something that's like a dominant submissive kind of relationship, but she needs more than just the relationship being in a sex club. She needs it to be, you know, out in the world and the sex club be a small part of the story. So I know what books to kind of help recommend if she's looking, but she also will read all the bonkers like Door Shifter and Aliens and stuff.
Yeah.
So, I mean, everybody needs something, right?
Door Shifter.
Did you not read the Door
Yeah.
Shifter?
Yeah, they're fun.
They are fun.
No.
I read, there's one
You're
out
gonna
right
have
now
to
that's,
send me a link for that.
there's one out right now for Christmas called Monster Pucker. It is a Yeti and Krampus male, female romance.
Ooh.
And hockey. It's very good.
That's a mashup.
It is a mashup. Okay, so let's talk Scorching to the Touch. Do you want to read your synopsis or did you bring a section to read? What do you want to do? Oh, I think you froze a minute.
We can do a synopsis.
Okay.
And I don't know if I'm breaking up on your end at all, but hopefully I'll do the synopsis. Yeah, that way
Okay.
I don't do like a super long reading. So this is for Scorching to the Touch. A powerful billionaire rock star, a plus-size telenovela diva, a love forged from hate. And we start with Monster. That's Friedrich Hartmann. I'm his dirtiest little secret, the one who could crumble his empire of sand. He might hate me, but he can't stay away from me or my body. He'll never forgive me for showing up in his city and risk exposing our connection publicly, but I need to say goodbye. Finally. Toxic. That's Erika Moran. We were in love before we were in hate, and we've never been able to walk away. I know the infamous man-eater is a conniving gold digger, but I'm addicted to her curvy body and couldn't stay away if it meant giving up every last penny. When she shows up to purchase me at a celebrity bachelor auction, breaking her non-disclosure agreement, she unleashes a war.
This is a rock star romance, real-bodied heroine, enemies to lovers, and this is true enemies to lovers. True enemies
I think
to
it's
lovers.
the daddy of enemies. It's the daddy of enemies to lovers, I think.
Yeah, because we've been having lots of discussions and debates about rivals and adversaries and enemies. And I think most times what people are classifying as enemies to lovers is really just adversaries. There's not this long in their soul deep, you know, hatred. And you have to have the history and the hatred to be enemies to lovers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And these two have.
I agree. I think a lot of the times when I see enemies to lovers and get really excited, yeah, a lot of times it's they're quote unquote enemies because they're working towards opposing goals, right? And whatever it is, it's usually like an external thing. But for these guys, it's very much an internal hate. And so there's no outside forces really that are making them hate each other that much. It's they themselves doing this. And some people call it a second chance romance because they had their first, love as kids, but they never stopped seeing each other. So it's not a true second chance romance. I don't know. I don't know where people get that, but I mean, I do, but I don't see it as a second chance romance. But they had to have that kind of long history to get to that deep level of hate.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that I would put second chance on it just because they never had a clearly defined relationship.
Yeah.
It was, you know, hey, I'm here and you're here and let's do things.
And I hate you.
and I hate you. Also, goodbye, don't call me, kind of thing.
But let's do things anyways.
Right.
Yeah.
I hate you, but let's
Yeah.
do things. So I guess I don't feel like they ever had that defined relationship, and I don't know if it's a Gen X kind of thing or what, but like if they don't have a clear defined relationship, then it can't be,
Yeah.
I don't know, like I will justify like cheating in a romance. I don't love it. I don't want it. But if they weren't in a clear defined
Mhm.
relationship and they walk away from each other and he goes and have sex with someone else, that doesn't bother me. That's not cheating.
Mhm.
You didn't have a relationship.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, there's no cheating. There are other people, but there's no lying or cheating or hiding at any point. Um so I do stay true to the readers in that sense. Um but yeah, I don't know. I do think I wanted to write a true enemies to lover. And part of it was I was writing my first plus size heroine. And for so long, I was so happy to read all these plus size heroines that were coming up. And I absolutely loved these books, but they were all very much like happy, like nurturing, or like one of the bros, like they were super into sports or whatever the male interest was in, like she's into. And so we were getting these like plus size women that were just like the pixie manic dream girl, if you've ever heard of that
Yeah.
term.
Mm-hmm.
But like she had to be that way to justify her size in a way, to be worthy of this man and this love and this body type. She has to be like this perfect thing. So I told myself I would not write a plus size character until I had a really toxic story that I wanted to tell, and where she was not going to be all those things and she was going to be borderline unlikable. um and that's also part of why she ended up being quite so prickly, I think. I just wanted to counteract all the like, really sweet and gentle bigger women I was seeing at the time.
I do think it's interesting that you talk about that because I do get bored sometime when he's just one of the guys, and
Mhm.
that's part of her like plus size identity is to be one of the guys. And I get it. As a plus size person, it's always safer to
Mhm.
just be the guy's friend, therefore there's no rejection. But that's not every curvy woman's
Mhm.
experience. Some have to be the femme fatale. So we need a femme fatale, right? Curvy women deserve to be femme fatales.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wanted her to be also very feminine and very elegant, because oftentimes we're not portrayed that way, and a lot of us are and a lot of us aren't, but I just wanted to see one on the page who was very much an elegant kind of femme fatale type of look to her in a bigger body.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I had seen that yet.
No, there was a uniqueness and a freshness to this story. Not just in the characters, but also in the setting. We get movie stars and stuff like that. I love that she was a telenovela starlet.
Hmm.
Like, I liked that you brought that aspect in. I know that that was part of your growing up. You experienced those.
Yeah. And that's why I think my books have these like shocking like third act revelations and moments. It's because that's where I learned my romantic tropes come from telenovelas more so than they come from books from from my kid years. So you do have these like big sweeping moments of shock at some point in the book, and it's definitely a telenovela sensitivity that's coming across with
Yeah.
those.
I love that. Okay, so I'm gonna ask. I hope I know this answer, but I'm gonna ask: bad boy or cinnamon roll? Which do you prefer?
Like ideologically, a bad boy. But I also read and write and enjoy the cinnamon rolls to a lesser degree. I think in real life I prefer a cinnamon roll. In a book I prefer a bad boy. I think.
Okay.
Is that what you were guessing?
I would say that you love the bad boys, at least in your
Mm-hmm.
books.
Yeah.
In real life, I don't know that any of us are out there searching in real life for the bad boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I certainly didn't marry the bad boy. Like,
You don't. That's not something that's done. You do not marry the bad boy.
no, not at all. Like, I married the cinnamon roll, the nice guy.
Good call on that one.
If you could invite one of your characters over to your house for dinner, who would it be and why?
Who would it be? Probably Lola from Running from the Blaze.
Okay.
I like Lola a lot. It's one of the girls, not one of the guys, if you
No.
notice that. I really admire her like unadulterated passion for music and her focus for her passion and her work ethic for her passion. So I would love to just geek out with her about music in general.
I also like her as a character because she's vulnerable without being weak. Like, she
Yeah.
has hurdles and challenges in front of her. And instead of like collapsing under the weight of them and feeling sorry for herself, she makes a decision and moves her life forward and sticks with her decision. And I just really feel like she's dynamic in that respect.
Yeah, oh, she makes moves. Yeah, I think she's wiser than her age. I probably should have written her when I was younger. Um, because I do think she's a little more mature than she should have been. But yeah, she's who I would invite to dinner probably.
But I think that life experience made her be more mature than,
Yes,
I don't think age defines maturity, and I think that she's a great example of that.
This is true. There are many older people who are not very mature, so I agree.
Yeah.
I just think she'd be interesting to have a dinner with for sure.
I think so. I agree with that. Third act breakups, Ofelia, yes or no?
Definite must have need.
Yeah.
Need.
I think that a lot of the books that I've read that are third act breakups or that don't have them, the story feels incomplete.
Well, for me, it's not about creating unnecessary drama or creating a conflict. To me, the Earth Act breakup represents getting a glimpse of what your life is going to be without the person.
Yeah.
If you don't get to experience that, how do you know that that's the person, right? Like, I want them to feel the panic of, holy shit, have I lost them? I didn't realize what that meant for my life. I need this person back. So it's showing them a glimpse of life without the person now that they have them.
Yeah.
So to me, that's more important in the book than the conflict of it necessarily.
Yeah. Well, it also shows you those missed moments. Like, how do you know what you have until you miss it?
Yeah.
Do you miss? It's just like when your partner.
I don't think I've read a book that doesn't have it yet. I really don't think I have.
Well, we did a whole episode. There's a whole list over on the website of no third act breakups.
So I could be missing out for all I know.
You could be. Leonor, she does not do third act breakups in any of her books.
Oh, okay.
So, which is fine because I go to her for my palate cleansers. Like I was telling Jocelyne, I read Jocelyne and then I go over and read Leonor so that I can feel better about myself.
Leonor picks you up in a hug.
Right? I need somewhere soft to land. Okay, Ofelia, your book, all your books are available on all platforms for purchase. So you guys can find that. Make sure you follow Ofelia on social media. What's next for you?
I am writing the prequel to this book. I've started that, and I've also started the fourth book in my hospital series. And then I have one more book to finish in the Rockstar series, and then both of them are done. I mean, I'm close to done with both series, so I have to come up with something new. Um, so it's kind of a little up in the air at the moment.
Okay.
But yeah, up next, Fritz and Erica's prequel.
Prequel. Okay. You know where to find me if you need help planning a series.
I do know where to find you. Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. This is a blast, like
Always.
always.
Always. I
Um,
love chatting with you. I miss your face.
Me too.
Anyway.
I need to drop by. I'll drop by soon, I
Okay.
promise. All right.
Anyway, thank you for joining us. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room. And then we
All
have
right.
Tia Louise
Talk
up
to you later.
next. Thanks. Bye, friend. Okay. Next up is Tia Louise, I believe. Yep. If I'm looking at things right. Bring her on. Tia Louise. Hey everybody. So I know we're getting close to like dinner time. Tell me, are you eating leftovers from yesterday? And then Tia, whenever you're ready, you can put your camera on and join us. Oh,
Am I here?
you're
Can you
here.
hear me?
Yep, we
Okay.
can hear you.
I didn't realize I didn't have my video on.
That's okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. No big deal. I think when you go in the waiting room, it has you join without video, and then when I bring you over, like you have to turn it on. I think it's the waiting room. So,
Gotcha. Okay.
I think so. Hi, welcome to Read-a-thon.
Hey, I'm so happy to be here. How's it going?
It's going. It's great.
awesome. Awesome.
I think you're our halfway point.
Okay.
Maybe you or Elizabeth Everett, who's next, might be the halfway point.
Okay. That's great.
Our last author starts at 10, which is Krista Sandor, which if you have ever have you met Krista Sandor? Have you met her?
No, I haven't. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure not.
She writes small town, similar to you, but she writes in Colorado. But she's a hoot. Like a
Okay.
pure hoot. So you guys are going to want to
That's
stick around
awesome.
for her. There's
great.
always a little chaos when she and I get together.
Brilliant. Awesome.
So Tia, welcome to Read-a-thon. You how long have you been writing? Have you been writing since like 2016, 17?
2013. This is my
Okay.
10th year. So in October, I celebrated my 10-year pubiversary, I guess.
Exciting. Exciting.
No, I had to do a quick change of location. So I was trying to figure out a nice background, and I don't think I like what I've got going on here.
That's
but
okay. You can change it. It's fine.
I don't even know how this works, y'all. I don't know how to do it. But anyway, we won't waste time on that. But yeah, 10 years. So that's been exciting. It went by so fast. So I'm just, having a good time. Still going, still hanging in there.
So, what was it like to have that to decide, okay, I have a book, I want to write it. Have you always been a writer?
Yeah, actually, I worked as a journalist first, and so I was working in print journalism. And honestly, what happened was I got my degree in English, and then I taught for a year, but I really wanted to do something different because, I felt like I'd been in school and done all this school, and I was like, teaching was fun, but I was like, I want to get out of school, I don't want to be in school anymore. So I went and got my master's degree and became an editor. So I worked as an editor for a while in the PR office at LSU, which is where I went to school. And so that was a lot of fun. So I mostly was doing anytime they would have like a professor would do something great, we would write a story about it, and kind of stuff like that. So it was that kind of promotional type stuff. And then from there, I just kind of graduated into doing print journalism. And then after my daughters were born, I read Twilight. So there was that. And I thought, well, maybe because people had been telling me, you should write a book, you should write a book. And I was like, oh, I don't think I could possibly sit still long enough to write a book, or keep my mind focused long enough to write a book. So So anyway, but I started doing it. I started like sneaking away at night, like after everybody go to bed, I'd go upstairs and like kind of start working on it. And finally my husband was like, "Are you having like an affair or something online?" And I was like, "No, I'm trying to write a book." And he was like, "Oh, cool." So he was all excited about that. So that's kind of how it started. And he was also an English major. So the two of us were kind of like, both really read a lot of books and stuff. And so he really helped me too, which was great. And so it just kind of, I started out doing YA, and I did that for a little while, and kind of did a traditional type thing. And then after 50 Shades of Grey came out, I really made the leap into adult fiction and indie publishing. I had a lot of friends who were indie publishing. And so, here, I'll just take that off. And so that's what it started it all. I switched over in 2013 and haven't looked back. I love it. It's great. I really like it a lot better too, because I feel like the adult fiction, you hear more from your readers. Like, when I was writing YA, I never heard from my readers. I never got emails because maybe I guess I watched the Judy Blume documentary and people were writing her
I
fan
didn't
mail
know you could do that.
tons and tons. Right. Well, and I guess she was kind of writing more like issue stuff, like really things that kids were going through that nobody was talking to them about and stuff. And I was just writing romance. So, but when I made the jump to adult, I would get emails from ladies and just all kind of stuff. And it was so great. And I love it. And I still do. And it's still awesome. So that's what happened. So I love it.
It's so interesting because it really wasn't until I've been reading romance since like, the 90s. And my daughter likes to tell me last century. You mean last century? Yeah. Got it,
right.
child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 20th century.
Yeah. So, but that first time that I ever messaged an author about a book, like I was like, are they going to think I'm weird? Are they going to think that I'm like really crazy? Because it was like 2017, 2016.
Recently.
Yeah, it's pretty recent. I was late to Bookstagram. I got a job in publishing, and my editor that I was working for as a copy editor, I was working under her. She was like, "Why aren't you on Bookstagram? Like, you read so many books." And she's like, "Why aren't you?" And I'm like, "I don't even know what that is."
Yeah, I know. Well, Instagram kind of came along. I mean, that was probably about when it was coming along. But it came, first it was just Facebook, and everybody was on Facebook, and it used to be so easy to, reach everybody. And then Facebook started messing around with the algorithms, and you stopped being able to see things. And then everybody was kind of moving over to Instagram, and and then Facebook bought Instagram and kind of did the same thing with it. But no, yeah, it's great. I mean, I get emails and stuff, and like, I send out a newsletter and I get replies from my newsletter. And, and then we also have like the reader group. I have a reader group on Facebook, and we always are like chatting about stuff. And it's just great. I love it. I really do. It's such a wonderful community. I know people talk about drama sometimes, but for the most part, my experience has been really positive. So
yeah, we started the podcast because I wanted to talk about romance with my friends, and my husband was tired of talking about romance with me.
He didn't want to talk about it. He wasn't a fan.
Many of us will say, we don't know other romance readers in real life. There has to be, based on the sheer number of romance books that get printed and sold. But people don't talk about it, and I wanted to talk about it.
I love it.
And our community is so great. Like, you can, pop on and be like, "Hey, I'm looking for a book that's X, Y, and Z. What you guys got?" And everybody has a recommendation. Or, as we started the podcast in 2020, we've been here for people who have lost parents or, pregnancies, lost pregnancies, or had a baby. And they just feel like family now. And
it's true.
It's true. I love it. Romance has this ability to bring you together in a way that's so very cool.
I agree. You're so right. It's true. I love it. Yeah.
Hold on just a second. We got a puppy. I keep talking about my puppy. And
what kind of dog?
A Great Pyrenees.
Oh.
A big puppy.
A big one, huh?
Yeah. But he's sniffing around. I think he has to go out. And my husband's in charge of him. So, okay, so you are here talking about A Little Luck. Now, is this a follow-up to, is this in a series with a little twist?
Yeah, I actually was prepared more to talk about A Little Twist. Because this is the one that came out in September.
Okay.
Well, A Little Luck is coming in December. It'll be out December 14th. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to talk about A Little Luck Twist.
Whichever one you want to talk about.
I also have, don't forget,
so A Little Twist is out now.
Yes, this one is available now. It's a series of standalones, because like I was saying, I got a little taste, came out in April. And so this was the first one. And then I guess I should switch them for the order. So this one came out first, and this is the second one. And then the third one that's coming out is A Little Luck. And I just had the cover reveal for it last Friday, I think. But there's standalone. I think
that's why it was on my mind, because I think Shauna sent it to me.
Right. And that's fine. I mean, I just wasn't sure if you wanted to talk about something that was available now that people could read now. But they are a series, to answer your question. Yes, it's brothers. So there are three brothers and actually three best friends, small town, different things. Like this one, the first one, Little Taste, is workplace romance, kind of grumpy sunshine. He's the oldest brother. He's also the sheriff of the small town. So that one came out in April. It's, available on Amazon in Kindle Unlimited and in paperback and on audio. So this one kicks things off. The second brother is the bourbon distiller. He's more of the billionaire type, and he's a single dad, and she's the nanny. But it also has the twist of the fake engagement, because her ex shows up at this one's wedding, at the wedding for his brother. And he's being really douchey and, terrible. And so she's kind of talking a big game, and he gets the impression that they're engaged, and she doesn't correct him. And so then he plays along, because the hero in this one, Alex, has kind of always been in love with her. So it's got a little he falls first going on. So it's a lot of fun. And he's got a cute little daughter who everybody's like steals the show. And so that's fun. So that's single dad, nanny, fake engagement.
I didn't realize it was a bourbon distiller, though.
Yes, he's a bourbon distiller. So their grandfather was did it as a hobby, and when he came back from being in the military, he really took it over and turned it into a big full operation, and it's doing really well. So
I love these covers, and everyone's in the chat talking about these covers.
Yes.
I love the close-up of the almost kiss.
Yes. I know, it's very sexy. See, I know, I was like, oh, I love these. And actually this image started it off, because this image was done like that. I get all my pictures from Wander, and so he had popped this one up close like that, and I was like, I love that. It's so intense and like sexy and passionate. You just feel the energy. And so this one actually was, not, I bought the image of them and then we zoomed it in. And the same with A Little Luck. And but then also have, that's why the special edition has the barrels, because of the bourbon, distillery. So these are the special edition covers too. And they are just absolutely gorgeous as well. I just love them. So they're super fun. So those are the books.
Say less about a Wander cover, because honestly, like,
they're so gorgeous. I love them.
So many times we'll be like, oh, that cover, it's really great. And then you go and look and it's a Wander cover and you're like,
of course it is. Yeah, he does such a good job. He really captures the energy and the feeling. Yeah. I know. I love it.
We went one night at book club. We got a little drunk. And we started shopping. It might have been one of our book chats. We started shopping on his website. You can go
on his website and just look at all of the images.
Galleries,
all up there. And you can just look at them all.
Yeah. One of our community members, really Merritt, she bought his calendar.
Oh, right. Yeah, he does a calendar every year. I know. And they're really hot. They're really sexy.
Yeah. And I'm like, how many times can we stalk his website before it becomes weird? That's what Heather asked.
I don't think he'll care. I don't think he minds.
I don't know, Heather.
So great. I love him. He's such a sweetheart.
It's so funny. Everyone is like, oh my God, he's so sweet. He's the nicest person. And then the other thing everyone tells us is he smells really good.
Oh, yeah, he does. He really does. Well, and he's Brazilian. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, I did know that. Yeah.
Accent. So he's just, he's just amazing. He also does covers,
Right.
know, so he does kind of the older, like, age gap type stuff because, he's really handsome too.
I
So,
will tell you, if Wander's on the cover, it's an automatic. If he himself is on the
yeah.
cover, it's an
Oh,
automatic
oh
one
yeah, because he
click.
was on Sarah Kate's cover, right?
Oh
I
yeah.
completely forgot. Highest bidder.
Oh,
He's on the highest bidder.
Sarah Bale has him on a cover, and it is a whole lot taboo. It is a whole lot forbidden, but he
I
was
have
on
to
that
look.
cover, and that book was sexy. And
Mhm.
he plays a character named Odin, or he doesn't play the character.
I know,
He,
but you still picture
yeah,
him as the guy.
the
I
guy,
do.
the older gentleman in the book, the hero's name is Odin, and he's
Ah.
like silver fox, grouchy. It's her stepdad. Fucking spicy.
Perfect.
So spicy.
I know. The whole time I was reading Highest Bidder, I'm just thinking it's Wander the whole time. I'm like, oh. So now if I see him again, I'm gonna be like, oh hey, I'm gonna be all goofy and embarrassed.
Yeah. Yep. I'm there with you on that. Okay, somebody asked in our comments, where do you suggest people start if they've never read your books before?
I mean, you can start with a little taste if you want. I've been writing, like I said, for 10 years. If you go to my website, tialouise.com, and you click on my books, it'll take you to like all of my books are organized by newest to oldest, and the series are all arranged together. What's even cooler than that, which my web designer did that I didn't even know, and I discovered it, and I'm like, oh, and now I'm totally addicted. If you click on the book, it'll take you to like the page for that book. But she also added this little function that I can add tropes, and then I can link all the books that I've written by the same tropes. So like say for instance, you're just dying for all the single dad nanny books you can get. I only have 2 of those. But if you go to the web page for A Little Twist on my website, at the very top under the title, it has the tropes, and they're all like, hyperlinks. So if you click on them, it'll bring you to another page that has all of the books by me that have that trope in it. So like if you like workplace romance, I have a lot of those. Or if you like brother's best friend, or military or suspense or anything like that. So that is so much fun. So kind of, I mean, you can really jump in anywhere, any of my series. They're all kind of the similar themes, similar feels. Most of my books are military. Most of them are small town. I've had a couple that I set in, one I set in Nashville, and I don't guess Nashville's really a small town. I mean, it's kind of gotten to be a bigger town now. It used to be some more small town feelish, but now the last couple times I've been there, it feels like New Orleans. But so I have like one in Nashville. I have one that's set in Manhattan, like Stay is set in Manhattan, and that one's a lot of fun. And then, so, just whatever you're feeling like you're in the mood for, like I said, you can go ahead and just start at the top if you want to start with A Little Taste and A Little Twist. These are the first 2 out in the series, and like A Little Luck's coming in December. And then you can kind of get a feel for it and, and go from there and see what you like. So.
You really like a redemption arc too. You like your guys to have to, especially when you write Second Chance. I think it was Twist. Let me see here. Twist of Fate. Twist of Fate.
Oh yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I read that one and I was like, you make your heroes work for their heroine's forgiveness in a second chance.
Well, I really like that. I mean, I think we all do. I kind of started that. Let me think. Well, I kind of started that in my One to Hold series, because in the One to Hold series, which is an 8-book series, that's kind of band of brothers because it's also military, and so all the heroes were like served together in the military. And I have like one of the guys, Stuart. It started with One to Leave, which was I think the 4th or 5th book in that series, and he was a Marine and he was injured and he got addicted to pain medication. And y'all, it's so funny because this was all the way back in like 2014, or 20, the end of 2014, and so it was really before that was such a topic, that people were really knew about. But I had been hearing stories about this happening with soldiers in particular, because they would get injured and they would just be pumped up with pain medication so they could keep fighting and or keep serving. And so that kind of is what happened to him. And so he came back and he was all kind of broken and trying to get himself clean and trying to get himself together. So he goes to a horse ranch in Montana, And so it's kind of got a little cowboy going on there. But that was the first time that I'd actually kind of dug into having the hero really being damaged. Because up to that point, I had been writing, your typical kind of grumpy, aloof alpha male who, gets kind of falls in love with this girl and she melts his cold heart or whatever. But with Stuart, I really kind of dug into this whole concept of the broken hero and the guy who like is kind of, got a problem that he's trying to overcome. And I swear, I fell in love with that story so much. And I love that character so much and the girl and, who he falls in love with. And it's really, that kind of got me hooked on it. So they have 2 books. They have One to Leave and One to Take in that One to Hold series because I just had to do more with them. And then when I came out of that, I kind of also did that again with Make You Mine. Make You Mine's the one where it's brother's best friend and they go off, but he's sort of a blue collar hero and her brother doesn't want them to be, when he finds out that he's, in love with his sister, he gets really mad, and that really kind of was a lot of fun because, you kind of got to explore that I thought you were my best friend kind of thing. So that was really fun.
What's the title of that book? They're asking in the chat. Like,
that was Make You Mine.
Make You Mine. The chat is currently blowing up. Heather wants to know, where can they get the alternate covers? Are you going to be at any book signings in 2024?
Yes. And the special edition covers, the alternate discrete covers, they're on Amazon. Now, I don't know why Amazon makes it so hard to find them, but they're linked to the books. I mean, you can go to my website and I have a link on my website on the book pages too that will take you directly to the pages on Amazon. If you want to order the paperbacks on Amazon, I have a link on my website for that. You can also, order directly from me. I have, I sell signed copies of my books, but, so they're there. Actually, it's really weird because for a little taste, if you go to the book page for a little taste on Amazon, the paperback that's linked is not this one, which is what they usually do. They usually link the paperback that matches the ebook cover. So I use my models on all my ebooks. And then I also do a model paperback. And then I do the special paperback. And for some reason in this particular situation, I can't control Amazon. I don't know why they do what they do. But if you go there and you click on the paperback, it brings you directly to this one. Now for a little twist, I think you're going to have to do a little bit of digging, or like I said, you can go to my website, and if you go to the book page on my website, I have a link that will say discrete cover, and you just click on that and it'll take you straight to Amazon where you can get it. So I wish they didn't make it so hard. I really do, and I'm really sorry about that. I don't know why, but I also have hardbacks now, and the hardback edition is the special cover. But I know hardbacks are kind of a little more expensive, and maybe you don't want a hardback. I don't know, but some people really like them, so I have them as an option there. As for book events in 2024, yes, I'm going to be at the South Carolina one, Sweetgrass, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be at Sweetgrass in South Carolina in
the end of March.
Yes.
Yep.
In March. And then I'm also doing Wild and Windy, which is the Chicago, in May. And then I have one more, and I'm trying to see what in the world. I have one more. Oh, I'm doing a little smaller. It's called Romantic Galena. Have y'all heard of that? Galena.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in Illinois. And it's kind of a little smaller town, and they do this little boutique. It's a pretty little hotel, and so if you want to come, it's a much more kind of intimate. It's not just me, it's some other authors too, but that will be in let's see, when is the date? I'm trying to find the date for this. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
It's called Romantic Galena Reads, and it's at the DeSoto House in Galena, Illinois, September 7th. So it's September 7th is when that one is. Sorry, I had to look that up.
That's okay.
But
that's okay.
Yes. So that's what I'm doing in 2024. And in 2025, I'm going to do the book cruise. They're doing an Alaskan cruise. Those are so much fun. I did one of those in 2016, and I was kind of like, I don't know if this is going to work. We'll see. And it ended up being so much fun that I think they did one more after that and I couldn't make it, but I'm going to go again to that. I honestly, I need to do more book signings, but it's kind of gotten hard because like my daughters are in college and it's kind of a lot of scheduling stuff. And just with my writing schedule and getting everything together, it's been wild. Have had not had a lot of time to do stuff. So,
Yeah.
but that's what's definitely on the books for 2024 at this point.
I'm really
And
lucky. Well, we missed you at HEA. We were at HEA, but you had to cancel.
my
'cause
dad, I know,
you-
it was my dad's 80th birthday party, and I felt like such a dodo because when they were like, "Are you going to come to the Indianapolis?" And I was like, "Well, of course I am. That's where I live." And so I was like, "Yes, of course I'm coming." And then I looked on my calendar after saying that, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's the same weekend, and I'm throwing the party. I was throwing the birthday party." So I was like, "I'm sorry." So I had to pull out, and but the birthday party went really well.
Well,
My
that's
dad
what
was so
matters.
surprised. I know he was so surprised, and everybody showed up, and it was really fun. And so it's a lot of he's 80 now, and so it's a lot of his cousins and stuff, and they're all getting older too. And so it was really good to get all these old people together that I haven't seen in a million years, and nobody had died. That was the thing. We were all like, this is not a situation where somebody died and we're all
Right.
here being sad. It was like, and they had such a good time. And so I hated missing the book event, but it was such a really cool thing. So I'm so glad
Yeah.
it really worked out and came together. But I was seeing you guys because I was like, an indie book event, of course.
Right.
That's easy. So
I like the smaller events. I'm really spoiled because my Barnes and Noble is the one in Maumee that's been hosting the small author signings this year.
yes. Mhm.
And it's so great. I mean, like last
Yeah, me too.
weekend was Piper Rain and Emily Silver came over and
Mhm. Yes.
Rebecca
Oh, yeah,
Sharp.
the one at the Barnes and Noble.
Yeah.
That's right. I remember that. Okay.
So I'm really spoiled and I like that event because they're smaller and more intimate and you have time to chat with the
Right. You
authors.
get a little more time. Yeah, for sure. I agree so much. Katie Raniere had started doing these types of things in 2019. She did one in Rappahannock, Virginia, and we did another one in New Orleans. And then COVID hit. We were going to do another one, and COVID killed everything in 2020. We had a bunch of cool stuff planned in 2020. I was even going to go to Liverpool for the Four Brits, and I was so excited about that because they were going to do like a Beatles walking tour, and I was going to bring my best friend who's like the hugest Beatle fan in the world, and then silly COVID killed everything.
COVID.
So we need to get all that stuff going again
Yeah.
because it was so cool and it was so much fun, and I felt like our groove got knocked off, and we need to get our groove back on so we can get all that happening again.
And it feels like this year has been a good year so far for the
Yes,
most
this
part.
year
Like
finally feels like we're kind of getting back into the
Yeah.
swing of things. I know. I'm so loving it.
I mean,
So,
some of the larger events, there still was some people behaving badly, but I think one more year and people will remember how to behave.
yeah, I heard about that. That was not great. But
No,
yes,
not the
no,
best.
I know.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you some questions before we're done here.
Okay.
Third act breakups, yes or no?
Well, sometimes, not always. Like the new book, a little luck. What I've been doing, like a little twist does not have a third act breakup. But the thing is, guys, sometimes it just works that way. It depends on the story. Like in this case, they're faking, and the whole thing is what makes them get real, right? So there's not really a breakup, but there's like they're building to how they define the relationship. So there's like a challenge that forces them to say, yes, I love you. So there's not a breakup, but there's like a third act kind of crisis that makes them say, yes, you're the one and I want to be with you. And then, and so it just depends on the book. I mean, I honestly never thought about that until it became a thing. I usually just write the story and let the characters, whatever's happening in the, with the characters. I don't know, but I think really the biggest complaint when it comes to that, because I'm a reader too, and I know what people are mad about, and I don't think they're mad about the third act breakup more as much as kind of a forced conflict or a forced breaking up of the characters that just doesn't make sense with the story
Yeah.
and feels kind of forced and rushed. So I really, honestly, I just try to write the best romance that I can that's going to leave you feeling satisfied and happy. And so, I mean, I've been thinking about it, and I'm like, I don't really write it so that there's like a third act breakup. There may be a third act, like I said, crisis, where they're forced to, like come to terms with how they feel about each other. But no, I don't like, when it's just kind of thrown in there for the sake of, you know, drama or something. So I'm trying to think. I'm kind of going through all my books in my head, and I'm like, I can't think, because like even my first book, One to Hold, they like had this week-long affair, and then they had to go back to their lives. So their kind of breakup occurred like right in the first third of the book,
Yeah.
And then when they go back and then they find out that they're like connected in a way they didn't know, and then she's angry with him and she won't talk to him. That's kind of like, it's more of a third act get back together kind of thing. You know what I mean? So I don't
Yeah.
know.
It's a
But I know
dark moment that isn't a
yeah,
breakup.
right. And so, I mean, sometimes it's just the flow of the story, but I mostly just try to let the characters guide, and I don't really have like, I don't know, but I know what people are not happy about, and I wouldn't be happy about that too. So I try to avoid unnecessary drama. How about that?
That's fair.
And like poor communication, that drives me crazy too. When it's like, would you just talk to each other? Okay,
But I
because if you
think
just talk to each other,
but I think that's so realistic. Like
I
so
hate
many
that.
of us are not great communicators, so
Yeah.
I see
But
that.
when it goes on too long, then
Yeah.
it's kind of like, please stop. Just let them,
Have a
I don't know.
conversation.
Yeah.
All of your books are available in Kindle Unlimited,
Yes.
so everybody can find you over there on the Amazon. Tia, thank you so much for hanging out and joining me
Thanks
today.
for having me. This was so much fun. I can't see any of the comments. I'm sorry.
That's
So
okay.
I don't know if people were asking things and
I
I
think
had
I
no
got
comments.
all of them. They really liked they really liked the alternative covers, and Amanda shared links. So hopefully
Oh, good.
people will go over
Okay.
and check those
Yeah.
out.
And tialouise.com is my website. You can just click on books and go through and see what you think. So
Perfect.
yeah. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Happy
Bye.
Thanksgiving. Happy holidays.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Next up is author Elizabeth Everett. I don't know if Duchess Katie will be joining me or not. But we'll bring Elizabeth on, and if Duchess Katie shows, we'll add her in. We are talking with Elizabeth Everett. She writes historical romance. Hi, Elizabeth.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. We are talking about The Love Remedy, which you just revealed your cover this week, which, friends, go over and find Elizabeth's Instagram and find the cover. It's gorgeous. And that green.
I was blown away. I was blown away. I love the covers for my first series so much, and the same designer did the covers for this next series. And she's so good about taking input from me, and because that doesn't always happen. And I am just so madly in love with this cover. I can't even tell you.
I saw it. We had had a recording with Sadie and Katie from Corset and Crown that the Tuesday night of your cover reveal. And after we got off, Sadie, she was done. She's like, have you seen the cover yet? And I'm like, no, I haven't. And she's like, are you kidding? You haven't seen the cover? I'm like, no, I hadn't. And then I saw it and I'm like, oh, like, that's gorgeous.
It is. It is.
Um,
Berkeley, they did a great, they're an amazing, they do great covers, I think. I mean, I'm biased because I'm with them, but you know who else's cover is also just gorgeous is India Holton's new series.
I haven't seen those yet.
So she has a new series also about scientists, but it's still set in this magical universe. And her cover is, the book is called The Field Guide, The Ornithologist's Field Guide. And it is spectacular. It's beautiful burgundy with gold and this, beautiful bird on it. I just think that historical romances are starting to get the best covers.
They really are. I like the trends that they're going in. It's not quite, technically it is an illustrated or a graphic cover, but they feel different. So it definitely, it's a romance, but it gives it enough personality and distinction that you know that it's not just contemporary romance. There's
Yeah.
something phenomenal in it. And for this book, I was so excited to see the green because I feel like green and bright yellow are covers we don't get enough colors of.
Absolutely. I was really excited when the third book in my last series, Love by Design, I asked them specifically for yellow and green because it felt spring-like and it felt new and fresh. And most of the other covers are very pastel, sort of like soft peaches and pinks. And I was like, no, let's make somebody open their eyes, you know?
Right? Yeah, give it some color and passion. And honestly, it's funny because, you know, like you go and you do like the rainbow stack for something. Like my girl child tried to do my bookshelves in like a rainbow of line. My life is too chaotic. I'm constantly pulling a book off for something and it's never going to stay. But there's not a lot of yellows and greens. And I'm like, wait, we need more of those.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you will never hear a complaint from me about these covers because I'm just so genuinely appreciative
Yeah.
of them because because I think too, I write historical rom-com and it's difficult to convey comedy and humor in a clinch cover.
Yeah.
So that's I'm not going to yuck on them because I know there are lots of people's yum. But for me, I always feel like I just want to give the reader a heads up that there will be slipping on banana peels, like there will be some hijinks. So illustrated covers are a great way to show that.
And I think it's a great distinction to do. That, you know, not every book calls for a clinch cover. We don't need it. I love a clinch. I mean, I collect all the old mass market step backs and clinch covers. I mean, I have the Raider Barbie dolls because I'm obsessed with those books. But it doesn't necessarily fit the narrative. And, you know, that's one of the things I get frustrated with covers sometimes is when the cover doesn't convey the vibes of the book. And your books, you can tell that these are going to be smart women, scientists, you know, with historical. Like we get that just from the shaping of the gown and, you know, the different pieces that are added to the cover.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be disappointed when I pick them up. Okay, so I'm going to read your bio real quick, and then we're going to get to know you a little bit so people can figure out where to start with Elizabeth Everett. Because you have talked to Sadie and Katie, so if you would like a full, I think that episode's like an hour and a half with Sadie and Katie. No, that's great, because Sadie and Katie love to chat. They love to chat. You can listen to that in our Corset and Crown podcast. So Elizabeth Everett lives in upstate New York with her family. She likes going for long walks or very short runs to nearby sites that figure prominently in the history of civil rights and women's suffrage. A Lady's Formula for Love is her first novel, inspired by her admiration for rule breakers and the belief in the power of love to change the world. I love that you do the women's suffrage little pieces in your books.
Yeah, I lived in Rochester, New York, which is the home of Susan B. Anthony. In one of my runs, very short runs, really more of a walk, I go through Mount Hope Cemetery, which is where both she and Frederick Douglass are buried. And they were contemporaries of one another when they both lived here. So there's a few statues around Rochester, but there's one especially that I love of the two of them taking tea together.
Oh, I didn't know that existed. That's very cool.
Yeah.
That is very cool. So living there, do you feel like that history is just basically there and in the atmosphere and you just absorb it?
I do. I think that older cities, not necessarily New York, which is constantly changing, but older cities, places like Rochester, places like Buffalo, places like Cleveland that have that, that are some of the in some of the first states, do have this sense of history that we don't often see whenever a city is rebuilt or re-envisioned or consistent, you know, like the skyline of Manhattan is consistently changing, and some things in Rochester don't change, and I think there's something to be said for that, and I kind of I'm always a little bereft when something does get pulled down,
Sure.
because that's the last of it, you know.
Yeah. I live in a small town that came to being with the natural gas boom of the 1800s. And we have our main street is all of the Victorians that were built during the gas boom. And I love them. They're beautiful. People love our main street for that purpose. But we had a floods back in 2007 and 8. And so like our downtown and lots of buildings have been taken down, and it kind of breaks your heart a little bit, because you know those buildings, you know, aren't going to be there anymore.
Yeah.
So and it's interesting because they're actually having problems like that in Cleveland right now with the Millionaires Row, like people wanting to do major remodels to these Rockefeller homes and stuff like that. And they're having to step in with the Cuyahoga Historical Board has been stepping in to be like, no, you can't do that.
You know where's a great place to see some of that too in New York is Saratoga Springs.
Oh yeah.
I was just there. They had the races there. There's a racetrack there, but that is where they also had the hot springs, and the great and the beautiful of the day would come to take the waters there. So they also have a Millionaires Row, but they've done a wonderful job, I think, in keeping as much intact as they possibly could while still being accessible for everyone. So if anyone's ever, you know, in the central New York, Albany area, I highly recommend checking out Saratoga Springs. It's a gorgeous town, and it's just so well preserved.
So Elizabeth, have you always been a writer? Like, has writing always been a part of who you are? Because your first book, A Lady's Formula, was out 2021. So were you one of those that has stories under the bed that will never see the light of day?
No, actually, I didn't start writing until I did not pick up a romance novel until about my youngest is 15, so until about 16 years ago.
Okay.
Before then, I looked down on it. I thought, you know, I only read literature.
Okay.
The occasional mystery series, got to be. And then I went through a period of starting to read the historical mysteries like Tasha Alexander and Deanna Rayburn. And this was back in the day when if you pick something off of Amazon, they actually gave you an actual recommendation instead of like trying to push things they've been paid for on you. And Amazon said, well, if you like Tasha Alexander, you're gonna like Julianne Long. Oh. I was like, okay, good. So I picked, you know, I got the Julianne Long book and I'm reading it.
Those are not the same thing.
But especially Julianne, like I'm so appreciative of her intelligence and her wit. And I read this book and I thought to myself, I can admit when I've been wrong. I can admit that this is not reductive. This is not misogynist. This is not old-fashioned. It's not stupid. It's fantastic. This is a fantastic book. So I started reading historical romance, and that's really my jam. That's all I started reading. And then I ran out of them. Like I couldn't find any more to read.
No,
I have like
people
200 paperbacks upstairs.
But people don't understand that like the length at which books were published and how long it took for books to come out. You were waiting sometimes 18 months for the next book in a series. You didn't get 4 books a year from the same author. What? That never happened.
Yeah, and so I ran out of them, and I was like, you know, and I sat down one day, and I tried to write a historical mystery at first, and it was terrible because everyone read the first chapter and they're like, oh yeah, that dude did it. So I rewrote the plot, but I put, they banged instead. I was like, instead of people dying, let's have sex. And
Right.
that's when I was like, oh, I really enjoy this. And this is something I want to do. And so with my first book, I got my agent, Anne Leslie Tuttle, who's super, super patient with me and was an editor at Harlequin for 20 years. And that book never sold, but the second book I wrote was A Lady's Formula for Love.
That's so awesome. That's what I love, that I love people's romance journey. Like, how did you get here? Because mine was very different. Mine was, I was an avid reader my whole life. And I believe I was in around the 7th grade. I ran out of books to read and I needed something because I had to read.
Right.
So I went into my mom's room, and my father read mysteries, and lots of political science, like Robert Ludlum and all of those
I
kinds of
remember
things.
reading those. My dad had those two on his bookshelves, and I would read all of them.
Yeah, like, but that was not what I was in the mood for. But I picked up a book off my mom's nightstand. It was The Conquest by Jude Deveraux, and I took it into my room, and I stayed up that whole night reading it. And way too young, should probably not have been reading it. But my mom had every Jude Deveraux book because she and Jude Deveraux went to college together, and Jude would send her books. And they were sorority sisters. That's my only claim to fame. But she would send her books, and so in the 90s, I think they stopped in around the 2000s. She had a stack of books, and I stole them and read them, and I never went back. Like,
That's amazing.
and of course I've stopped and I did the YA dystopian books, The Hunger Games, Allegiant. I did the trendy stuff like that. But at the end of the day, my heart always, always, always came back to romance. It's just, this is where I'm happiest.
Yeah. And when I'm in between books too, I palette cleanse with some really I palette cleanse with, like Denise Mina and Sarah Graham, and like these kind of like really gritty, but always women authors,
Yeah.
I'm just kind of past the.
It's so funny because people, you'll see the trend somewhere like, what's the one woman author you read? And I'm just like, do men write books?
I think TJ Klune. I think the House by the Cerulean Sea. I think that's the last book I've read by a guy. Other than nonfiction, no. I'm reading When Crack Was King.
Oh, okay.
By a historian, and it's a he. But other than that, yeah, why bother?
I mean, the last nonfiction I did was Anderson Cooper. He wrote of the Astors, like he did his family, the Vanderbilts, and now he has his Astors. And he narrates the audiobooks, and I'm obsessed with Anderson Cooper. And so, yes, please. Anyway, I've been in love with him since as long as I have been in love with romance, since 1990. Do you have a favorite trope to read or write?
Yes, I think most readers will know by now. My favorite trope is grumpy sunshine. That's my favorite. I love it. I just love something about an emotionally constipated hero or heroine who just loses their shit when they fall in love and everything falls apart and they are just like, that's my favorite, hands down, my favorite trope.
Do you find it hard? So I think that there can be a line between grump and an asshole. And do you find that line hard?
No. Because I don't, because I write about strong women, because my books are focused on women scientists, and they're not there to redeem someone or to teach someone. They're there to live their lives. And so the men around them, I write men who may be grumpy and constipated, but who have no issue with their intelligence, and in fact, admire them for their intelligence and are supportive of their intelligence. I don't think that, I don't write plucky, and I usually don't write female virgins, although I do write male virgins. And I don't write redemptions. someday I will, maybe.
Yeah, we always tell authors never say never because you don't
Never
know the
say
next
never. Who knows?
story.
Someday I might have a secret baby. I don't, who knows? I'm open to it all. But I just I'm not ready to write jerks or alpha holes. I'm not ready for
Yeah,
that yet. I don't
I
think emotionally I'm there.
and I think it's all I like authors who write what the story dictates. And
Mhm.
I wouldn't say that your stories dictate strong, overbearing. Usually your villains are the assholes.
But they're no, so that's interesting because they are generally redeemable
Yeah.
because no one's all, I mean, there's always an origin story, right? There's always a reason that people have those hangups. But yeah, and to a certain extent, some of them, like in the second book, Perfect Equation, there is a, quote unquote villain. And will he be redeemable? We don't know. I decided not to write that part because I wasn't sure myself.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Somebody commented they enjoyed the last book, where the hero, who was a rake, but was also a virgin.
yes.
Was he just so how do you do that? Because rake, we also often think of not just a flirt, but somebody who is visiting with all the ladies.
Right. I did that because he grew up with two strong women, one of whom was his best friend, one of whom he was in love with and has always been in love with. And so, and and his best friend had a bunch of sisters. So he grew up surrounded by women and he had respect for women. And he got his reputation as being a rake or as being a ladies' man because he would sit and talk with women and listen to what they had to say, and women would be charmed. And because there is this, because other men couldn't imagine that he would spend time listening to a woman or talking with a woman unless he had the motive of trying to get them in bed. But in fact, he is a kind of like, he's a very much, people have called him like a golden retriever hero.
Yeah.
Where he just enjoys it. He tells them stories so they laugh. Like he likes to entertain people. He likes to, pretend he's a little bit more dumb than he actually is, and he gets a kick out of it. So that's what I was trying to point out, is that the common wisdom was, why would you have an engaging conversation with a woman just for the merits of the conversation alone?
Yeah.
So that's how he got his reputation as a rake. But in fact, he was just gone on the girl that he loved forever, and he got a second chance with her.
Which is awesome. So the Love Remedy, which is coming out in the spring in March, right?
March 14th.
Is this starting a new series, but in the same world?
It is. It's starting, the new series is The Damsels of Discovery, and it's within the same world. Athena's Retreat, the women's club where they are secret scientists behind closed doors, exists. So you will see some of the characters in this series from the first series will pop into the second series. And if you have never read them, it's okay. It doesn't matter. But if you have, there's little inside jokes and little Easter eggs for you. But the Damsels of Discovery has women scientists outside of the club who are actually, navigating life in the Love Remedy. In fact, the heroine is a woman apothecary.
Okay, because that's what I was going to say. The new cover has that apothecary vibe.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they did. Oh God.
It's interesting because back in, I think it was 2010, there is a historical romance author, Sally Mackenzie. Have you ever read Sally Mackenzie? Her series was like The Naked Duke, The Naked Gentleman.
Yes.
She was one of the first to have smart women. And then slowly we started to see some of the other, the blue stocking, like Eloisa James brought in and stuff like that. but
Yeah.
she had ones that wanted to be adventurers and discovering the world and going and getting flower samples and stuff like that and navigating. And it's really interesting to read those and then to read these, because these do like so much more women's forward, powerful women that are smart and not trying to hide. I think she was trying to get there, but I'm assuming publishing was probably in her way a little bit.
I think too, when I read Julie's book, The Perils of Pleasure, it's the first of her Pennyroyal Green series. And I highly, highly recommend that everyone read every single one of her books because she is a queen. What I thought to myself was, this is super subversive, because think of the scope of what you can talk about in the guise of history,
Right.
right? So I'm the first to admit, that my books they're thoroughly researched and they are period appropriate. They are not history. They are my take on on what's happening today, cast back and cast over what happened 100 years ago or 200 years ago. So the point is, history is cyclical. The point is that nothing is new. And when I say we need to learn from history, we need to learn from history. So I definitely have ulterior motives when I write these women. It's not just to write strong women in and of themselves. It's to say something about what's happening today.
Yeah.
And also, like and also be sexy too, and like
Right.
carriage flags and all that fun stuff. But ultimately, I have like personal enjoyment in seeing what I can stick in there.
Yeah, sure, because it's a way of making some harder topics and conversations a little bit more palatable, and they bang. So that helps move the story. And they bang. It just helps move the story.
They don't do that in like your history books, so.
No, they do not. If you could invite one character over to your house for dinner, one of your characters that you could have dinner with, who would you invite?
I was thinking about that, and I was like, I don't know. I would want to impress them all. One of my favorite characters is the villain of the first book, Phoebe. She's so complicated, and she's so damaged, but she's so funny. And actually, spoiler, the next book in the Damsels of Discovery, we revisit Phoebe and we find out a little bit more about why she is the way she is. So she would make me like snort laugh. I know if I had dinner with her, like we would be drinking wine and we'd be talking, and she'd say something so irreverent that things would come out of my nose. So I'm always down for somebody who makes me laugh so hard things come out my nose.
Yeah. I think it's such an interesting conversation. Like, which character resonates? Which character do you connect with? Which character would you invite for dinner? Like, I think that it kind of shows where you connect with the different characters you write. Because you might write a character. I had an author once, they were like, yeah, I did not like that character, but I wrote them. And I'm like, I loved that character. And they're like, yeah, not my favorite. But that was what the story dictated. And I just find that so intriguing because I am not creative that way.
They're in my head. They just pop out and they're like, okay, here I am. This is what I'm like. And all I do when I write is I try and write fast enough to catch them on the page.
So do you kind of hear the voices, or does the books play out like a movie for you? I know it sounds like we need therapy. I get it.
No, but I if I close my eyes, I know exactly what they look like. I know exactly what the room they're in looks like. And I don't, and their patter, their banter just comes through my fingers right onto the page. And I don't, when it's good, when it's going well. When it's not, it's like trying to squeeze water from a stone. And I just, and it's very deliberate,
Yeah.
which is not always, that's not the fun part of writing.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite part when you're writing?
I love writing like humorous scenes. I love when somebody falls down the stairs, or I'm such a stupid kid. I'm such a juvenile with my humor, because I'll sit there and I'll cackle to myself. I'm like, why does he fall down the stairs? That's funny. And you know, it's not okay, Sarah, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny when people, you know, it's not, but it is.
I always love the awkward conversations. Like, I'm 100% in for an awkward conversation.
Oh yeah.
They're always so fun. Yeah. Anyway, Elizabeth, thank you so much for hanging out and joining me today for this.
Well, thanks for inviting me. I feel very flattered. Appreciate it.
We are excited to have you. Thank you for supporting Corset and Crown and the podcasts and all that kind of good stuff too.
I love that podcast.
They're such great girls. They do such a great job, and they're very thoughtful, and they're a hoot. They're just a hoot. So thank you so much. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room and then bring on our next author.
Terrific. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay. Next author for our 7:00 hour is author Shannon Elliot. We are going to admit her into the meeting. Okay, so that I don't forget to do this, I'm going to do it now. Shannon Elliot resides in Houston, Texas with her fur baby, writes romance whenever she's not at the dog park or curled up with a good book. Evidenced by her background in theater, she is drawn to storytelling and the creative process. Shannon believes that diverse and inclusive stories shouldn't be the exception, they should be the rule. Happily Ever After is for everyone, and she aims to write romance that reflects her readers. Hi, Shannon.
Hello. It's been a while since we've chatted.
I know, it's been forever. I'm super excited to talk to you today.
Me too.
You are the only one that has a femdom book. And I love it.
I recently had some life experiences, I guess, that really kind of have shifted the way that I view especially dynamics within relationships. And so I had one particular life experience back in July that I was writing a different book, and then all of a sudden I was like, no, I need to write this woman in particular, and she needs to make a guy beg. And now I'm kind of in my femdom era. So it's all my books are turning into strong women who like to make men kneel on their knees.
I love it. It's interesting because that's actually how I found author Golden Angel.
Yes, I love her.
Adore her. And for a long time, there's a couple other, Joey Hill, she writes femdoms, but for the most part, there just isn't a ton. And I went looking for it.
Angel just came out with her historical femdom, and I'm so excited to read that one.
Well, I can thank Golden Angel for knowing what figging is, because I didn't know what it was until Golden wrote it in a book.
The number of messages that I have received from people that are like, Shannon, I am throwing out all of the ginger in my house. I'm like, I'm so glad that you are introduced to this concept and you now have a fear of ginger.
Yes, it's such a thing. Yes, I blame Golden, but I adore her. She also loves a good spanking. And
we do.
This, you gave us a lot of everything in this book, but it was really great. I absolutely enjoyed it. It is Heal. It's available right now in Kindle Unlimited.
Yes.
And it was a ride. I read it and I was just like, yes. And, but I was there for it. I also think what I love about your characters is their sexualities do not define them, but it somehow enhances their overall who their character is. And sometimes in romance, it can be a little tricky to define sexuality and not have it just overtake the characters. And yours doesn't, because you're not writing just really simple, Rice Krispie plain cereal kind of books. You are writing like Fruity Pebbles.
Please keep going. My ego is feeling really great right now.
You do. Like, they're a wild ride. Like, I read Heel. It was a fast read. Is it like 350 pages?
According to Amazon, it's like 120 pages, but it's
Oh.
like this thick.
Yeah,
So
it
I
read really fast. No wonder it read really fast.
Yeah, it's a novella for sure. Unlike like my other two books, which is a duet, and like those things are chonky. Heel was like a passion project that just like needed to get on the page immediately, which is part of why it lent itself so well to being a novella. There wasn't a lot of time to like think about like making things too complicated. It was just, this is the story and this is what needs to get on the page and this is the story that I want to tell. And like I myself am queer and like part of the LGBTQ community, and so like when I write queer characters, it's like this is just who they are. This isn't like a shtick for them. It's just like part of their being.
But for being an only novella, the reason I thought it was longer is it's a really solid HEA for them.
Really?
Yeah.
I get such mixed reviews on that.
Oh.
There are some people who are like, this is a solid HEA. I love how this ended. And then there's some people who are like, I want more, which happens a lot with novellas.
Sure.
And some people are mad. They're like really mad because they're like, there's so many open-ended questions. And I did that a little bit on purpose because if you've read it, you know that you have mistress, pet, and then there's sir. And I really kind of want to do a follow-up with all three of them. So I was like, little bit of room to do more. But I was really happy with it. And I've actually been having one of my best friends, Ashley Michelle, is another author, and we love to have like deep philosophical conversations. One of the ones that we've been having a lot recently is basically like about the concept of a happily ever after and a happy for now, because both of us are kind of in these places in our lives where it's like, I'm single. I haven't experienced a HEA per se. And so when I think of how stories end, they very much are kind of open-ended in a sense, because it's like life continues beyond that moment of clarity where you're like, I want this person in my life.
Sure.
And so in my writing, I feel like there is this element of like, love doesn't end. And so why would a story end here? It can always keep going, kind of thing.
Well, sure. And we all know that stories are different. Everybody's HEA looks different. You know, my HEA is married 25 years with 2 children and dogs. You know, my sister's HEA, she didn't get married till later in life. And, you know, she has dogs and a husband. And her HEA, unfortunately, her husband is ill with cancer. So her HEA is going to look different. But she didn't have just an HFN. She had an HEA. Like, she was happy for how long that forever was.
Yeah.
I just need to believe. So I don't care if it's an HFN or an HEA.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't read epilogues. I know. We all know my toxic trait. It's very clear.
Wait, did you not read the epilogue for Heel?
No, I did not. Because you sold the couple so well. I didn't need it. I don't read
Maybe
epilogues.
that's why you're happy and everyone else is mad.
Maybe. Now do I have to go read this epilogue?
Look, you might want to.
Is this gonna... Am I gonna be mad at you, Shannon?
I don't think so, because I think that the epilogue leaves a lot of hope for them. It is.
Did you break a couple up in the epilogue?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. The epilogue is setting up the next time that they meet.
Okay.
So it's like it's a goodbye in a sense, but it's a like goodbye for now.
Oh.
So maybe that's why there's the difference between like you think it's an HEA because you didn't read the epilogue. People who did read the epilogue think it's an HFN.
Probably.
I'm discovering things about my own work.
Yeah, well,
Fantastic.
and I know that authors put a lot of time and talent into every word they put on a page. Like, I don't mean to discount. I think some authors rely too heavily on the epilogue to sell the HEA. Because I don't need babies. I don't need engagement. Not everybody's HEA looks like that. So I need you to, in the context of your book, make me believe, and you did make me believe, Shannon.
Thank you.
I need you to make me believe that this is a couple that no matter what the future looks like, they are together.
Yeah.
You know, that this is a solid relationship.
Yeah.
So,
well, I think one of the things that I'm discovering lends itself really well to a strong HEA or HFN is like I write kinky queer romance. That's like my little tagline as an author. But kink in general and the BDSM community, there's so much like communication and negotiation in those like relationships that like there's very clear boundaries that say like this is the type of relationship we want to have and what we currently have and like where we need to work on things. And like it's just this, like I was watching you with oh my God, Elizabeth Everett just before this.
yeah.
And y'all were talking about how the miscommunication trope. Or no, it was maybe the author before that.
Was it Tia Louise?
Yes. And y'all were talking about the miscommunication trope and how like people don't like it or whatever. And I think that there is a lot to be said about like people don't like the miscommunication trope because miscommunication is most of what modern feminist relationships, I think, really rely on. Like when we're talking about things like equal distribution of labor or like emotional labor and things like that within a relationship, those are things that you have to have active conversations about in order to make it equitable.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that, that's where you get the miscommunication trope and like things kind of fall apart.
Yeah.
But like kink in a very basic sense requires so much consent and so much communication that it's like you have to have that. You can't allow for a miscommunication trope to drag on because it needs to be resolved immediately.
Yeah. And it's really interesting because I think kink is one of the best subtropes of romance that shows intimacy and the power of intimacy and the dynamic that it can have on a relationship when you have true intimacy. Because if you're writing a kinky romance that has a dom submissive relationship, there has to be an intimacy, a conversation there, or it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And one of the first ones I ever read was Stacey Kennedy's Club Sin series in Vegas.
Okay.
And it's one of the few, now they're all straight. It's dom submissive relationships. All the men are dom. I don't think she has a femdom in her current series, the Phoenix Club. I don't think the Sin Club had a femdom, if I'm thinking.
Yeah.
It's been a few years. But it was one of the first books in that world that I had read, and the intimacy of the characters, the communication that has to happen between them in order to make that work was something I wasn't necessarily seeing in regular contemporary romance.
Yeah. Well, so I don't know if you know about the conference Smut Lovers.
I know that you went, and you are presenting next year.
So technically I'm on staff as well. I do all the volunteer coordination for them.
Okay.
And so I was on a panel this past year and I'm presenting again this coming year. But it is a both combination educational event as well as like reader event, and there's a book signing and everything. But one of the things that like a lot of the panels and educational sessions focus a lot on is consent, communication, setting up good scenes, and like building realistic relationships within like kink settings and things like that. It was such a wonderful like opportunity to be a part of, but I released Heal right before I went to Smut Lovers. And after that conference, I'm like, I need to write a follow-up because I need to include all the information that I learned there, because like you're constantly growing as an author.
Right.
And just like the amount of knowledge that I gained from like talking with other authors who write in the smutty genres, like it's incredible. And I'm so grateful for like the communities I'm a part of, for this community, for like y'all's podcast. Like it's
I always frustrate with authors when you go to them and say, hey, where do I start with your books? And they're always like, you should start at book 1. You've been writing for 10 years. Potentially that's 50 books. And you aren't the same author from book 1 to book 50. At least I hope not. Just like I'm not the same podcaster I was in 2020. And my brain is very different. I would hope that I have shown growth, just like I hope authors show growth. And so I think it's interesting that you're like, wait, I need to do a follow-up because now I know this and this. And I learn stuff new every day, you know? Like, it's really interesting because I'm such a Gen Xer. Like, such a Gen Xer. Consent in romance was not a thing for me until 2020.
Really?
Because they weren't necessary. So I started reading the Bodice Rippers. There are no consent in Bodice Rippers.
I started in historical romance as well, and like, just suspension of disbelief.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's totally fine.
I mean, the Viking captured the lady. He's pulling her around in chains. Got it. You know.
We're good with that.
I was fine with that. I thought that book was great. You know.
I still think those books are great.
Don't read them, but yes. But consent is not, wasn't something I ever thought about. The other thing when people would get so upset about like condoms and stuff, I went to college in the mid 90s. Condom, you know, depending on where you lived and where things were, having access to condoms was very different than it is now. It wasn't as readily acceptable, especially in small town Ohio. And so it isn't something I thought about. It wasn't. And it wasn't until people were like, this really bothers me. How do they never have a conversation about consent? And then I get annoyed when there's too much consent. Like, I got it. She said, yes, dude, move on. Stop asking.
Yeah. One of the things that I think is like a growth area for a lot of authors and that I really strive to do well is like consent can be so sexy. And when you do it well, and when you make consent sexy, it builds up that relationship. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a, are you okay with this? It's like, instead of having the FMC or MMC be like, do you want me to spank you? It's like, I would really love to spank you right now. And like, there's just a different tone about it.
Yeah, but it moves the story and it doesn't become disruptive and it doesn't, and this is terrible. I'm going to say this and everybody's going to come for me. Sometimes consent overdone in a book can squash the chemistry. It just, it like extinguishes it.
There's the opportunity for it to make it feel contractual or like transactional.
Yeah.
Where it's like you start to feel like, oh, this isn't about the relationship dynamic, this is about the sex.
Yeah.
And romance is focused on the relationships. Erotica, you can do something totally different.
Well,
but
and it's really interesting. So have you read Amanda Richardson's Pray Tell?
No, I haven't, but it sounds like it's going on my TBR.
You're welcome. It's one of those, it's primal kink, but we have we have a variety of readers in our community, as you know, like Jenny and Amanda want more consensual, like very clear, you know, and they want the, to make sure the connection is solid before there is the sexual acts, like, words are escaping me. I don't know. But anyway, so I read Pray Tell because it was primal kink and I love primal kink and I've read Zoe Blake and those do not have consent. And I knew that those books were not going to be for Jenny. Like I knew that's not a book Jenny could read. But then I by chance came across Amanda Richardson's Pray Tell and it's primal kink, but it's primal kink with clear consent. She's the pursuer, not the chaser. She pursues him and then he has the desire to chase. And it was just so well done. But again, it took what could have been a very icky, non-consensual kind of dynamic and made consent and desire and kink very sexy.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that writing Heal, which by the way, can I show you a secret?
Yes, we always love secrets.
if you go on Amazon, the cover for Heel is like a man being like pushed back by a heel.
With a
like
heel.
I also do my own like illustrations for character art and things like that. So I'm doing a special edition of it. And it came in today.
Oh.
And like I was able to make her like fat and like curvy and like
love that.
Anyway, I had to show you that. But one of the things that I really loved about writing a femdom romance was that like she's in control of the situation. She has all the consent, all the power, and not power in a sense that like she is forcing anything on someone else, but more so that like she has the trust of her partner to be able to go through the relationship and the smut scenes that they do. And for me, it was so empowering to write a character that is not reliant on their dominant male partner, but rather had the like autonomy to like make these decisions on their own and say like, this is something that I would like to pursue. This is something that I'm actively embracing, and like embracing her sexuality and her dominance, which isn't something that you get to see a lot in media. Women are shamed so constantly for wanting to engage in sex or like be sexual beings because we're over sexualized in so many contexts, that it's like really, it was really empowering for me to write someone where it's like, this is just part of who I am and it's part of what I want to pursue in this relationship, but it doesn't mean that I am any less of a human or a like partner in this relationship.
Or less desirable or less feminine, just because you are, I mean, how many of us, have heard the negativity that you're a bitch if you come off too strong and too controlling, and it takes away your feminine, nature and stuff like that. We've heard that for years. It's such a terrible stereotype. So I think that like there's a freedom in, for me, reading a femdom, because it gives voice and advocacy to being in control and still being desirable.
Yes.
So,
and that's also why I love writing fat characters, because it's like, I want that woman who has been told maybe all her life, like I was, that my body was wrong, that I am allowed to be a sexual being as well, both in my dominance and in the body that I exist in as a fat woman.
I am obsessed with that cover. Like, it is getting so much love in the comments right now, friend. So that cover is gorgeous. And I love that. And I love that you put her roles and you didn't hide them or try to soften them. I love that.
She's a baby.
I love that. And, that's been something really interesting, because we've seen a variety of authors today that write fat characters, and I love it. I love that we are seeing so much diversity in body type, but also, we had a ton of diverse authors today too, which is awesome. So, and
that's what you want.
And authors that are in different points in their career too, because you've been writing for 18 months.
Yeah, my first book published June of 2021.
Okay, so 2 years.
Wait, no, I started writing in 2021, December or November of 2021. I wrote my first book for Nano, and it published in 2022 in June. My second book came out in March, and then this came out in September.
Yeah. So you are just starting. We had Lindo, who doesn't even have her first book out till this next month. To Tia Louise, who's been writing since like 2014, she said, or something. So it's great. It's awesome. Okay. So tell everybody the synopsis. We've talked about Heel. I feel like everybody should just go pick it up. It is available in Kindle Unlimited, right?
Yes, it is. All my books are in Kindle Unlimited.
Okay.
It's just a really accessible way for people to read.
Yeah, don't get me. Yes, I agree 1000%. And I know that you and I've talked about this. We've talked about that it levels the playing field for access for people that might not have access otherwise. So, okay, read everybody the synopsis, and then we'll finish up some questions.
Okay, so synopsis. All I want is his submission. Playing with Pet is a pleasure like any other. His mistake, though, was thinking his pleasure takes priority. My attention comes at a price, and I'm not sure my pet is willing to pay. Then again, It's well known that sometimes good boys misbehave. I'm very proud of that tagline, though.
That is a great tagline. Good boys misbehave. Okay, so Shannon, what's your favorite trope to read or write?
Groveling.
Groveling.
I love a good grovel. When like a man has to come back and say like, please, I'm so desperate for you, or like make up for the mistakes that they've made. It's my favorite thing.
So when you write a grovel, do you prefer a grand gesture or just the small, falling on the sword conversation? Or do you want the grand balloon release and,
I think because I write contemporary romance, I prefer the little things. Like in historical romance or in like paranormal or something, I would love a grand gesture just because it's like if you read Omegaverse, I always love the mating bites and things like that. That seems like a grand gesture to me. But like in contemporary, I think it's very realistic to say that like you need to prove yourself over time that you are redeeming yourself from whatever mistake you made. So it's like, I need the progressive grovel because I need it to take 20, 30 chapters.
You want 20 or 30 chapters of the grovel.
Grovel from the beginning. I'm here for it.
I have a book that lives rent-free in my head that I don't think the character groveled enough. And to this day, I'm still holding a grudge against him. I yell about him often.
Offline, you need to tell me what that book is.
Oh, we talk about it all the time. It is Natasha Madison's, it's a hockey romance. Hold on, I'll tell you. The hero's name is Nico. And I, at random, will yell freaking Nico. Because he had this super strong, capable woman. She was a sports agent, like super smart. And he was helping a friend out and thought that he could marry the friend to help. She was a lesbian and trying to save like face with her father. And he thought he could marry her on the side and not have a conversation with his love interest about it. And then he had to come back because she was mad, right? So she had to come back and say, hey, that doesn't work for me. You need to be sorry. And he didn't grovel enough. Only one touch.
Do you want to know mine?
Yes.
Sarah McLean, my favorite book of all time is the second book in the Ruthless Bastard series. No, Bare Knuckle Bastard series, Brazen and the Beast. The third book in that series is groveling trope because the first two books, the MMC is the villain. And in the third book, he's supposed to get his redemption arc. Me and my best friend, his name is Ewan. We call him Ew-M because he does not do enough groveling. Like, he was such a good villain for such a long time that you're like, you did not do enough to deserve your happily ever after.
Oh my God. Shannon, you wanted to do a giveaway, correct?
Yes, I do. So my I kind of just wanted to give away everything because I love people. So I will be giving away one of these as well as my first duet. So hard or like paperbacks of all of my books.
Okay.
Basically what...
In the comments, tell us what your favorite type of Thanksgiving dessert was. I'm really mad at store-bought pecan pie. So I need to find some homemade pecan pie. There aren't enough nuts.
I have food allergies out the wazoo.
Oh, well, as I talk about nuts.
I'm actually not allergic to nuts. I'm allergic to gluten, dairy, and eggs.
Okay.
And cashews. It's a lot. But there's an apple crisp that my family makes where it's like cinnamon apples with like oatmeal kind of crumble over it.
Yeah.
So good.
I do like. Have you seen the apple, like the thin sliced apple cake, like on TikTok that's just layer after layer of apple and they pour like a batter over it? And then it's,
I have seen that.
I'm trying to convince my husband to make it because it looks delicious.
It looks really good. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not talented enough to. I can make chocolate chip cookies like a badass. Like my cookies are fantastic, but I don't do a lot other than that. Okay, pumpkin bars with cream cheese frosting.
Mm.
You can probably do pumpkin bars because you can
I can
make
just
those
sub
without
out the
eggs.
hmm
Yeah. That's
There's a ton of options for me to make things. It's just like you use oat milk instead of regular milk,
Oh,
or
yeah.
there's like egg substitutes and things like that. It's workable. It just takes thought.
Homemade blueberry muffins, gluten-free cookies,
Mm.
peanut butter cookies. I do like a good peanut butter cookie.
I just love peanut butter.
Same. I don't know. And comfort food for me, like when I'm not feeling good, is peanut butter and strawberry jelly
Ooh,
on like
yes.
the whitest white bread, like the gummy white bread.
I get that.
It-
Sometimes you just need like the childhood classic, you know?
Yeah, a side of Doritos. Like, I'm there for it.
I miss cheesy snacks so much. Cheese in general is the one thing that I'm like, I would probably go through the allergic reaction to have brie again.
I recently found out I was lactose intolerant and I've had to switch and I've done pretty good, but I can still eat cheese for the most part. Not a ton of it, but for the most part, it's not too terrible the next day.
There we go.
Brie and apples. They're right. Yeah. Pick a number between 1 and 5, Shannon.
2.
2. Okay, hold on a second. 1 and 2. Helena, you are our winner. I am going to put our form in the comments. Fill this out for me, and then I will send the information on to Shannon. Shannon, thanks so much for hanging out with me.
Thanks so much for having me. I always
Anytime.
love hanging out with y'all. Y'all are so much fun.
We try. We're a good time. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room, and we are bringing on Miss Zoe Abrams.
Perfect. Bye,
Hi,
guys.
friend. Okay. Zoe Abrams has... Hi, Zoe.
Hi.
I'm going to read your bio real quick so I don't forget, because I seem to be forgetting things tonight and just talking books, and then people don't get the introduction they need. Zoe Abrams resides in the sometimes warm but mostly cold region of Michigan. You're a Michigander?
I am. Yes. I know you're from Ohio, right?
Yeah, northwest Ohio, so...
Yep. I'm right in central Michigan.
Okay, awesome. So she's a Michigander, guys. This is a tough weekend for us tomorrow.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. Little interstate rivalries.
Yeah, I don't even care. Like, I don't pay
No.
attention to it, but others do.
Yeah.
She's happily married to a human man and has produced 2 offsprings, which she is immensely proud of. Zoe writes all kinds of romance books, but they mostly tend to be on the sweeter side. She enjoys reading, of course, journaling, knitting, cooking, and all things witchy. You mostly like finding her curled up with her heated blanket, a cup of tea, a good book, and the best lighting in her house for aesthetic purposes, of course.
Of course.
Zoe, now the crescent spell, though, is paranormal.
Yes. It's a well, I would say it's a little more fantasy than paranormal. Mhm.
So kind of in the lane of romantasy, which is kind of a new subgenre that is getting all the love we know about dragons. But are you liking that it's getting some notice finally?
I am actually. So I love posting on TikTok. I know people have hangups about TikTok, but I found a lot of success on it. People are really, they embrace indie authors there, and they are very uplifting. So I've really found my community, and people just really seem to love the book. They love the blurb, they love the tropes that I post, the quotes. Of course, they're, spicy quotes, so they're going to gain a little bit of traction, but they do really seem to like it, and it's picking up steam, which is crazy because I published The Moonlit Dance, which is the second book in the duology, back in February of this year. So
Okay.
for it now to be gaining the steam, it's been a whirlwind.
It's so interesting, because we see that, a book that might have been 2 or 3 years old, all of a sudden is the book everybody is talking about and wants to read. And it's not always necessarily the most popular book in the author's back catalog either that gets the traction.
Yes.
Which I kind of like, because I'm a backlist reader.
Me too.
And actually, to be honest, currently I'm finding more comfort in backlist than I am in new releases.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's actually really funny because when I got back into reading, I was an avid reader when I was a child. My family always joked that you couldn't find me without a book. So I grew up and I had my first son. I had not read a book in probably 10 years. And my friend down the road was like, hey, you have to read this rock star romance. It's really great. It's really smutty. And I was like, smutty? Like, my little angel heart couldn't even take it. So I read it and I was like, wow, this is great. So I got back into reading and I joined all of these Facebook author groups and, really delved back into that reader community. And I found this author that I really love, and her name is Catherine Moon. And I won a copy of Good Deeds from her. And I just dove right into her backlist and I read every single thing that she had written. And so now I tend to do that with authors that I really enjoy, like Parker S. Huntington, Catherine, Lana Cole, Talia Hibbert. I will read their entire back catalog and then just sit here twiddling my thumbs until their next release.
No, I think that's fair. And we all find our line of comfort too. Like, I know that if I am going to read romantic suspense, I'm going to trust this author, and this author. If I'm going to read a sports romance, I'm going to trust this author, this author. One of the great things for me coming out of the podcast has been pushing me outside of what I always read.
Yes.
Because I have to realize that there are hundreds and hundreds of authors, and I need to be giving a more variety and not just recommending the same 5 authors.
Yes. That's another thing, a great thing about Book Talk is that there's such diversity in Book Talk, and these authors that I would have never known about if I hadn't found them one random day scrolling on TikTok. It's just great.
It's I have a love-hate relationship with TikTok.
Yep.
It's and part of it is, I'm sure that this is going to make me sound like I am 5 million years old, and I pretty much am 5 million years old. I sometimes feel like some of the TikTokers, especially the newer TikTok, like younger, and I have to realize I'm in my 40s. I'm closer to 50 than I am to 40. But we get people that act like this is the brand newest thing. Like we kind of saw with Hockey Romance earlier this year, everyone acting like it was the first time they'd ever experienced it. And there are some, you don't want to be the person that's like, people, I've been reading fucking Hockey Romance since 2014. This is not brand new. Yep. Stop acting like you invented the genre. So those kinds of things bug me, but then I just have to remember that not everybody's lived experience is the same. And some people are just coming to romance, and I'd rather have new readers than piss people off.
Yes. So, we all want everybody to read, and we want people to support authors and indie authors, and book talk can be, I don't want to say toxic, but it leans towards that vibe. Unfortunately, sometimes I try to stay out of it, mostly because I like to stay in my own lane. I'm a mom. I have 2 kids. I work full time on top of being an author. So just a lot of that drama, I just tend to stay out of. There was a lot of backlash last year that I did get involved in regards to an author stereotyping. I am Mexican American, so that does tend to hit a little bit closer to home for me. But I tend to stay out of most of it, especially when it's author and author drama.
Yeah.
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 So
I will say one of the things that has been really good for me, at least with TikTok, is you can train your algorithm to be what you need it to be, right? So my algorithm is very diverse. I have tons of Black authors writing Black characters, and, people, BIPOC people, of all different, Latinx to African American, giving book recs and talking about their lived experiences. And I love that part of it.
Me too.
That part of it has been great for me. It also has challenged me. Ofelia, who helped set up she put us in touch so that you could be a part of this. Ofelia is another person that I found on TikTok. And she also challenges me, says, hey, we can do better. And you're like, okay, yes, we can do better. And, like we said earlier, I live in Ohio, Northwest Ohio. It's very small town, very white.
Yes, it is.
And so my thinking doesn't line up necessarily with the community I live in. And so sometimes something like TikTok is great to make me realize that the world is bigger than this little small place that I live.
Yes. Well, I was raised by 2 white parents, and my family is white. My husband is white. My husband's family is white. All my friends are white. So I grew up in this very white-centric town and this mindset of people around me. And so it took a lot of unlearning for me to be able to open my mind and see that, like you said, everybody has a different lived experience and no 2 people are the same people. What I've gone through in my life is definitely not the same as the person next to me. So by diversifying our reading, we're able to be in a small town like I am in Michigan and you are in Ohio, and still see these beautiful, beautiful experiences that people are writing about. And even though it is fiction, they're still blending that into their writing. And it's wonderful. I'm probably never going to be able to travel the entire world like I want to and see all of these different experiences and cities and things like that. So I think reading is a beautiful escape for that. You're able to see those diverse lifestyles.
Absolutely. And it opens your eyes to things and things you never thought about. And not that I'm saying it's reading's job to teach me the things. I'm not looking to authors to educate me,
Correct.
But those experiences help shape me and make me a better person, which is always my goal, is to be a better person. Okay, so Zoe, do you want to read the blurb for your book?
Sure.
Okay. I want to show this picture because you are giving away one of these books, right? Oh, you have it. I don't have.
I do.
This is gorgeous.
Look at this thick baby right here. So this is actually an alternate cover that I had done for a book box that I did last year. These are the regular covers. So this is the Crescent Spell and this is the Moonlit Dance. So you can see the dichotomy here.
Yeah.
I told my cover person, her name is Rachel. She's absolutely wonderful and I love her, and I found her on TikTok. I told her I wanted to go similar but in a different color scheme, and she just came up with this, and it was just perfect.
It's gorgeous. I saw that picture in my doc and I'm like, wait, what? She's giving it away.
Yeah, I had a couple left over. I've just kind of kept them. I ordered extra when we did the book box, and so I've just kind of kept them for these special occasions like giveaways, or I gave them to some of my friends who were like, you saved me one, right?
Just for my
So,
best
yeah.
friends.
Just for my best friends. My friend Chloe Gunter, she actually texted me the other day and she goes, why don't I have that? And I was like, I thought you did. So I do have to order her. I have to order her one. So, but yeah, okay, the blurb. So this is for book 1. If magic doesn't exist in Islar, then why do I find myself suddenly bound to it? I should know better than to be starry-eyed over the mysterious dark-haired man that appears in my shop. The moonlit spell he casts throws me into a world I never knew was possible, turning my careful, normal life into a chaotic mess. Leaving me with no choice, I'm forced into a world of shadows, intrigue, and danger coming from every direction. With my life on the line, I have to trust the men I'm bound to in order to make it out alive or suffer the consequences for a cruel twist of fate.
So this is a duology,
Yes.
and it is complete. So you do at the end of book 2 get the HEA and resolution for the characters.
Yes.
You're not going to make us read like 5 books, like
No.
some other
No.
romantic. I'm poking
No.
fun today. I'm sorry.
No, and I love longer series but I'm also a big mood reader. So like the Ties That Bond series by Jay Bree, I want to be into that and I want to finish it so bad, but I've only gotten like halfway through book 3 before I had to take a break. You get so involved in the characters and it's like almost too much when it's, for me, when it's more than 3 books. So I want to be able to be into it. I love it. I love the story building and the world building that goes on. I just can't.
I get it. I understand. Because I struggle sometimes with trilogies and such.
Yeah.
You know, I'll skip book 2 and go right to book 3.
Yeah.
But I'm also the crazy person that doesn't read the epilogues. So
Yeah.
Okay, so it's complete now, but the first book came out August of 2022, and then the second book came out in February.
Yes.
Tropes are fated mates, coming of age, enemies to lovers, found family, forced proximity. And there's a mysticism about it.
Yes.
But they are human-esque, or they shift, or...
Yeah, so they don't shift, they're witches. And they each have a specific element that their magic is tied to.
Okay.
So here, I'm great with visuals. So these are the characters.
Oh.
So this is our main girl. Her name is Briar. She is a normal, everyday human. Magic doesn't exist in the land that she lives in. She has these recurring dreams and these men that are just magically popping up out of thin air, it seems like. This is Ian, Cal, Jonas, Avon, and Evan. So 3 of them get introduced in book 1. The other 3 get introduced at the later end of book 1, and then their stories really form in book 2.
So it's a why choose?
It is why choose. There's 6 of them. Yes. Okay. That was quite a lot. Right.
How do you keep that all straight? Like, I laugh at Katie Robert when she pulls out like the sex Barbies. Have you seen the sex Barbies?
I've seen the sex Barbies, yes.
And I'm like, I would be the one with like 6 sex Barbies and trying to figure out placement.
My friend Chloe and I will send each other stick figure drawings, and it's like, does this work? Does this configuration work?
That's awesome.
But yeah, so they each have their own magic, and there is this witch council that oversees. It's like this, secret society of witches. Witches aren't supposed to exist. Magic's not supposed to exist, and they are very wary of Briar because she has this magic that hasn't been seen for hundreds and hundreds of years. So they think that she's going to bring the downfall of all of magic. They put her through these really big trials in book 1 that she has to overcome. And then in book 2, you go along and see, well, maybe it's not the council, it's maybe just this one particular person that's on the council, kind of whispering in everybody's ears. So it's a lot of intrigue. It's why choose, like you said, magic, chaos, shadows.
So writing fantasy, there are no rules. You make the world, you make the rules. So is that
Yes.
exciting, or at times is that daunting for you?
I love it because I am a very type A kind of person. And so if I were to ever write a contemporary novel, I would have to research the city that it's put in, and like every single street and cafe that they go to has to be a real place. And so I tend to steer away from real actual places because I have more fun making it up.
Yeah. I love it. And so like, do you visualize the world? Like, if you close your eyes, you can see what it looks like and where things are.
Yeah, so I did actually have a map made.
Listen,
for
you are
this.
selling people in this community like nobody's business here.
So I have this gorgeous map that was made, and I feel like Islar and Alahem, which is the country. So Islar is the like province that
Okay.
Briar lives in, and then Alahem is the country. So Alahem, I liken it to Michigan a little bit. So it's got these big, beautiful rolling forests, lots of flat lands, rivers, lakes, just a mishmash really of terrains. And then there's this mountain ridge that is very important come book 2. And yeah, it's just really diverse. And I loved thinking about it. And it was very helpful when they did have to travel to have this visual representation of where they're at.
I knew it was coming. Heather in the comments, a map too. My goodness. Like, Heather is so funny. We'll come across something and I'll be like, oh my God, Heather, this book has a map. She's like, I'm buying it.
Buying it.
I'm like,
Sold.
what is wrong with you? But we're also the people that went to Melissa Foster.
Mhm.
And she had a map in the front of her book, and we're like, how come it's not on a mouse pad? So then she went and put it on a mouse pad for us to order because
I love that.
we were obsessed with the map. How many books are going to be in this world? Right now you just have 2.
Yes. So, it's not on my radar yet, but Briar's sister Ainsley has, I don't want to give too much away. She has kind of a tumultuous relationship that doesn't end well. We'll say that. And she is placed in the care of this blacksmith that is in a town. And he's very much like the gruff and stoic, I'm not going to talk a lot, whereas she is very bubbly and outgoing. And I want them to have their own love arc because you can see it a little bit. He's a protector and he kind of takes her under his wing while Briar and her coven go off on this big wild adventure. And he's back at home taking care of her after this terrible, horrendous breakup. She thought that she was with the love of her life, and it ended up being very different.
Yeah.
So.
I love an unexpected protector, and a grouchy unexpected protector are 10 out of 10. Love that.
Yeah.
So you have children, and they have to be young because you look very young. And you work full time.
I do. Yeah.
So writing is hard for time and space in your life. So is it about a book a year is what you for right now?
Okay, so last year I published 3 books.
Oh, okay.
In 2022, I co-wrote a book with one of my very, very good friends, Lana Cole. It's called The Abdominal Snowman. It was this raunchy holiday monster shifter book.
Yes, I read that. It was delightful.
Thank you.
Delightful.
We had so much fun. We had so much fun writing it. We have surprises coming up with that for the holiday season. So just kind of a little teaser. And then I wrote, I published, okay, and then I published Variants, which it was my first book. We'll say that.
Okay.
It was my first book I wrote by myself. I'm very proud of it because it is the first book that I wrote, and that one is a love triangle, murder mystery, suspense, kind of, it was a great fun thing to write. And then I published The Crescent Spell. So that was 3 books in a year. It was crazy, it was intense, and I suffered intense burnout. After publishing The Moonlit Dance, which I had to push back my release date twice, I didn't write until October, from
Okay.
February to October. So I'm working on stuff right now. I am getting back into the groove a little bit. I think when I switched my careers last year, that kind of threw a wrench into my plans. But things have settled and we're getting back into it. I'm writing an academic lovers, enemies to lovers, vampire Omegaverse right now.
Oh,
So,
fun.
it's so
Fun.
much fun. It's so much fun. I think that's what I needed.
Yeah, I love that. That is so fun. Okay, so if you could invite one of your characters over for a meal, who would you invite?
Cal,
Cal. And
for
what book?
sure.
And what book?
100%.
He's
He's from the Crescent Spell.
from
Mhm.
Crescent Spell.
Yeah, he is my fiery cinnamon roll, stabby hunk of a man. And he is the only one that did not have conflict with Briar.
Yeah.
So, yes.
And third act breakups. What are your thoughts on third act breakups?
If they're done well, I do enjoy them.
Okay, that's fair.
If they're done well, I'm very picky about them. But yes, I don't hate on them at all. There have been some amazing books that I've read that have third act breakups, and it just worked out beautifully. You know, that coming back together was just so raw. I loved it.
I love that. I love that. Okay, so what's the challenge of writing a Fated Mates? Because we talked about placement with a why choose, but what is it like with Fated Mates? Because it's fated, they have to be together, but the challenge is putting the roadblocks in the way.
Yes. So this was very much Fated Mates because Briar was bound magically to this kind of existing coven that had broken up. So they kind of held her as their anchor, where she was very much not willing to be their anchor. I know that's very common in a Fated Mates trope where it's the female main character is the anchor and that's just kind of how it goes, but she was very much against that because she had been so independent for so long. She didn't like the idea of others relying on her for this binding to happen. It was really interesting to write, and I loved having the conflict there of her not being open to it immediately. It's not insta love,
right?
At all.
No, and can you do instant love, you think, with Fated Mates?
I've read it.
But you didn't love it. I can tell. It's okay. I'll say it. I'll say all the things you're thinking that you don't want to say. I think that Fated Mates, part of what is great, and paranormal is not something I've read a ton of. Sometimes it's that suspension of disbelief for me, but I can totally bang out your abdominal snowman, give me a door shifter. Like, I can do those because they're so redunculous that like I can read that. But Fated Mates and shifters, sometimes I struggle a little with that. But I feel like part of what is good about Fated Mates that I've read, I like that tension where they're fighting against that fate.
Yes.
Because we fight against what's fated in our lives every day. Like, there's a realistic aspect of it that's what I enjoy.
Yes. And the biggest point of conflict in The Crescent Spell and the Moonlit Dance is Briar and Avon. Avon is the dethroned king of the witches. He had to go through this huge, intense redemption arc that I just really enjoyed writing. Like you and Shannon, I believe, was before me. We're talking about groveling men.
Yeah.
Avon grovels in book 2. I was 1000% about him groveling on his knees because he just thought that Briar was going to be in love with him just because they were bound together. And she goes, no, think again. And he doesn't betray her, but he is deceitful in some of his actions and words. And so she doesn't trust him.
Yeah.
He has to earn her trust. So
I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Okay. Let's pick a winner. Tell me, just give me a hey. I'm not very creative at this moment. I actually just made my spouse. Well, we've been going since 3 and it's been amazing. I love doing this. It's like speed dating for romance authors.
I love it.
But I just made my husband, I texted him. I was like, could you give me a snack? So he's making me a snack tray. I need to just refuel my brain a minute. So everybody give me a hey if you're here hanging out, and we'll have Zoe pick a number once we figure out. But thank you so much for hanging out with me and saying yes to doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. I was really nervous. I have my whole family locked away upstairs because I've got 2 boys and they are wild children. I love them so much and they just bring so much joy into my house, but it's a very loud joy. I'm like, you guys have to be like on camera. You can't be down here yelling at me about pizza.
We would have been fine with noise.
Oh man.
My kids are adults. I mean, they're 20 and 18, but we have a puppy. And he's been a little boisterous today. Pick a number between 1 and 7, Zoe.
Ooh, 4.
4. Okay, so we have Maribel Hernandez. Maribel, I am going to give you a link to my Google form, and I ask that you fill that out, and then I will pass the information on to Zoe probably Monday. I'll send you all the information for the giveaway.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much for hanging out, and we will talk soon.
Thank you. All right, you have a great rest of your night.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, next up is author Kristin Lee. I think, yes, Kristin Lee. Look at this, you guys. We've got 1, 2, 3, 5 more authors to go. This is so much fun. I'm having the best time. Hi, Kristin.
Hi, Becky. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm a mess.
You're a mess. Why are you a mess?
It's that weekend where everything's just out all over your house.
Oh, you know what? We don't do big holidays, so it's not, my house is not a mess, actually. I mean, it is because I need, but mostly I don't have much, although we did barbecue catering for Thanksgiving dinner because my people don't eat normal Thanksgiving stuff.
Right. I love that.
And they, anyway, they have to eat barbecue. Like there's so much left over. These people need to get used to it. Hold on a second.
We eat lasagna for Christmas. So, hey, just to have something different. Everybody gets tired of the same thing all the time.
Chicken Alfredo is our Christmas Eve dish, and Christmas Day is breakfast and snacks.
Ooh, I love it.
So welcome. I'm going to read your bio because I've been forgetting to do that throughout the day. And I don't want to forget. So I'll do that. And then we'll get to know you and we'll talk about On My Knees. Kristin Lee is a USA Today bestselling author. She writes heart-shattering, heart-melting romances with a twist of suspense and a shot of humor. She lives in Kentucky with her hubby, 12-year-old son, and her fur baby writing partner, Milo. She also has a married son that lives in another state. If Kristin isn't reading or writing, you'll find her at a sporting event, concert, or the movies. If you haven't found your person, Kristin's book boyfriends will be sure to make you sweet and swoony. Where in Kentucky do you live?
Just south of Lexington.
Okay.
So not too far from there.
No, not too far. We went to Readers on the River in Louisville this year.
Okay.
And that was so great. But my mother's family is all from Western Kentucky. My mom and dad went to school in Murray State, and my mom's family, Paducah and stuff like that.
Right.
So
Paducah, yeah.
So I always like to know where in Kentucky people are. I find
I'm centrally located. My husband's actually from Louisville, so you know, I've had nephews that went to Western and things like that too.
Yeah.
So we got it covered.
Okay, so do you want to read your blurb for everybody and then we'll start talking about your books? Or did you have a segment picked out you wanted to read?
I do. I wanted to say something about it first, though.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's a book, too. So I kind of wanted normally I wouldn't really care, but I wanted to say that All Your Fault is book 1. And so Campus Stallions is the series, and it's a spinoff series of the Sarasota Sharks, which is my baseball series. And the male main character in this book is the twin brother to the female main character in On My Knees.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to bring this up, because even though they can be read as standalones, there are things, you know, because I really wanted to, they are the younger twin siblings of the main character in Scoring the Boss in that one. And because they were much younger, he was in his 30s, I wanted to spin it off into a college series. So this Campus Stallions will be one of each of the main baseball, football, hockey, and basketball. So it'll be one of each. So it'll be
Which
like
is really
Stallion.
interesting. Which is really interesting. So instead of doing all the same college sport, you're going to pick from...
Right. So because, you know, like they all know different people and the way that they are, how they come together and live together. It's really interesting and stuff. So,
are the guys roommates?
Yes. So the male main character in All Your Fault is roommate with the male main character in On My Knees.
Okay. So On My Knees, I'm going to give, because you're going to read a section, right?
Yes.
So this is a brother's best friend, fake dating, roommates to lovers. She has anxiety. He's a perfectionist, protective hero, football player, med student, emotional and angsty. Mm-hmm. And it is available now in Kindle Unlimited, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I have it on my Kindle. I just haven't gotten to it. I'm sorry.
I understand. I'm doing a beta read right now, and I'm like, I really want to read for pleasure right now before this weekend, but you know, oh well, you can't always. So I'm going to read a little bit from On My Knees, and I'm going to set this up. So this is chapter 2, but what has happened is her brother, her twin brother Hagen, and her lived apart. For this past year of college. So she was in his book, but she wasn't living here. But she got to know Logan a little bit, and they sniped kind of all the time. You know, there was a little bit of banter back and forth during the book 1. So now he's asked her to be his fake date. And her brother is pissed off about it. He doesn't want her to have, you know, and everything. So she has gone to this award ceremony where they're all going to. He's the star quarterback, and she knows she shouldn't, but she did. And so it starts off with her, chapter 2. This is Logan's chapter, so I'm reading for him. Her knees fold as she wilts to the ground like a flower under the summer's scorching heat. Luckily, my hand was on her back, and I'm able to keep her from hitting her head. Crouched down beside her, I guide her head into my lap. Harper, are you okay? I ask, but her eyes are still closed. Her family descends on me and chaos breaks out. Hagen's not quite yelling, but his voice bellows from deep in his gut. This is why, damn it, Logan. You don't always get what you want. His words sink in and eat at me a little. No, I don't get what I want. I get what I need. That's why this fake date is perfect, and Harper is perfect. It means I appear to have a girlfriend, which gives me an added layer of protection against the flock of girls wanting a relationship with a star athlete. The incoming freshmen and even the sophomores seem too young, and although I like most of the girls I've been with, Going back for seconds will give them the wrong idea. Harper is a perfect cover to keep me focused. I can't fail again. I cannot lose the national championship or the Heisman Trophy this year. Hagen and Harper's mom sit beside me with her feet tucked under her bottom. Baby, wake up, we're all here, as she tenderly strokes Harper's arm. White flashes pop all around us as people take photos while Harper comes to. She blinks, her eyes open, and the caramel-colored hues swirl with confusion. They're the most unusual, beautiful eyes I've ever seen. Why haven't I noticed them before? Probably because she's always being sassy with me and she closes her eyes when she smirks. I've been crushing on her since I saw her on television during a baseball game. Her parents own the Chicago Kodiaks, a Major League Baseball team, and Hagen and some of our friends were watching the World Series at our house, and they showed her in the VIP box. Harper raised her arms in victory and opened her mouth so wide that she could have swallowed a baby bird. And at that moment, I thought about her more and more. When I asked about her, it was the first time Hagen declared she was off limits. I recall thinking, she lives in another state, man. The problem is she doesn't now. Not only does she live in the same state as me, but she lives in the same house too. Harper's eyes dart around the circle of people hovering over her. What happened? You fainted, her mom says, empathy lacing her tone. Holding my hand up, I say, I've got her. Give us some room. As everyone backs up, her mom stands, shielding Harper from the gawkers. Harper moves to her knees and our eyes collide so hard it feels like the wind has been knocked from my chest. What the fuck? Her lids open and close twice, and a tear escapes through her long dark lashes. I push to my knees and I mouth, it's okay, you're with me. With a slight tilt of her head, she grabs my arms and I bring both of us to a standing position. My fingers graze her bare skin and she stiffens. She doesn't want to look at me. It's easy to tell. I want to go home. Okay, I'll take you. Everyone argues over who is taking her home, and stubborn Harper rears her beautiful head. Stop, I'll just call an Uber. None of you are missing the awards over me. I didn't eat all day because I wanted to fit into this dress. My hand circles her wrist. Please let me take you. You're my date, and I would never let my girl leave without me. My voice is barely above a whisper. She takes a deep breath. First, you've never been on an actual date that I know of, and if this is what you do to them, it's no wonder. Well, since she's back to her smart mouth self, I lean into her body, my lips covering her ear so only she can hear. If you mean I get them so hot and bothered that they faint, then you're right. I'll stop there and leave you all hanging.
Love it. It's great. He's quite the protector though, and he's been pining for a minute.
He has. So, they knew each other, but he has been focused as any person that might go third in the draft. He was to go third in the draft and he came back to school. And so during this, all the paparazzi have, taken pictures. They're screaming, is she the reason you came back? And blah, blah, blah. So, that comes into the fainting and stuff. But as the book progresses, I mean, he definitely is. So that was a fake date and it was supposed to stop there. And he comes up, he doesn't want to fake date her, but he wants to fake date her so her brother doesn't get mad, but he's really dating her. So it's a fake date, not fake date.
Fake date, not fake date.
At first she goes along with it, like, okay. And her brother's like, you're a genius, that great. We're both out of town. This will keep the guys away while we're both out of town. He's out of town training and her brother's playing summer baseball. So, and then it comes back, when they're all back in college,
Yeah.
And she's in med school.
I love that. So how long have you been writing romance?
I have been published for 2.5 years.
Okay.
And, but writing about 3.5.
Okay. Why romance?
Oh gosh. I was watching a television show, Heart of Dixie. I don't know if anybody's ever seen it.
I know the show. Yeah.
Yeah. And Wade said something, it was during COVID and I was teaching preschool, and Wade said something like, change your picture, change your life to Zoe. And I was like, something just stood up on the back of my, and so I don't know, I just got this weird feeling that I should be doing something else.
Yeah.
I have a great life as a teacher and stuff like that, but I'm like, I just wanted to be doing something else. So my husband's like, go for it, So I quit my job and just started writing full time right away, because I'm like, if I'm one of those people that I'm going to go for it.
You're in and you're in.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. It's also awesome that you have an amazing supportive partner.
It is.
You know, not everyone has that. And so I think it's good that we, you know, congratulate those that are, or say thank you to those that support us. Cause, you know, that's with me with this podcast. If I wouldn't be able to do it, except I have a husband that is like, yeah, do it. And I now work full time in publishing, and again, wouldn't be able to chase my dream of being an editor if it wasn't for him. So
exactly. They play an important role.
They do. They absolutely do. So do you write mostly sports romance then?
I write small town and sports.
Okay.
Sports romance. My first series is kind of small town horse racing is the backdrop of it, or horse therapy. Each one of them has some kind of horse related. The first one, the girl's a trainer, and it's more coming of age. It spans 5 years, a 5-year time period, and then her best friends, and it goes on. But the third book in that series, she's the sister of him, of Logan. And I knew when I wrote that epilogue, I mean, he was in the book just a tiny bit, but then in the epilogue, he was kind of like, oh, he's coming to Kentucky to play football. And I was just waiting for the right time. When am I going to write this book? When am I going to write this book? And I knew I was going to write the twins. And I kept thinking, like, who's going to be a good guy for Harper? I mean, I need somebody strong. I need somebody protective, somebody who's good with kids and stuff, because in this book, you're going to cry when you read On My Knees. I mean, it's got a little parts in it, but she is going to volunteer and stuff before she goes into med school. And so she's volunteering in the kids' cancer wing. And so she becomes, close to these people. And then he helps her get some cheerleaders for this little girl. But there's two main little characters or whatever, and they're so cute and heartwarming and things, but there's some angst in there. But he proves his worth.
Well, there we go. Do you have a favorite moment from any of your books?
Oh gosh.
Is there one moment in your books that lives rent free for you?
I have my first book of Sarasota Sharks is called Stealing a Second Chance. And it's a brother's best friend, childhood sweethearts, second chance romance. And there's a time when, he's comes to her and says, when am I going to quit begging you to love me? And he's done all these things to get back to her. She had ghosted him for 8 years after something big happened, and no cheating or anything. And he's like, I can't keep begging you to love me. And she's like, loving you is so hard because it's all I can see is my brother. And so he leaves, and then something major happens, and it's, I don't know. There's moments in all of my books, but that one is that book I think actually kind of helped my career take off a little bit. And it was my second series, and it was really heartfelt. I woke up in the middle of the night after my son had come home from fishing. So the prologue was all about my son going fishing with this girl and her brother. And so it ended up, into, now 6 books. That one book, ran into 4 Sarasota Sharks, and now there's going to be 4, Campus Stallions. So I think they are really my couple that will always be my favorite, even though I think Logan and Harper are really, really close because, they go through a lot. And, I think a lot of us deal with anxiety.
Sure.
My husband's like, I wouldn't say I have anxiety, but he's like, are you nervous? You're like, your feet are twitching. And I'm like, I am a little bit. And he's like, just, it's fine.
I have,
you know, us authors, we're alone all the time with ourselves. We're not used to being.
But you know what? I love doing this. I have a background in theater. I have a background in public speaking. I love this. But I was anxious all day today. I was like, okay, do I have everything I need? And my husband's like, this is your 3rd year. This is easy. You know what you're doing. You're going to be fine. I'm like, but do I have this? And do I have that? So, it's absolutely okay. But I think we all have a little bit of anxiety, even if it's just situational anxiety.
Right.
And fear of the unknown and that kind of stuff.
And where Harper's is debilitating, you know, I will tell you, there's a dog named Roscoe in this book. And I don't know if you can see Roscoe. But he's an emotional support dog.
Okay.
So, but he takes it upon himself when they're apart to do something for her. So he's definitely a book boyfriend of the year material.
I love that. So what do you think is harder to write? The meet cute or the first kiss?
Well, I have had 2 where his sister's was like the meet cute was the first kiss. He walked in and they're like, all right, let's
go. Yeah.
You know, but I think the meet cute, because you want it to be right, you know, and I think I'm pretty good at writing like the sexy scenes and things like that. Readers tell me that I am. So I like that. But the meet cute, like they already knew each other, so it really wasn't a meet cute in this one. But there was the time when he's asking her to be his fake date, or he comes in needing a fake date, and her brother's like, no, not happening. Don't think you can change Logan. You're not changing him. She's like, I don't want to change him. Lie.
Right. Why do you lie? So if you had to pick your favorite kind of hero, so the bad boy or the cinnamon roll hero, do you have one that you think you love more?
I'm writing, the book 3 is a bad boy looking on the outside. I think I pretty much write cinnamon roll heroes as a rule, as far as what I write. But I have had 2 that are kind of borderline bad. But the hockey guy, the next one is he's had a troubled past, and he takes it out, you know, in different ways. So he is a bad boy, but he will have a heart of gold underneath there, just because that's the kind of characters I like to write.
As long as
I like to read them all. Now, I like to read all of it.
Do you have a favorite trope? Like, do you have a one-click trope? See, here's another toxic trait. We haven't talked about this toxic trait of mine today. I do not read blurbs.
Oh.
You can sell me on your book on a title and a trope. So like the long titles that we get over on Amazon, you know, On My Knees, Brother's Best Friend.
Right. Yeah.
One click. Single Dad and a Nanny. One click. Yeah. That's part of my toxic traits. The other one is I don't read epilogues.
Right. Oh, okay.
People think I'm insane, but I don't read epilogues.
I do think that's kind of insane. I pack a bunch of stuff in my epilogues.
I have a whole theory. I say I don't read them. I will read them if I'm compelled. But in all honesty, because of where I started reading romance, I started with the Bodice Rippers, which usually the marriage or the betrothal happens in the first 20% of the book. And then it's about living together and defining yourself within their world and stuff.
Right.
And those rarely have epilogues. You know, the old historicals do not have epilogues. And I find sometimes that authors will use the epilogue to confirm the HEA because they didn't necessarily put a strong enough resolution and story to come together in the book, in the context of the book. So if you need an epilogue to sell an HEA, then that should be another chapter.
Right.
Not an epilogue. An epilogue should be a bonus because I'm not ready to say goodbye to those characters.
Right. Yeah, mine generally are still within that time frame. Generally, I've had a couple that were way into the future, but that was because of who they were. But like these here, because I feel like the last book in the series could be the one that goes way far into the future, but not these can't, because the next, you're getting ready to tell the next story, which is maybe happening at the same time. Like, you know, as book 1 is what winding up, book 2 is starting, you know, and in book 3, it's actually overlapping a little bit with On My Knees, because there's stuff going on behind the scenes before, you know, he meets this person or whatever, meets his girl. So, but it's funny because in this epilogue, this is the only time I've ever done this, but he was, you know, he's a sports guy, so his social media is a big platform. And so it starts out that he has like on, you know, Tuesdays he does something, he says, you know, Tuesday whatever, but he changes it after they've had their problems to Tuesday Truths. And so the epilogue is mainly Tuesday Truths as he goes through, this is all what's happening, and she's reading his posts. So
that I would love. The ones I get mad with are like, they're in their dark moment, they come together, or there isn't a dark moment, but they're together, and then it's lights out, and then we get an epilogue that's 6 months in the future.
Oh, yeah, no.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
I need to know before the lights go out that they're together forever.
Right,
the epilogue can give me a sneak peek of kids. Okay. And also,
that's what mine normally do. Yeah.
Not every HEA is going to look the same, right? Not everybody's going to get married. Not everybody's going to have kids. I just need to know that the couple is together before I get to the epilogue.
Right, exactly.
I'm just a brat like that.
No, you know, I mean, that we, you know, I always say, like, you know, people, it's really hard for authors, you know, and reviews and things, like, you know, why don't you understand? Some people say something and you're like, well, that was the whole point of the book. You know, sometimes people will say something and it's like, well, that was the point. I mean, like, you should have known that from the blurb if you read it.
Right. Yes.
You know, but, you know, so yeah, everybody's different, you know, it's like we all make the world go round.
Okay. You wanted to do a giveaway, correct?
Yes. I'm going to give away
On My Knees
autograph copy, and then some stickers.
I love stickers.
This one says, "Don't look at me like I'm crazy. It's not crazy to want you so bad my chest burns, to dream of your legs wrapped around me."
Nice. Spicy stickers. Spicy.
And this one says sweet. This is the Swoonie, sexy and Swoonie. To me, you're the priceless painting that everyone wishes they had. Because she says, I feel like I'm just the lamp in the background that nobody sees. And he says, to me, you're the priceless painting.
I love, that's a really Swoonie line. I really like that.
I know it. I know. And then this one, so cute, Otterly in Love.
Oh, how adorable.
You just have to read it to figure out why that's part of it.
Okay, if you guys are still here, give me a hey in the chat, and then we'll pick a winner. Your books are available on Kindle Unlimited. And tell everybody what's next for you, because this book came out in October, so the third book in the series would be next.
Yes, third book in the series is called On Icy Ground, and it's a bad boy hockey romance, coach's daughter, so forbidden. She's a single mom, and an early single mom, so there's not an age gap or anything. They're about the same age. So that comes out on February, I think 22nd, maybe. And I have, let's see, I have Craving My Roommate, which is an anthology with other people coming out in February, and a couple Billionaire's Proposal that I'm in that's like a multiple author project. So we all have a book in the series. And then I have my first motorcycle club one, and that one is called Ride with Beckett, and it'll be out in June, and it is the brother the twin brother of one of my other series. I'm really into twins.
I love that. Okay, so pick a number between 1 and 6.
Okay, let's go with 2.
2. Susie P, you are the winner, so fill out this form. And then I will get with you this week and give you all the information about who your winner is. Probably be Monday. So, okay, I've been asking everybody, what are your thoughts on third act breakup?
I personally love them. I like to have it, but I do have a couple of books that do not have the third act. All Your Fault does not really have a third act breakup. They never formally break up, but there's something that keeps them apart, but it's not really a breakup. So I have 2 books that don't really have that breakup, but I don't want all my books to be the same.
Right.
When you pick up my book, I want it to be different. Each one to be different. I want like within a series, I want to have the same feel, but I want it to be different. And I think for me, I'm totally character driven. I plot like the first 7 or 8 chapters, and then after that, I kind of know what, we know they're going to be together in the end, because I'm definitely going to write an HEA, but I don't even always know what's going to break them up, because usually I say I know what's going to break them up, and then my characters take over and it ruin everything.
And they ruin everything.
So like Hagen kept arguing with me about things in All Your Fault. So, but I think everybody will really love the twin thing. I have a best friend that has 3 triplets that are now in college. So I have some, some knowledge of how they interact and how they have gotten through and stuff. So it's been really fun writing twins and stuff. So Reed in Icy Ground he had went to boarding school with them and fell from grace and had to leave from boarding school because they're, from rich parents, but they're also hard workers and, with hearts of gold. So it ends up being, there's a lot of that stuff going on, but I really have enjoyed writing them, and I don't think I'm going to be able to let go of them. I just really don't think I'm going to. I'll probably just keep writing bonus chapters for like 10 years about them, like till they're like 42.
Till they're like 42. I love that. Okay, well, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of today's event. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you so much, Becky. Enjoyed being here.
Thanks. Have a great night.
Great day. You too.
Bye. Okay, next up is author Carla Luna. I'm going to read her bio while she gets set up here. Carla Luna writes contemporary romance with a dollop of humor and a pinch of spice. A former archaeologist, she still dreams of traveling to far-off places and channeling the wanderlust into the settings of her stories. When she's not writing, she's working in a spice emporium where she gets paid to discuss food and share her favorite recipes. Her passions include Broadway musicals, baking, whimsical office supplies, and pop culture podcasts. Though she has roots in Los Angeles and Victoria, BC, she currently resides in Wisconsin with her family and her feisty Siberian cat. Welcome to Read-a-thon.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Good. I just got a new mic because my computer microphone stopped working. So this is the first time I've used it on a Zoom. So I'm glad it's working.
Oh, yes, it's working. We can hear you. Thank you so much for hanging out and joining us. Okay, I didn't know that you used to be an archaeologist.
I did. I studied it in college. I went to grad school. I got a master's. I didn't get that PhD because oddly enough, I couldn't see myself writing a 300-page dissertation, even though I love to write. I just couldn't. It's so dry and academic. I just couldn't do it. So I ended up working at museum for years and kind of got out of it. And then I kind of rediscovered my love for it with writing my archaeology romances.
It's so funny because a very good friend of mine here in the town I live in, she's an archaeologist, and it is not like I thought it was. Like she does a lot of gravestone categorizing for like small family graveyards in Ohio, and creating a database. And then she goes in if a site is up for reconstruction or something.
Yes,
She goes in.
salvage archaeology. Yep. Yeah.
She goes in and cleans up the site to see if there's any artifacts and stuff. And I'm like, that's not really exciting. Like, where's the dinosaur bones? And she's like, really? Really? And I'm like, yeah, really. She does not think I'm funny.
Well, there's all kinds of archaeology, and I was lucky enough to work in like the Mediterranean and the Middle East, and I traveled a lot. So that was awesome. But the reality of like a job is, yeah, you probably do local stuff, sites that are under construction or land development. I used to help people. I used to work in an office where we helped archaeologists look at the maps and figure out like where to go. And that is not super thrilling, but you are helping preserve cultural heritage, so it's a good thing.
Right, it is a good thing. It's just not as exciting as Indiana Jones.
No, definitely not.
So, well, welcome, Carla. I'm so excited that you joined us today, and thank you again to Ofelia for helping me find all these amazing authors today. She is responsible for like 80% of my lineup today.
Well, she is awesome. She's an awesome person, and she's really great at bringing up other indie authors and supporting them.
She is. She's really phenomenal. So you kind of write. So the book we're talking about today is Field Rules, which is an archaeology romance.
Yes.
But I actually read White Wedding, which is a Christmas romantic comedy. And I really liked it, but you like to write really smart women.
Oh, thank you.
Like, but they're not intimidatingly smart. They're just, I don't know what it is about them. What is your passion when you're writing these characters? What are you trying to get?
Honestly, like sometimes their character they're the women I wish I could have been. In Field Rules, there's a very obnoxious, misogynistic assistant director who intimidates my heroine, Olivia. And I had to deal with that, but I was kind of meek, and it was the 90s, and I was like, oh, okay. And I wanted to make my character stronger than that. You know, I think about like my daughter and other women growing up, and I want them to be strong and smart and stand up for themselves.
Yeah. Was it... So in writing like this book, this isn't as romantic comedy as White Wedding was.
No, this has still got elements of comedy. All my books have humor. All my books, I would call it more of a contemporary romance rom-com, but there's always a little bit of humor. There are always funny side characters. There are always like sort of shenanigans where things happen that are kind of funny. But these books have a tiny bit more seriousness just because they're set in the world of archaeology versus at a wedding.
Yeah. So are there more books coming in the archaeology world then?
Yeah. So the next one after Field Rules, there's Troy Story.
Okay.
Which is set at Troy. And then I have one called Tour Wars, which is set in Italy. Two archaeologists forced to lead a bus tour through Italy because they're broke. They can't stand each other, and they're forced to team up together. And that one's coming out in March.
And you write indie. You're an indie author, right?
I am, yes.
Okay, and your books are available on all platforms.
Everything. Yep.
And White Wedding right now is on sale for 99 cents. So if you
it is on sale.
If you haven't read it, you absolutely should grab it because it was delightful. I will say though, every time I read the title, I sing White Wedding.
I know. I
head.
did a radio interview and they played the Billy Idol song before I came on. The thing was I started with Blue Hawaiian and then Red Velvet, and then I was like, okay, I got to make this a series. White Wedding, and that's how I came up with that title.
Yeah, it's perfect. I love it. Okay, so let's get to know you a little bit as an author. How long have you been writing? So obviously not dissertations in the 90s. How long have you been writing? Do you have like stories hidden under the bed, or is this a newer adventure for you?
Oh yeah. I've been writing since I was about 8. I was at Steamy LitCon this summer, and I made everybody laugh when I told them my first novel was biblical fan fiction. I basically made it so that the alt Jesus could get together with the alt Mary Magdalene and have a happy ending and not die. which people were like, wow, okay, that's pretty wild. I mean, I just wanted to make my own version of it, you know?
I am here for it. And if you ever want to publish that, I'm game.
I mean, I think I would get in a lot of trouble with the church, but I just, you know, my 14-year-old self was like, this is how I want it to be. I want it to be a romance. So that was my first real novel. And I wrote it in like, I think 10th grade. And I'm pretty old. So at the time, people actually typed up manuscripts. So I took what was called secretarial typing. So I could type it up with the goal of sending it to a publisher, which did not happen. It is in a box. It is literally in a box in the basement.
I love that you took a class specifically so that you could have access to a typewriter and type up your biblical fan fiction.
Yes. And the teacher would be like, now, when you get a job, you know, interviewed to be a secretary, you're going to have an impressive word count. And I was like, I don't care. I just want to type this book up.
Well, and I'm going to assume, Carla, that you and I are probably close to the same age.
Probably.
And because they still had typing when I was in high school too. So I have to ask though, you probably couldn't have typed that at home.
Actually, I did. Well, what happened was I couldn't really do it at school because I would have gotten in trouble. So I learned to type, and then I bought a used Olivetti manual typewriter, which I had in a cute little case, and I would type it at home, and I would just really slow. And you had to erase everything if you made a mistake. But I had a big old stack of that typewriter paper in a Tupperware bin.
I love that. I remember one time I wrote a story on the typewriter, and my mother read the typewriter tape.
Oh no!
And
oh my gosh!
I was like, I'm 13 or 14, and she's like, "Can we talk about some things?" And I'm like, "What?" Anyway.
That was my start. And then I wrote, because this was pre-internet, I wrote a lot of like what you would call fanfic it didn't exist. And I thought I was a weirdo. Like, I'm like, why is no one else writing about Star Wars? Or I wrote Rocky Horror Picture Show fanfic. I wrote, it was like this animated
Rocky Horror fanfic?
Yeah.
Carla, where have you been all my life? I mean, hot damn, I love this.
That was one of my favorite movies as a teenager. I've seen it so many times.
Love that movie. Where I grew up, so I live in Northwest Ohio, and there's the school I went to college at, it's Bowling Green State University, and there used to be an old theater there. At midnight on Fridays and Saturday nights, they showed Rocky Horror, and it was only $2. It was a $2 show, and you could bring your supplies.
Oh, awesome.
So your toast and your rice. And that is one of my favorite memories from high school, is getting in the car with friends and going up with our supplies, our toilet paper, and, tossing at the screen.
Well, I had a group of friends. We decided we were going to film our own version of it because we had like the costumes, and never mind about copyright.
Right.
And it never worked out, but we had a camera. We were doing some of it on roller skates, and because Xanadu came out at that time, and it was this big old mashup between Xanadu and Rocky Horror.
Rocky Horror on roller skates, Xanadu style.
Yeah.
I'm kind of there for it. That's the revival Broadway needs right now.
Exactly. I agree. Forget about Starlight Express.
I love that. Are you a Broadway person? Because now you're like... I
love Broadway musicals. I don't get to go to many, but I'm a huge musical theater nerd. Like, I can't sing, but it's the kind of thing where I just appreciate it.
Yes.
And I often will like imagine songs for my books when I write them. Like, I'll imagine I'll try to think, they'd break into song at this moment. Because I think Broadway musicals are really great structure for how to write a book, because they have like the goal stated. They always have like a dark night of the soul. They always have like a big halfway point, and they're a really good way to study storytelling.
I love musicals, and I always think it also is great because the songs and the lighting tell us how to feel. Like, they set the mood, and so there's no questions like, is this a part where I should be cautious? No, we know, because the lights got a little darker, and the music, and the choreography has a little more intensity. And I want that. And I always tell everybody, I wish my life was a musical.
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
I would not mind doing dishes if I got to break out in song with backup singers and dancers when I did them. That would be better. Could you imagine vacuuming with like backup dancers and a song?
Perfect.
Come on.
Yeah, so I love musicals. So that was another of my passions. But yeah, I kept just writing my whole life, and then I went to grad school and I got tired of writing because I had to write all these papers. And I ended up working in a museum. I had kids, and then I was like, something's missing in my life, and it was writing. So I started writing again about 2008, 2009. I started really thinking, oh, I want to get back into writing. My kids were a little older. They were in school, so I had time. So I just started writing again, and I originally started writing what now would be called romantasy. And I didn't, at the time, there was no such thing. And it was like romance set in these sweeping, made up worlds that was like a parallel Persian Empire or China or like the Middle East or whatever. And I would make maps for them and all kinds of like timelines and all this stuff. But they were really long. Like one of the shortest ones I had was like 800 pages. Which, a little long.
That's a little long. But apparently that sells right now.
I know. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
You were a trailblazer, Carla.
I guess so. But nothing. I mean, they're just on the shelf. I have them in binders on my shelf. And then I started trying to get published. I spent 10 years trying to get traditionally published. Had an agent. I went on sub. I did all this stuff. And then finally, I was like, I think I need to commit to self-publishing. And I was like, but I want to write a series of books, which is the wedding books. And when would I have time to write them? And I was thinking this was in February 2020. And all of a sudden, like
all the time.
Yeah, I had all the time. And I was like, okay, I've been laid off work. We're okay financially. My son's at home, my husband's at home. I need to escape. So I went up in my bedroom and just started writing the Blackwood Sellers books. The White Wedding is the third of those, and just was like, I'm going to write all these books and have them all queued up. And then in 2021, I'm going to just start publishing and go for it.
Yeah. Sometimes, that is one of the gems of self-publishing.
Yeah.
You can make your own road. There's no one standing in your way telling you, no, don't do that, or judge. I mean, there are people as they read it are going to judge what you're reading, right? Because you're putting yourself out there. But the freedom that indie publishing gives you that traditionally published doesn't. I know it doesn't work for everyone. But there is something about that you get to tell your story and your voice, and no one's changing it. Even when you work with an editor, you look for an editor that matches your voice.
Yeah. And I have, great critique partner. I have beta readers. I have my editors. I mean, and they're all helpful and they all make the book better. But ultimately, like when I decided I wanted to write an archaeology series that wasn't Indiana Jones, no one was like, well, that won't sell, or it needs more action. I wanted it to focus on the romance and about the archaeology. And I got to do that, which was really cool.
Yeah, I love that. I have to ask for you, when you are writing these series as the archaeology, obviously there's going to be some cultural implications, right? Because this is kind of a hot topic with artifacts leaving countries and stuff like that. And how do you maneuver that? Like, how do you make sure that you are because I have to imagine that there is the part of wanting discovery, right? Like that's part of your soul.
Well,
and being
I mean, it's true. But the thing is, like, so my books are set overseas, and in my stories, what happens is what happened when I was working. And it's made obvious in the text that these are going to end up in the museum of that country.
Oh, that country.
And in fact, in Troy's story, there is sort of a nefarious professor who's trying to undermine things, and like there's some implication. I don't want to give away too much, but implications of smuggling, and they're sort of like the good guys, which are my hero and heroine, are like, no, this belongs to Turkey. This is Turkish property. Like they're very, very. They follow the rules. There's no stealing artifacts. There's no like, oh, let's take it out of someone's temple and like, sell it on the black market. These my guys are on the right side of history, and they're very respectful for their countries, which is really important to me. Like, that's
Yeah.
why I don't want to do like the treasure hunting. And actually, when I was an archaeologist, being called a treasure hunter was like an insult.
Right. Well, and so that's, yeah, I was just curious about that because, you know, that's, again, it's not something that 20 years ago would have been a forethought when you were writing fiction, right?
Yeah,
Obviously
no,
not,
gosh.
because we have Indiana Jones and The
Yes.
Warehouse, right? So like it wasn't something that was like a forethought, like, hey, you know, we're stealing from places. But it is a conversation happening now. And so I'm just curious. That it's just really curiosity on my part.
It's actually really interesting. I went to Troy in last fall. I went to Turkey to do a research trip, and I went to Troy, and the Troy Museum, which is brand new, is right outside the historic site of Troy where the Trojan War was. And there are things missing from there, and there are little like placards that say this is in the Berlin Museum, or this is in the Pushkin Museum in Russia, and explaining like they want these items back, and they try really hard to negotiate with universities to and like colleges to get these items back, and it's really tough.
Yeah. So fascinating. Okay, so let's get to know you a little bit as an author here. Do you have a favorite trope that you like to read or write?
I love fake dating. And I think one of my favorites is the only one bed, only one tent, like close proximity. Love that.
Yes.
And then I tend to write a lot of second chance romance. That seems to be my wheelhouse, because I love that feeling of like there was something there once. White Wedding is a second chance romance, and there's still a spark, and you know, we never really put the other person out of our mind. So I like that. And I like Friends to Lovers a lot. I'm really a big fan of Friends to Lovers.
That's my least favorite trope.
Oh, really?
It is. So here's where I struggle with Friends to Lovers. And it's been a minute, but I read one, I think it was last year or the year before. The word but appeared 637 times in the manuscript.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Because I love her, but I want to be with him, but. And I understand what the author was doing. Like they were trying to create the tension, the desire. But every time I read the word but, I wanted to like chuck my Kindle at the wall. Just because I want the couple together, which is why I love instant connection or something like One Bed that forces them to confront their feelings. Because I really need them to spend the majority of the time of the book together. Like I need them to bang soon.
Yeah, no, that is, you get it a little delayed in my books. I will say that my books, you have to wait a bit of time before you get the sex. Like it usually takes a bit.
That's okay. I don't mind a slow burn. And White Wedding, and I know White Wedding is a novella. It's a little shorter, right?
No, it's about 250.
Oh,
maybe.
then it wasn't. See, and I told Shannon she had a full-length 300-page book, and it was only 150. So apparently no one should listen to me.
That's okay.
But White Wedding, I didn't feel like it was an undue slow burn. I read a book once. Leah, one of my co-hosts, made me read a book 98% before the first kiss.
Ooh,
98 freaking percent, Carla.
Yeah, and
then it was like
Hallmark.
99% when they bang.
Oh
and
gosh,
I'm just
no. You definitely, you get hints of it, and sometimes there's stuff sooner. I mean, there's always gonna be there's always open door stuff in my books. I just don't. It's not as big of a part of the story. Maybe I tend to not be as. I say I have a pin. My thing is the dollop of humor and the pinch of spice, and the pinch of spice is because I don't want anyone to go into it thinking, oh, I'm gonna get something really spicy and be disappointed. But I also don't want to shock anybody who thought it was going to be, sweet and that kind of thing.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. I don't need it to be all spice. I mean, sometimes I need a book that's all spice.
Oh yeah, no, me too, for sure.
I mean, we call that PWP, porn without plot. Like I need that.
Oh yeah.
There
Especially
are times
like short stories. I love those. Yes. Like in an anthology, I'm like, yeah, give me that, please.
Christmas novellas. This time of year, all of these like quick little releases, love them. Yes, because usually they get together and they bang. And if you like Christmas, have you read Sarah Bail's Sexting Santa?
I have not, but I will now. Oh, that sounds good.
It is basically children of the 80s fan fiction for all the old like Christmas, like Santa Claus is coming to town, Jack Frost. but spicy.
Well, I did write a short story called, I think it is called, oh, it's Here Comes Santa Claus. And it's about a woman who has a one night stand with Santa, the son of Santa.
Wait, where is that?
It used to be a newsletter freebie. I can send it to you, but it's just like it's on book. It's just one of those freebies I gave away with my newsletter for the longest time. And it was just a short story. And I just always had this thing, like, wouldn't it be funny if you went into a bar and you hook up with a guy and guess what? He's like Santa or Santa adjacent.
Yeah, you feel free to email me that and I will share it out with my community for them.
Sure.
And they can all join your newsletter because, yeah, Heather's in the comments. Yes, please. I mean, who doesn't love a Santa adjacent banging?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Right. Right. Bad boys or cinnamon rolls for you?
Cinnamon rolls. Oh, big time. I mean, I've tried to write bad boys and I just can't do it. And especially in the book that I'm writing now, Tour Wars, the guy's a total cinnamon roll and I love a cinnamon roll hero. My husband's kind of a cinnamon roll, so that's kind of why I think I
like my bad boys in romance, but I did marry a cinnamon roll.
Yeah, and I do like the occasional bad boy. Not a big fan of the alcohol, like the really over the top kind of guy.
No, I like them too.
Not my jam, but that's, I totally get that. I can see the appeal.
I do not yuck anybody's yum. You can, I just sometimes I like the man that's just going to grab her by the neck and do the things.
Yep, absolutely.
Doing the things. If you can invite one character from your books to your house for dinner, and it cannot be Jesus or Jesus adjacent friend, who would it be and why?
It'd probably be Raphael from White Wedding because he would make me an amazing meal and he's such a good chef.
The food in that book.
I love writing about food.
Like, I forgot that book had a lot of food. And isn't he also a baker, or she was the baker?
I have a baker. Her friend is a baker, and she in Red Velvet, she's a baker. She's the heroine. Okay. But yeah, Raphael is a really good chef, and he cooks Mexican food with his family, and I really enjoyed writing the food scenes for that one.
So here's the problem. Authors write these great food scenes, especially if it's like based on a food or an item, either from their family or maybe from a restaurant or a local type thing. Mm-hmm. And then I want it.
Yes.
Every time an author will write something like maybe a muffin, or even if it's just taco night, I'm like, yeah, okay, guess what we're having tonight?
Yep.
So
absolutely.
If you give me good food in books.
Yeah, there's always food in my books. I go into great length describing the typical Turkish breakfast in Troy Story because Turkish breakfast is amazing. And when I was in Turkey, I just love the breakfast there so much. They really do a good breakfast.
I like Turkish coffee.
That's good too.
I like Turkish coffee.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. Okay, what are your thoughts on third act breakups? Did I ask you this yet? Am I repeating myself?
I tend to have them in my books. But I don't want them to be about miscommunication. Like, they think so-and-so's cheating. Usually I try to have it be it's often from an outside force versus like a problem with the romance. Like it's somebody coming in, and like in White Wedding, it's the ex or whatever. So I do like to write them, and I actually really enjoy writing a big argument scene. Like that's my favorite kind of scene to write, is like a big blowout argument sort of battle scene. Those are really fun for me. Well, so I'm in favor, but I don't let them linger. I don't let them linger for too long. Like I usually let them get back together pretty quickly.
It creates banter and it creates chemistry and tension. And I need that. I also need a little bit of the grovel. I need him to say something stupid, because it's not the lady saying things stupid, guys.
Well, you know what? No, a lot of times my women are the ones that grovel. Like in White Wedding, she's the one that has to go and grovel in the restaurant.
Yeah, that's true.
She does. Yeah. And I often will have the women grovel just as a switch it up. Sometimes it's the men, but sometimes I have the women do it.
Okay. But mostly men are stupid, so.
They are. But
okay, if what is next for you? So Troy is out now.
So Troy Story's out now. That's in Turkey, and that has 2 characters from Field Rules in it. And then the next one is Tour Wars, which is the one that's set in Italy. Comes out in March, and that has characters, like it's a series, so they're all standalone books, but they're the characters appear in different books, so you kind of get to know them. And so the two characters from Troy Story are their rivals, their academic rivals, feuding in grad school, and they end up in Italy together, first working at Pompeii and then being kind of forced to lead this tour through Italy.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, that was a lot of, that's fun. I just finished, that's off with my editor now. And I got to, I went to Italy in April and got to eat amazing food. I always like when the food is good.
So jealous. So jealous. Okay. I don't know. Does anyone have any questions for Carla? I will tell you, apparently I will be issuing you an invitation to our book club at some point for next year because the people in our comments are demanding that you be our book club author.
I would love to do that. That would be fabulous.
They are, they're demanding. These people are a little crazy. Some of my friends.
That's okay. I love to talk about books or food. I do, because I work at a spice store. I'm around food a lot.
So that's really interesting.
Yeah. And I people come up, they'll be like, so what do you think about like this spice for chicken? Or how do you cook your potatoes? Like people talk about recipes all the time at my store because I was just there working for Black Friday and people were asking like, well, what about a pork rub? What about this? What do you use for ribs? And I love to talk about the food.
I love that. It's so really interesting. Fun. And do you make your own blends then at the spice store?
I don't make them. The company makes them and we just sell them. But I've tried, I would say about 75% of them. And so I experiment with them because I like to cook. So I want to be able to talk about them when people ask us, do you like this? Would you recommend this? And I'm always really honest. Like, I'll be like, yeah, that's a no, but this one's really good.
Awesome. I love that. Carla, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. Everybody is excited to have you, and I'll be in contact because apparently you have to come to book club.
I would love to. That would be absolutely awesome. I am very happy. Thank you so much for inviting me and for letting me be a part of this. This was really fun.
It's a fun day. It's one of my favorite events that we do.
I'm so glad because I was working until almost like 7 p.m., which is, my time. And I was like, oh my gosh, I have to get home. But people just want to buy stuff on Black Friday. So
right. What the heck?
Anyway. All right.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. I'm going to hit leave for me. Bye.
Okay. And now is author Amy Award. I think Amy's been here all day with us. I'm going to read Amy's bio while we wait for her to join us. Amy Award is a curvy girl who has a thing for football players, fuzzy butt pets, and spicy romance novels. She believes that all bodies are beautiful and deserve their own love story with happily ever afters. Find her at authoramyaward.com. Amy also writes curvy girl paranormal romances with dragons, wolves, demons, and vampires as Addie Award, AIDY. If this is your jam, check out those books at addieaward.com. Hi, Amy.
Hi.
I have to tell you, your TikTok promotions for Cock Down the Block have been amazing because
it's been so much fun.
I saw one video back, it must have been like before it came out. So it came out in October, right? Or end of September?
Yeah, it came out the 28th of September.
Okay, so it must have been early September. I saw a thing and I screenshot it. I'm like, this book's on my radar. And then I kind of lost it for a minute and then it came back up. And I said to Leah, I'm like, Leah, look at this cover. And she's like, oh my God, yes, let's read this. Everybody started reading it. We did a quick shot for it. If anybody wants a book review, it's in our podcast feed. At one point, Amanda was in a group. We have a group text of all the podcast people. And Amanda's like, what should I read next? And Jenny had just finished the book. And she's like, do cock next. Because we shorten everything. So there is now a sticker being created for our Patreon that says, Jenny says do cock with a cock in the background. So
Jenny's not wrong. Jenny is not wrong.
No. And also, like, I know it's not out yet, but I need you to email me when the Wiener Down the Way comes out. With the cover. Because I'm obsessed.
Cover reveal in just a few days. We're doing it at the very end of the month.
Okay, so make sure you email me and I'll make sure I share it on our social media
I
because
will.
we're all a little obsessed with you. So Yeah, there's
I'm
that.
okay with that. I'm okay with that.
As long as
I'm
you're
down.
okay with that. Because I think Leah was live texting me as she read Cock Down the Block.
Yeah.
She's like, there's Luke Skycocker. And I'm like,
he's the best.
I'm like, oh my God, please stop.
He's the best. I love him with all my heart.
It was.
Although I had a reader today say, she's like, now I want a rooster, but I'm scared of them. And I was like, look, real life roosters, scary. Fictional roosters, fabulous. Don't get a real rooster.
Every once in a while, I'll say to my husband, I think we should get chickens. And he's like, you don't like birds. And I'm like, true. We will not be getting chickens.
Stick with the fictional ones. Or you could get, I have a stuffed Luke Skycocker.
Adorable.
Stick with these guys. Stick with these guys.
Well, and we have a puppy and he's a lot of work. So I don't think I need to add chickens now that I have the puppy.
I love other people's chickens.
So gosh, the love in the chat right now for you, sister. Also, thanks for hanging out today. I hope you've enjoyed our.
It's been so much fun. Like, this is what you should do on the day after Thanksgiving. Hang out with book people all day.
It's like speed dating for romance.
Yes,
And
I love it.
this is my favorite event that we do. I love this event so much because it gives us a chance to talk to authors that, and do little snippets. You're not committed to an hour. It's 30 minutes. And it gives people a chance to kind of check out and see different authors. So I think it's fun.
I love it.
So yeah, we are getting tons of love here for you. You rock.
I mean, I did tell my amazeballs that they should come and hang out with us. So.
Awesome. Okay, so Cock Down the Block. Did Lenny Kaufman do your covers?
Yeah. This is Lenny. This is all Lenny.
Yeah.
Lenny. This is Lenny-licious.
I love that cover. I love it.
I love it so much. After I got the full, I emailed Lenny back and I was like, Lenny, tell me it would be okay if I got this tattooed on me. And she's like, okay. So coming soon to an arm near you, I will get this tattooed on me because I love this. Like, look at those thick thighs.
It's gorgeous.
Look at where his hand is going.
It's perfect. It is perfect. And I love it. And your fat rep in this book. And, I didn't even plan this. I did not plan this, but we had a lot of fat rep authors today.
You had Leonor was up first, and I have her book right there. And then Ophelia's book was fat rep too.
Yep.
And then you have somebody else too.
Okay, hold on. Now I'm going to look. Let's see here. Shannon does fat rep.
Yeah.
Jocelyne Soto does a mixture of fat rep. So yeah, and then later on, after you, we have Melanie Moreland and then Krista Sandor. And Krista has some curvy, not full fat rep, more like size 12.
Yeah.
Real
mid-size.
Yeah. So we like to say real bodied heroines. Because I also like when we get a heroine who is thin and stick and doesn't have boobs.
Yeah.
Because
all bodies are beautiful.
Right.
But we idealize a certain body, and that is what has been represented in media for so long.
Right.
That I love seeing body diversity.
Same, I do. And I think the very first one I ever read was Helena Hunting's Pucked Over with Lily, because she's tall and skinny with no boobs, and she talks constantly about not having boobs. And I read another one and it was like, you know what? There are plenty of women who are small chested.
Yeah.
Not everybody is.
They don't feel represented either because it's always, her lush breasts and, whatever.
Not everybody has that. No. And I will say one of the things I love about Cock Down the Block is you do fat reps so well, but you also put your heroines in positions that work and make sense. Because I will tell you, last year there was a book that was written with a plus size heroine. She was supposed to be plus size. She was mid-size. It was all a lie. It was a fucking marketing thing. And if you want to know that title, I'll tell you later.
Tell me later. I mean, I might already have that on my do not fly list.
But the heroine and the positions that the author put her in, if you have thighs that are bigger than a twig, you cannot be in that position. Your body doesn't bend that way.
Your body doesn't do that. No, I agree.
No. You should, if you have you ever read Lila DuBois? She has her checklist.
The alphabet ones. Yeah.
Did you read the Q one?
I have not. I'm not that far.
That was a plus size heroine that
right.
went into positions that were realistic. And I actually asked her, I was like, so Lila, did you test these? She's like,
oh, Lila.
she never knows what she's getting with
I'll
me.
skip ahead to Q.
It was so good. It was so good. Anyway, let's talk about Cock Down the Block, because you also did something else in this. Your heroine's mother has a history as a sex worker.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love that you gave voice to that because it's reality.
It's real. I read, now I'm not going to remember the name of it. I'm so bad with titles. Sierra Simone and...
Oh, Julie Murphy, Merry Little Meek.
No. I mean, yes, also that one, but no, they wrote, she wrote another one. I want to say it was with maybe Lauren Landish. I'd have to go back and look at my thing. I think it might even be called Porn Star. Maybe. It's about sex workers. It's a romance between two sex workers. And I had never, sex work is valid, but I had never thought about it in such a personalized way as what they made me think about it. I listened to the audiobook because narrated by Jacob Morgan. Delicious. And after I read that, I've spent so much
Was it
time.
Hot Cop by Laura Lynn Page and Sarah Simone?
No, but I think it is Laura Lynn Page that
wrote with her.
I'm gonna look at my Audible because I listened to it, so it'll be in there.
Well, see, what's going to happen is these people are going to be the comments, and they're going to be like, Becky, what book was this?
Tell us what it is.
What book
it was
is
so
it?
good. It's called Porn Star, and it's by Laura Lynn Page and Sierra Simone, narrated by Jacob Morgan and someone else whose name I can't see on my phone right now.
Oh, I got it. I'll tell you who. CJ Bloom. Oh, hot damn.
Yeah, right.
I'll be using that credit.
I wanted to listen to it anyway, just because of the narrators, but also I'm a Sierra Simone stan all the way. And I just had never thought so emotionally about sex workers before. And so when I was working on my heroine's backstory, I wanted her to be a virgin heroine, an older virgin heroine, because I don't think that is represented in media very much either.
You're right.
But I didn't want it to be because she had body insecurity issues, because she doesn't. So I needed another reason for her to be. And I was like, oh no, it's going to be trauma. But I don't do yucky trauma because this is rom-com. And I don't do that kind of thing in my books because my books are super escapism. There's other books for that. So I was like, what can I do? What can I do? Oh, her mom's a former porn star. Because no matter how amazing your parents were, like my parents were amazing. I love my parents. I love her parents. They're amazing parents. No matter what, your parents give you some sort of trauma. They don't mean to. Most of them don't mean to. But no matter what, you're going to end up with something that affects your life.
Yeah, for
her
sure.
Mom is great. I love her mom. But also, that was hard for her.
Well, it was. And it also, though, gives you things that we don't think about. Mm-hmm. And situations, I was raised, my parents were kind of hippies, and body positivity was always there. My mother for a while got caught up into some fat phobic, but I think that was a generational thing. But overall, it was bodies are bodies, and we don't, it's not like we walked around naked or anything like that, but you weren't shamed for your body. Yeah. And I really appreciated that growing up, and I think that it made me comfortable with my own sexuality. Like there was never a question, right? And not everybody has that. So there are positive things that can come out of different experiences. It just isn't always isn't the same.
Yeah, no matter what. Yeah.
I was going to tell you, Isabel Lucerio. Have you ever read her? She has a male romance, and I can't think of the title, but it's on my website. That the hero is one of the heroes is a porn star. It's male, and the other one is a hockey player.
Delicious.
And he's kind of an OnlyFans.
Yes.
And See, and I love that. And I love that we're getting cam girls and, you know, OnlyFans, because that's a reality of life.
It's a for reals thing that a lot of people do, but don't get to see themselves positively represented in the media.
Yeah.
It's all negative. And I feel like that's the same for the majority of fat women. Almost everything in the media about us is negative.
Right.
So I think everybody needs some positive representation, and why not in romance?
I love it. You know, like I said, I accidentally booked a bunch of fat romance authors, you know, with fat character, and I'm just like, yes.
It's amazing to me that there are so many now, because when I first started writing, I knew of one author that did it exclusively. I knew one author that wrote fat characters exclusively, or fat heroines exclusively. But everybody else, it was just like an occasional one-off where that heroine would be the plus size heroine. Not very many people had it at all. And now I feel like for a little bit, it's trending. So there are some people who are writing it that don't write the best rep because they don't actually understand it. Yeah. But there's a lot of, like, it's akin to Own Voices when a fat person writes a fat character.
Yeah.
There's just things that we get that nobody else is going to get, but there's so many more of us now.
Yeah. Well, and I like Olivia Dade. I like her books. Her books were some of the first that I read that I felt seen in. And I love her books. But they are trad pub and they are a slower burn. Like, there isn't a ton of sexual tension. There isn't a ton of sex positivity.
Yeah.
And I don't mind a slower burn, but I am a plus size woman who likes sex.
Yeah.
And so I want to see a book where a plus size woman gets to bang a lot if she wants to.
Yeah.
So does that make me crazy? It probably does. It probably does.
No, it makes you real, because I don't know why the world decided that this one subsegment of women aren't sexual. Yeah, we are, just as much as everybody else.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
maybe more. Well, you know, I don't think it was my husband, but somebody said you should always date the nerds because they might not be out having sex, but they're home thinking about the sex.
They're home thinking about sex. Somebody, I feel like I saw it all over TikTok. Date the gamers.
Yeah.
Because they are also.
I married a gamer, an IT guy. I married the IT guy.
Yes. Gamer, IT nerdy guys, and curvy girls unite.
Yeah, I have to say, I do love, like, the different TikToks where they're like, the reader girl marries the gamer guy.
Yes.
Seriously, my husband played a game called Skyrim, and we looked at the hours, and he played for like 300 and some hours. And he always will say, I don't know how you survived that. And I'm like, I read. I sat on the couch right with him.
I had a book.
Right? I read while you gamed. And that was before the days of, you know, cell phones and iPads and stuff. It was mass markets and sitting on the couch next to him. Yeah, I read. You could play all the games. I remember he played Red Dead Redemption or something. Yep. And I just kept reading.
Yes.
You can live, and I have flashbacks every once in a while where I'm like, did you used to be a cowboy or something? Was I reading that, or did that really happen? I have to thank you for giving us a shout out, because Helena, who is part of your reader group, has been here all day. And I'm so glad that she's enjoying it. Because she's been great and engaging in the chat. So thank you.
I think she's found some new authors too.
Good. That's awesome. I love it. Okay, so Cocktail on the Block. Do you want to read your synopsis for us?
From the back of the book. Always the nerdy girl, never the girlfriend, until her cocky best friend and his rooster take over. Look, I've had it bad for the girl with all the curves next door forever. She turned me down in high school, and since I'm not a total douche canoe, I lusted after her all by myself in my shower. and we stayed just friends for years. Now she's the adorable librarian next door, and I'm the star quarterback of the best pro football team in the league. So when she asked me to be her fake date to her all-girls school reunion, I am totally down to show her off to the mean girls who bullied her back then, so they can see just how incredible she is. I'll be the best boyfriend they've ever seen. The best fake boyfriend, that is. Until I find out from her slightly stalkery classmates that she still has her V card. I don't see how that's even possible. Not with how sexy and sweet she is. Could it be because she's always known she belongs with me? The Curvy Girl and Football Quarterback sports romance has a baddie plus-size woman who knows her own worth, and a Bridgerton's meet quarterback family you'll wish you were a part of.
Well, and that's just it. This is like a football dynasty. So like a Manning or Travis Kelce kind of Kelce family kind of vibe to them. Their dad's a bit of a character.
Yes, I love Bridger Kingman with all of my heart.
Yeah, he kind of steals the show. You think it's going to be Luke Skycocker, but it's not. It's actually Dad. He's a bit of a wild ride.
Yeah. I love me some Bridger Kingman.
Yes, he's so funny.
If you didn't know, there is a prequel story with Bridger and the Kingman mom.
Oh, no.
So if you it was in, I do a really fun charity anthology every year. This year it was called Chasing Holiday Tale.
Oh, I have that one. I bought that one.
The first story in that book is called Bear as in like rawr. Bear Naked with the Bearded Baller, and that is Bridger Kingman's prequel story.
Okay. I did, because we went, so Leah and I are stalkers.
Yes.
We're very good at it. When it came across TikTok, we went looking, and then I'm not going to lie, it took us a minute to figure out you had written other books, because Leah's like, she has 3 books, Becky. And I'm like, okay, but Cock Down the Block was too well written to be a debut. And she's like, yeah, I agree. This is too good. And so it took us a minute, and we found Your Paranormal.
There you go.
And we're like, oh, Sister's not brand new.
No, I know. I always want to like pop in and say something to people who are like, I think this is her debut book. And I'm like, book like number 51, I think.
Well, and it's not that I have a problem with debut. We had Lindo Forbes on here, and she is a debut with hers coming out later next month. But it gives us an understanding, I will say, as a reader, and I work in publishing. So I work full-time as an editor, copy editor, and proofer. And I've been reading romance for a really, really long time. Yeah. So there is some grace to pacing, to consistency, and stuff like that you will give to a debut.
I agree.
I will not give it to a traditional debut, an indie debut. So an indie debut, I'm going to give some grace, right? Because as we said earlier, you aren't the same author from book 1 to book 51. You just aren't. Just like I'm not the same mom I was when I had my children at 30 to what I am now. Yeah. Like, I'm just not the same person. And so we like to know, where it is in an author's journey, because that helps us understand, like, are you trying something new? So rom-com is new for you. And so there is some grace we're going to give if it's a little too slapsticky, which it's not. It's really a great story. But, there's some things that will happen in the course of a discussion. And we also don't want to be terribly mean to a brand new author.
No, right? I mean, it's hard to be an author. Like I've already been in tears once today because of author stuff. It's hard to be an author, especially when you're brand new and you haven't developed that thick skin yet.
Yeah.
So I agree. Be nice to debut authors.
Well, and there's also a matter of, as a community. So one of the things we pride ourselves with Buzzing About Romance is that we're building a community. Yeah. This isn't about being rich or being famous. Like, this is not going to be, podcasting is not going to be my day job.
No.
And that's okay. It's okay. But I need a romance community where I can talk about books and know it's a safe space. And if I'm totally vibing on a door shifter romance, then I'm vibing on a door shifter romance.
Or a pillow.
Or a pillow. I read that. When I read the balloon animals, everyone's like, what is wrong with you? And I'm like, listen, there's nothing wrong. But I need a community that I can write, I can talk about these things with, because many of us don't have someone in real life that we can talk about our books with. So I never want to tear anybody down. But if you're on book 51 and you're making some major problems, like writing a fat character that's not fat, we're going to have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, then I get all in my feels.
Yes. Same. Yeah.
I also don't ever want an author not to feel that they don't have a space with us. Because even though we might not read exactly what you write, like, I'll be honest, paranormal is hard for me. I can't.
Paranormal is not everybody's thing. And I get that. It's part of why. So I actually started in contemporary, but I started in erotic contemporary. My very first published book, because as we were talking about before, fat girls like sex too. My very first published book is a super, super, super spicy erotic contemporary romance about a curvy girl who gets dragged into her dirty 30s by her BFF, pulls her to a schmexy club.
Nice.
Right? Very delicious. I loved it. But dragons called to me. So I moved into romance and I've loved it. But there is such a huge audience, and especially curvy girl readers that I wanted to be able to reach, who are never going to read paranormal romance. But they'll read football romance.
Yep. I mean, honestly, a cute cover and a funny title, you had me. Like, really, to be honest, I was like, oh, check out this title. Look at this cover. One click and done. I'm like, and I also, I don't read blurbs.
I mean, fair. A lot of people don't. And it's why covers are so important to convey what the book is going to be about.
Yeah. My friend Heather is like, where can we get the Smexy Club one? Asking for a friend. All of my friends.
Asking for all of my friends. Do I have a copy of it on my shelf right now to show you? I do somewhere. I just showed it to somebody the other day. It's called Curvy Temptation.
Curvy Temptation. And is it under Addie?
It's under 80 Award.
80.
I swear I have a copy. There's actually 3 books in the series. The first one is like an intro novella, and then this nice chunky full-length one, and then my readers wanted more, so I wrote another novella.
Okay.
So Curvy Temptation.
Apparently Heather is downloading it, so don't you worry.
Okay. Delicious. Excellent. I hope you like it.
She's asking for a friend. She is not asking for a friend.
Right, asking for a friend named Heather.
Right. She is her own best friend. Heather's also the one that texted me and is like, can you find this title out or this title out? And I'm like, just ask in the chat, you freak. Yes. Okay, so I want to ask, why romance?
My mom was a huge reader and she loved romance, and I read an occasional one. Like I vaguely remember my very first romance was Green, and it was historical. That's as much as I remember, really. And then I went off to college and got a degree in English literature.
Oh, you were fancy.
I was fancy. I hadn't read in the 5.5 years I was in college. I didn't read anything that was published after 1940. And when I graduated, I was just burnt out. I didn't read for a couple of years, and that was hard for me because I grew up reading. I love to read. And then corporate America happened, other things happened. I moved abroad, and I was living in Vietnam, and Vietnam doesn't have the same kind of copyright laws that we do.
Right.
So there's no bookstores. Most of the books that you get are either things that backpackers have left, like on their way through, or it's literally photocopies of books. And so it was only popular literature. But there was occasionally there'd be a used bookstore, and I wanted to read again. I had a lot of extra time on my hands when I lived there, and so I wanted to read again. And I started reading little Harlequin romances, like the little ones. 'cause
Categories.
Those are the ones that the backpackers leave.
Yeah.
I was like, these are fun. And then I got my very first ebook reader. It was before the Kindle. It was called a Sony ebook reader. It was the very first one that was out there.
Yeah.
And so then I went to go look for books to download to it, and the majority of them were romance. I was like, I'll like an occasional romance. Sure, I'll get one. And my mom loved medieval romances, like knight in shining armor type of stuff. So I was like, all right, I'll start there. And I downloaded this book called Prince Joe. I was like, oh, that's a funny name for a prince. That's fun. Let's see what this is going to be about. Because there was like no blurbs. There was nothing back then. And so I read Prince Joe, and it turned out it was a Navy SEAL who had to impersonate a prince to save him and falls in love with the PR girl. And I have never laughed so much in my entire life. I loved it so, so much. I instantly went and found everything else that Suzanne Brockmann had written. And I loved her from the get-go because she wrote so diverse from the beginning. I just thought that's how you were supposed to do it. And that's when I fell in love with romance. But again, because I had so much time on my hands, I was like, hey, I could write a romance. And so I started writing from there and have never looked back.
I've never looked back. Is your holiday anthology, is that now off sale?
Yeah, so it's a limited time thing.
Okay.
Chasing Holiday Tale is, or whatever we call it every year, is only up for 1 month.
Okay.
However, I will be doing a giveaway for it on Instagram later because I got myself an extra paperback.
Oh, fun.
And if anybody who would like to join my email newsletter, I'm going to give, don't tell everybody else. I'm going to give Bare Naked with the Bearded Baller away to everybody.
Buddy. Okay. Awesome. So if you guys haven't signed up, she's going to be like Oprah. You can have the bearded baller. You get the bearded baller. That could go so wrong in so many ways. So if you didn't grab that anthology, make sure you sign up for Amy's newsletter. Do I have a link for your newsletter? I'm sure it's on your website.
If you go to authoramyaward.com, it's
there.
on my website.
There's her website. Sign up for her website and find the newsletter there, you guys. Okay, where are we at here? Okay. You were going to do a giveaway.
Yes.
So
signed copy.
Everybody put hey in the comment, and then we'll pick a winner. I'm a little jealous that I cannot win because I'm obsessed. Do you sell signed copies on your website?
I don't sell individual signed copies right now. So the only way to get signed copies, I've got 3 ways. One is a giveaway, which I'll be doing a bunch in December and January to help promote the books. But that's, risky. You don't know if you're going to get it or not. At signings, and I have, I think, 4 signings next year.
Where are you going to be next year?
I'm going to be at Readers Take Denver, Beyond the Reader Author event in Ohio.
Columbus?
Yes.
Oh, sister, I'm in Ohio.
You're in Ohio. Come see me. Rare in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
And then something else that I don't remember right now. And then the only other way to get signed copies from me is I have a Patreon, and the a few levels get signed copies from me. One level gets a book box every month, and then other ones just get a signed copy, but it's whatever the new release is.
Okay.
So this month they're getting The Cock Down the Block. All that info is on my website.
Okay. Becky's getting another Patreon. Don't tell Becky's husband. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Pick a number between 1 and 11.
Our hero's football number is 7, so we're going with 7 for Chris Kingman.
Okay, so Amanda Grace, you are our winner. Let's see here. She's been moderating the chat all day too. So
thanks, Amanda.
Bonuses for Amanda. Amanda, fill that out, and then I will get you the information on Monday, probably after I recover from dying.
Yes. Like seriously, when have you had time to pee today?
I haven't. I'm actually going to do it now because Heather's going to jump on and join me. And with Melanie, in fact, Melanie Moreland is sick, so it's actually her assistant Karen is hanging out with us. Amy, thank you so much for hanging out. And I also would like to say you are welcome anytime buzzing about romance. So please reach out if we can help with anything. Thank
Okay,
you.
awesome.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Put in waiting room. Karen. Karen is stepping in for author Melanie Moreland. Melanie caught the plague. No, she didn't catch the plague. She got sick and caught COVID. And so Karen, her PA, is going to step in and help us. And so we will celebrate Melanie, even though Melanie cannot be here with us. So we are very excited to have Karen. Once she turns on her camera here, she'll be here. And I'm waiting for Heather. Heather, I think, is going to jump on too to give me a break so I can go pee. Karen, and you brought your boyfriend. You said, you were like, and I'll step in. And I thought, yes, because you came with Melanie to book club. And I still don't understand why you aren't in our book club, because you are our people.
You know, I really, every time I think about it, something comes up and I'm like, one of these times I'm going to make book club.
Just come hang out with us. We're a good time.
You guys are a very good time. Very good time. Yes. You guys should be glad Melanie's not here. She sounded absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
So
I feel so bad for her. I feel so bad because I had it last March. In March, it was terrible. Like, terrible.
Well, so her and her husband went across the border. If everybody isn't aware, Melanie is Canadian. She lives in the Greater Toronto area, and so they often come over Niagara Falls area into the US to come shopping. And so they had come over shopping on Tuesday, and we're spending some time in the US, and then they were going to head back on Wednesday, and the unfortunate accident at the Rainbow Bridge happened. So they ended up spending the night in Buffalo.
Yeah.
And then came home with COVID. So I'm like going, the trip was more than they bargained for.
More than they bargained for sure. Oh my God, the boyfriend. Everyone, because I called him your boyfriend. Everyone's in the chat saying they like your boyfriend.
He is my boyfriend. Everybody knows this. So, and those people who came to Indies Invade Philly in October, they all got, I don't know if you guys can see it or not.
Yeah, Dante Frost.
I brought this with me.
And it says it belongs to Karen Husselman.
Yes.
I love that.
I want to make sure everybody knew.
I love that. Is he like, is he your he's a Melanie hero? Is he your
Yes.
Is he your
He's my favorite?
Is he your favorite Melanie hero?
Yes. And I don't know if we want to go ahead and kind of jump into the story at all.
Sure, we can jump into the story.
Okay. Well,
I'm going to bring Heather in
okay,
because
good.
I need to pee. I've been here since 3:00 and I haven't peed yet. So
my goodness.
But it's such a fun day. I love this day. Like, I love this day. So it's my favorite. But here is Heather. She is going to
Heather?
Hi, Karen.
Karen's going to tell you guys about the book and Dante, and then I'll be right back.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going through the whole thing. So Heather, I don't know if Becky caught you up that Melanie unfortunately caught COVID and is super sick today. So I'm pinch hitting for her.
No problem. Poor Melanie. Oh.
Yeah, she couldn't speak, so that was part. I said, you know what? I got this. So okay, so the story about Dante. So this was the book. This is a standalone, complete standalone. So there are like no crossover characters. You don't have to read anything else. She doesn't have any. We counted recently. She just had her 10-year publish anniversary this past Tuesday. So she's been publishing for 10 years, and we counted books, and it was 47 books.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. So this was number 47. Number 48 is coming on December 1st. But it's a complete standalone. So there's not like she pulls other side characters from any of her other books. So complete standalone. And the joke is, at the time, this time last year, I was deep into my kidnapping era. I still am. I haven't left.
Yes. We love a good kidnapping.
Yes, it was, I didn't care. People were saying, you know, I have a book for you. And I would say, does it have kidnapping? That's my only requirement. And so she and I were we kind of buddy read together. And so we were exchanging titles, and we were in a chat with another friend. And I said, because she's Canadian, there was no way she could write a kidnapping book. I said, no, you'd have to write a kidnapper, and they'd have to be like polite and apologize for kidnapping them. And I came up with this whole crazy scenario about, you know, he kidnapped somebody and then she doesn't want to leave, you know. Anyhow, so we gave her a hard time and said, you can't write like a dark kidnapping book. And even though she has written suspense and has written what some people will refer to as diet dark, but I refer to it as Canadian gray. So she has written that before. So she was going to sit down and prove me wrong. And she started writing Dante's story. And she started out with his POV first. Well, when the heroine showed up, it suddenly took a turn. And the banter between the two just was amazing. And so over Christmas, she wrote approximately, I'm going to say, I think it was like 5 chapters. And once,
I think Heather had to.
So anyhow, so over Christmas, she had written the 5 chapters, and she sent them to me. And she goes, what do you think? And I said, I need more of this story. And she basically wrote this book in about 3 weeks' time. And it wasn't on her publishing calendar, no intention. And so she finished it in January, told the editor, okay, I want to edit this. And then she went to me, she said, okay, when do we want to put this on the calendar? And I said, well, you know what? I really want some time on the marketing. And so let me spend some time on the cover and some other things. And I partnered with an absolutely fantastic artist that created one of the covers. And just anyhow, it encapsulated the entire story. So it was never planned. It wasn't planned to be a rom-com. It was going to be this totally serious, dark romance. And the characters went, no, sorry, this isn't going to be this way. You know, Brianna wasn't going to be happy about being kidnapped. And so anyhow, so that's the whole story. So if you read the dedication, and she said she wrote it for me, she did.
Which I love. If you've spent 5 minutes talking to Melanie, you know that she probably fussed it herself a little bit with, why aren't these characters doing what I want them to do? But I'm okay with it. Like, she is probably one of the sweetest, most beautiful souls that I have met in romance. And then Krista Sandor is up next as our author. Have you ever met Krista? Karen?
I haven't met her. I've read her.
Yeah. Okay. So as chaotic and as funny as her books are, she is a bigger hoot in person. Like, oh my God. But like Melanie, just the sweetest heart and kindness. So, which I just love.
Melanie is a hoot. I mean, she's hilarious. I don't know if she tries to be, but she's so darn funny. I just love her.
Like, I feel like we're best friends already.
Yes. And I think a lot of people are really, she likes going to signings, but what she really likes to do is like meet with people afterwards. And it's really funny because like when we went to Indies, it was like everybody, because she is so funny and so genuine, and she's just the simplest stories, she just you just laugh and laugh and laugh. And
well, I can't wait. We get to hang out at Knockout in Louisville this summer. There's a whole bunch of us from Buzzing About Romance headed to that signing this summer.
Okay.
I will see her. I will see you both in April in Iowa. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
I'm very excited about the Iowa signing. I've never been to Iowa, so it's kind of like check off.
Okay.
You're gonna need to lower your standards.
It is.
Like, okay, first of all, the book signing is so fun. They do an amazing job and it's so great. Iowa itself is pretty much this. I mean, like, if you've seen 1 mile of it, you've seen all of it.
Okay, so true story. So I tell everybody, because everybody always, when they text me, I say I'm busy with RJL, which is I call real or RLJ, which is real life job, is in Kansas. I have been, so yes, I'm well aware of that. It's got one, what's the elevation?
It does.
Right.
Northwest Ohio is like that. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. The puppy stepped on the old dog, and the old dog started grumbling. And so I was like, no.
And I'm just ignoring Becky. I'm like, whatever you're yelling
just ignore me. Melanie is in the chat. Melanie's in the chat apologizing that she couldn't be here.
Oh, so Canadian of her.
Like, yes. Seriously, sister, you take care of yourself. I mean, really, honestly, I can't wait. I am so excited to get to meet her in June. I was like, we're going to sit down and have a cocktail together because I know Melanie likes a cocktail.
Yes, she does.
Bring ice wine. When she was at book club, she was talking about ice wine.
Yeah.
Just so happened it was my mom's like 75th birthday, and we all tried ice.
For the first time? Had you never had it before, Heather? She froze.
No, it's not. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
It's not prevalent in Minnesota, but we did get it, and we like it.
Yeah.
Yes, it's so in January, if you go to Toronto, there is an ice wine festival. You buy these tickets, you go around to all the vineyards in the Niagara area, and they make everything with ice wine. And so you're tasting it all. I found out that I have a particular, I prefer the white
ice
varietals of the ice wine. They're not quite as sweet, because I find for people who are watching us who don't know, it's kind of like a really heavy port. That's the only way I know how to describe it.
It's syrupy in nature.
It's very syrupy.
And I live on Lake Erie, so we get the Pelee Island and then the Lake Erie ice wines. And I can't do many from Pelee because they're so thick. It's like I need it with like a splash of seltzer.
So okay, so we're segueing because we're supposed to be talking about,
my favorite kidnapper,
my Dante here,
which is adorable. I finally, just so we know, FYI, I finally read it this week and I loved it.
Oh, good. Well, that's what I was talking about. So this cover here, the artist that that I found, because I had so much time and I got to spend some time. It was amazing working with her because I felt like this artwork that she did, it just wasn't, she just didn't dial it in. She really captured the characters. She captured their expressions. And it was just, when I got this, I was like, oh my gosh, this is absolutely perfect. And I'm not a big illustrated cover fan, obviously. I mean, look behind me. This is my favorite model too. Such a hardship to work with that cover.
I mean,
real hard.
Oh, so hard.
Your job is so rough.
It is. It's so hard.
Well, thank you for taking one for the team for us. I really appreciate that.
And if people really notice a trend with Melanie's covers, this particular model shows up.
He's in like 3 other covers, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I was was gonna say, I think it was a lot.
And we have more pictures that we've acquired.
It's fine with us because I don't know if you were on and watching earlier, but I was talking with author Tia Louise, and she was talking about how all her covers are Wander covers. She always buys from Wander, which is great. We know because we stalk his website and look at all his pictures. Like, Heather was like, we should buy one. What the fuck are we gonna do with a cover model picture?
I don't know.
Well, that's kind of like, so this model's name is Christian Petrovich. He doesn't model anymore, but I have bought other pictures and have used them for other things. You know, it's perfectly sane to pick him. But when Melanie saw this, she said, "This is Dante." I mean, it was this, and especially this picture because he's smirking. And it's just got that I'm up to no good look.
Did you already read the blurb or read from the book for us?
No, we've been all over the place.
Well, then let's skip it. We'll skip it. You guys just read this book. It's in Kindle Unlimited. We got other things to talk about with Karen. Okay. So Melanie writes different kinds of books too, because she has like her contract series. And then we get these small town Canadian ones with her Revved by the Max, which I love those characters. Like, I love them so much. Now we have my favorite kidnapper. What is she going to do next?
Okay, so since you guys love the Little Burn and the Reynolds restoration, so she's working currently on Dom and Cherry's book, and Dom is turning out exactly like we all expect him to. And you met him in Under the Radar, which is Chase and Hannah's story. So she's working on that, but the next release she has is going to be this February and March. She's written a duet. And how do I say this? This is the kidnapping book she intended to write. So she's going back to romantic suspense. It's Canadian gray, but if you've read her Men of Hidden Justice series, which is romantic suspense and vigilante justice, so it's a little darker side of Melanie, she actually kind of she got a little darker with these two characters. Okay. Yeah, which everybody, you think sweet Melanie, and then she'll jump back into Brown's restoration. So
okay, I'm there for it. I mean, honestly, first of all, talking to Melanie for 5 minutes, you automatically become a fan. Like, you just spend 5 minutes talking to her and you are a fan, because not only does she write really great stories, but she cares and loves the genre. Like, she gives her heart to this genre, and she builds you up. No matter what your role is within the industry, she's there to build you up. I see her constantly sharing for other authors, talking about things. Like, that's amazing. Like, that to me is like, I wish everybody in Romancelandia could be that. 'Cause she's just so kind.
Well, and I think that shows. Oh, I forgot. She's probably going, yeah, Karen, we have a release next week. Why aren't you mentioning that? She does have her holiday release. So if you're in Melanie's reader group or follow her on her page or anything, everybody knows Melanie loves Christmas. I mean, her house looks like Pale's the Griswold's house in Christmas Vacation. I mean, she goes all out, like all the lights and stuff. So you can always count on every December she pulls out a holiday book, and she does have a holiday story that's coming out on December 1st. So when you're talking about that, she doesn't stay in her lane, and what she tells everybody is she writes what she wants to read. And I think that even though some content creators and reviewers will call themselves, I prefer this genre, even though jokingly I said I was in my kidnapping trope era, I had to take a break every once in a while. I couldn't just read that.
Right.
I would go off and grab a historical every once in a while. Or a rom-com would come across and I'd go, you know, that looks really interesting and I need to take a break from what I'm reading because it starts to get repetitive in your brain. And that's how Melanie writes. It's whatever she wants to read. And that's what she'll tell you. It's when she's writing, it's like, I want to read this kind of book. And so this is what I'm going to write.
Which I love about her, because I was talking about this earlier. I have, you know, I was talking to author Jocelyne Soto, and she writes a darker, more emotional romance. And there's a lot, they bang early in her books. She likes them to bang. And then you go over and you read Leonor Soliz's books, and they're a slower burn. They're softer and they're squishier. And they both are amazing. And I like to kind of teeter between those two things. You know, I went through my daddy era, but then I had to step out and read a normal hockey romance or a small town romance, because and then, you know, I can only do so much bonkers at one time. Those are my palate cleansers. Like, you know, I read the Easter Bunny romance at Easter Bunny Aliens at Easter time. And then I didn't pick up another. I read that in July it was. The Door was phenomenal. Yes. I loved it. Heather, you are shaking your head, but you are in your Alien era.
You're right. I am. I'm back on the Aliens. I know.
Yeah. So don't give me. I read The Pillow Shifter. I'm currently reading one right now that is a Yeti and Krampus that are hockey players, and they double team a lady. It's delightful. But I couldn't read that all the time. Just I can't imagine that an author could write that all the time.
Yeah. I mean, there are certain areas of romance that Melanie probably will never write in. And it's only because like she says, she writes what she knows and she never ever wants to appropriate somebody else's story. And that's why all of her stories are set in Canada, you know, because everybody's like, does she ever write outside of Canada? I'm like, well, twice. 2 times she wrote outside of Canada. And, you know, even my favorite kidnapper, it started in Canada. But, you know, she just does have this huge breadth. And that's why I'm saying it's going to be a wild ride. A lot of the readers that came over from the kidnapper, it was really interesting doing the campaign because this book appealed to the dark girlies who wanted a break and wanted to try a rom-com, and it appealed to the rom-com people that were afraid to try a dark romance. And so I think Melanie just did this really good job of saying, this doesn't have to fit meaning kidnapping only in what everybody associates with something being dark. With that being said, so we come out of this, we go to a holiday romance, which is single mom and just a really good feel good story.
The cover's adorable.
And then, like I said, we jump into
dark and
these men who like to unalive people because they, you know.
I'm excited for it. I'm excited. So just so you know, and I'm making this offer now, Karen, please reach out so we can do some stuff with Melanie, because first of all, kudos for her for writing this, but also we adore her. You know, I consider her like our best friend. So
well, and the funny thing is when we came to do we had booked to talk about shifting gears. I think about what book it was for book club. She was actually, so during that time she was finishing up the writing. Right now it's actually an audio production. We really try to finish the books way ahead of time before we release. So yeah, it'll be ready. I'll reach out. But it's so everybody kind of knows if you read Dante, these will be the what she intended, but then, like I said, Dante and Brianna went, no.
They went some other way. So Melanie said she wanted to do a giveaway. Yes. Okay.
And it's winner's choice, by the way. When you talk to Becky, tell me which cover you want.
Okay. Give us a hey in the comments. And then we'll pick a winner here. Melanie says the duet is my favorite set, I have to say.
It's very, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Dante is my book, so I mean, it's kind of hard to break up with my boyfriend. But anyhow, it's very heart-stopping. And and we have to come back and off to tell you the funny story about how she wrote the duet.
Yeah, we want to hear all the things. I mean,
yes, all the secrets about it.
You don't understand. Like, it comes up and I'll say, okay, who are you guys thinking, for book club? And inevitably can Melanie come back? I'm like, you guys, Melanie is going to think there's something wrong with us that we're like asking now for a third time.
We don't care.
I kind of feel like when the last book of Reynolds Restoration that we need to come for that.
Okay. I agree. We're all fans, so let's see here. Okay, pick a number between 1 and 8. I'm going with 1 to 8.
6.
Gretchen, you are the winner. Gretchen just signed on. She's gonna be so excited.
Gretchen's like going, what did I win?
Right. Gretchen, she just put hey in the comments. Gretchen, fill that out, and then Karen, I will send you this information.
Awesome.
Probably Monday, once I've recovered from all of this chaos. Melanie, if you're still watching, make sure you get better soon, and we look forward to chatting with you. And Karen, thanks for coming on and hanging out.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna watch you guys. I'm gonna lurk.
Okay,
we're
here. Thank you so much. I'm holding the wrong mouse. Oh goodness. Okay, I'm gonna put you back in the waiting room, and we will talk to you soon. Bye, friend.
Okay, bye.
Okay, let's see here. Put in waiting room. And Heather, you're sticking around, right?
I am. If anyone wants any teenagers, I'm giving mine away.
Oh, you're just gonna give them away? What? How
Free.
Nice of you. How much have you caught today, Heather? Oh, you're just gonna give them away? What? How nice of you.
Krista, you can have him. I will ship him for you.
Once Krista gets on here, we will get going with Miss Krista Sandor. She promised me that she'd be in rare form. So I don't know if this means we're supposed to be drinking.
Kristen doesn't even have to drink, and we don't have to be here. She can interview herself. I promise you.
None.
I was. Krista, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you. Got to turn your camera on, sister.
I'm doing it on my phone so I don't screw it up. So.
Krista, we've done this a couple of times. I don't think you were going to screw it up.
Listen. When I come on after a couple glasses, this is the problem we have. Okay, I can see myself. Can you see me?
No. But hold on. Maybe I can. Wrong mouse, Becky. Let's see here.
We can try my computer. I can try my computer.
You're fine.
Oh, okay. I just asked the host wanted me to start my video. I said, okay.
Yeah, see? Hi.
Do you see me now?
Yeah.
We do.
We do. Hi, Krista Sandor.
Okay, hold on. I have to. Oh, okay. So So I'm watching myself on my phone, and then my computer's back there, and it's on like a 5-minute delay. Or no, like 5 seconds?
Probably.
8 seconds?
Yeah.
This is gonna mess.
Do you need to go like mute your computer for a second? Okay.
Yes. Let me do this, and then let me see if I can see you guys, because I don't see you guys. Oh, I only see you on the computer.
Okay.
So I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Everyone, is everyone leaving? It's like when the news all it's like.
It's. This is why I leave you for last, because you add all of the fun. Like this, we can be a little like slap happy.
Okay, I can see you. Hold on.
Okay.
Have you been talking about? I'm gonna mute my computer.
Okay.
You say something.
Hello. Are you
Okay,
there?
all love you.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi, Krista Sandor.
I hear everyone.
It's so funny when I messaged Krista about this. She's like, "We might be skiing." I was like, "Okay." And then she's like,
"You're like at 10 o'clock at night." I'm like, "Wow."
That's what I was like, "It's 10 o'clock at night, Krista. Why are you skiing at 10 o'clock at night?" She's like, "I don't know." I'm like,
No.
"Okay."
No, they make you get at like 3:30, I think, is when the lift tell you to stop. Did you see? I put a sticker
Books
on
that bang. I love these new stickers. I don't have any of these new stickers because it wasn't, I mean, I can't complain because I did get Starry Card Creek stuff. So
you did. I think I'm gonna go away some stickers tonight with all my stuff.
Okay, I'm there for it.
I think so.
So, hi, Krista Sandor, romance author, best Christmas romance author that I've ever read. She has an amazing Christmas book. That's not the book we're even here to talk about, but that's one of my favorite Christmas romances.
You want me? I have like their kiss. Do you want me to read to you? Do you want a bedtime story, Becky? How are you, Heather? It's been ages.
I'm great. How are you, Krista?
It's good.
Love you so much.
You don't understand.
When I saw your name, when I saw your name, I was like, I'm on with Krista because she just makes me happy.
We're gonna be braless pretty soon. It's
we can't be. We can be if that's what you want to do. But seriously, when I was like, I messaged her, it was like, I'm on my own this year, you guys, for Read-a-thon. If you want to come in and out, that would be awesome just to help me. And Heather like looked at the list and she's like, I want Melanie and I want Krista. And I'm like, okay, but she's still been here all day watching.
Aww. I've been popping every so often just to like see what's going on. And you guys are like, do you need to take a pee break? Because I could just take over.
We know. Well, feel free to take over. I did pee. Karen and Heather gave me a relief to go pee, and Mike made me a snack tray.
Oh, what are we eating?
I had salami and pepperoni and cheese and crackers.
Oh my God. Okay, so if you hear the creaking upstairs or the dogs, my husband is making me lemon blueberry bars.
Is he really? And those are for the next book, right?
Yeah, lemon and blueberries are all about the next book. We've got lemon, blueberry, vodka, hard lemonade. We've got lemon, blueberry muffins that are just delicious. He made those for me, and I was like, guess who's getting some? Guess who's getting some?
Go, Mr. Sandor.
Me getting muffins.
Me. You got the muffins.
I got muffins. Get your head out of the gutter.
You're naughty, Heather.
I'm so sorry.
If you guys are not getting Krista's newsletter, have you read her newsletter lately? Krista, I love the newsletter right now.
Okay, I changed the format, and I think it's more fun.
It is so much more fun. And what I was reading through it, and I think Heather sent me a message, and she's like, have you read Krista's newsletter? And I was like, yeah. I was like, it feels like a conversation with Krista. Like, it's just...
My dad gets my newsletter, and he's like, it's a little all over the place. I'm like, who did you raise? Who did you... Anyways, did you read the one about the sticky note? Did you get the one about I just said on Thanksgiving, I think.
Yes.
The sticky note at Whole Foods?
No.
I missed the sticky note, but I saw that we had an accident in the oven.
Oh, shit. Yeah. The apple pie like dripped. But my husband has this device that he sticks onto a drill, and then he like can drill the out of stuff to clean it. It's amazing. But it looks like a sex toy. I'll just be honest. It looks like it looks so, anyways, it's a cleaning implement. He cleans like a master. I really, like, I won the lottery. The man cooks, the man cleans.
I got one of them. They're the best.
They are the best.
They're the best.
What are we talking about? The sticky note. Okay, if you haven't opened it, I know people get a lot of I shouldn't have sent it. I thought, oh, well, it happened the day before Thanksgiving. I should send it on Thanksgiving. But you get a lot of emails, like with Black Friday. And so anyway, so I was at Whole Foods. So the day before Thanksgiving, we always do pizza. And so I went to Whole Foods to pick up our pizza. And just, because this is what I do. This is my love language to my husband. I will pick up pizza. So anyways, I'm there, but it's like 6 minutes for the pizza. So like I always have stickies with me. And so I'm like, oh, it's fine. I can work. So I decide I want to double check that I have the right amount of sex scenes that are going to be in this next book. Because I like to have a certain amount, and because it kind of progresses. And as a reader, I like to know what to expect from authors, especially like with that kind of stuff. So like I'm in work mode. So I like get my little pen, says my name on it. And I'm like, no. They have sex in where they have sex first. Oh, hotel, bungalow, hot spring, bungalow, nature. So I write all these down. And then they're like, pizza for Krista. I'm like, all right, stuff it in my pocket. Pay for, get the pizzas, walk to go pay for them. And this woman goes, Miss, you dropped something. She had my thing. And it says sex locations. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sex locations. And she goes, somebody's going to have a good Thanksgiving. I can never go get pizza again, you guys. I can never go get pizza again.
Oh my God.
It's worse. So I was like, and then I walked to go pay for my pizzas. I get back in the car. I don't have the sticky in my pocket again. It is somewhere between the U-Scan at Whole Foods in Superior, Colorado, if you need to know, and the parking lot. So if you find, it was purple. You find a purple sticky that says sex locations, and that starts out with hotel, bungalow, hot springs. I mean, this is very Colorado. Like having sex in hot springs is a very Colorado thing to have. I mean, this could really be someone's list. Anyways, so there it is. So there's, somebody, and I keep thinking, I'm like, wonder if there's somebody who is at Whole Foods, found the sticky, and is it like Thanksgiving dinner going?
Yeah, it's like one of the employees, like one of the checkout people found it. Oh, or the cart returner kid, he found it, and he was like, oh, I need to dream big. Like maybe it's like his goal, like it's on his vision board now. Like I need to hit these 10 places.
I mean, I could be saving a marriage. Maybe somebody sees this and they think, maybe this is what I might have saved a marriage.
You might have.
I think let's go with that.
So Lindsay says that there are hot men at her Whole Foods. Like so many hot men.
They're not that I'm on the lookout for that, but as someone who writes about hot men, I always kind of keep an eye out. Part of me was like, am I glad that it was an old lady who found it, or did I want it to be
the Whole Foods daddy?
My husband would have got a kick out of it if it was a hot guy.
Right.
But yeah, no, he still gets a kick out of it. So when I was writing Beginning of Home, that's one of my older Langley Park books. Anyways, there's a pilot in it, so I went up to our little airport like up the street, like for there's no commercial stuff, I'm talking about, like the regional, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was at the little restaurant, like taking notes, and the waitress is like, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, I'm a romance author and I'm writing a book about pilots. She's like, oh, you should meet these pilots. So I met these two old, like sweet older pilots that flew like for a corporate company that was there. And they brought me on the plane and they showed me all around and all this time. And then, these guys are like well into their 60s, maybe 70s. And they're like, you didn't have that ring on your finger. We'd bring you back to Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Whoa.
And so my husband is always like, poor Krista, she missed a shot at Cedar Rapids.
Cedar Rapids is pretty great, Krista. I don't know what to tell
Listen,
you.
Listen, one of the guys even had I think he ran a fruit stand or something.
Oh,
I mean, listen,
he
I
keeps
know,
getting
right? I
better.
could have
you missed it. You missed your chance.
produce and a 3 feet.
You know, good thing Mr. Sandor can cook and clean, you know.
Right? I mean,
Thank God, because I can't do anything.
apparently you can get picked up by 2 60-year-olds and taken to Cedar Rapids.
Listen, I was like, oh, I'm like how long would I be?
How long is that flight? What are we doing on that flight? And when will you return me?
Can you even imagine? Oh my gosh. Anyways, so it's been.
So did I notice you're writing in your car again?
I am writing in my car again. Yes. So this started with the last book, where I write in the car, but now it's gotten better. When I was writing this book, I think we're supposed to be talking about this book.
The
Business
boyfriend.
Card Boyfriend.
Yeah, the business card boyfriend.
Business card.
Which is available now at Kindle Unlimited.
And it was written in an Acura RDX MDX. I forget what this is, an RDX, the small one. I write in a white Acura. So if you just see some girl in a white Acura like this, but usually I'm in a parking lot at our rec center, and it's me and the cops. They like pull in there too to do stuff. And I was like always wanting them to be like, what are you doing, little lady? Nope, nobody cared. Nobody cared. Postman came in there. I'm like, somebody needs to know, like, do they think I'm up to something? No one cared. But now I'm writing in the driveway, which is better because now I can like go pee, mostly because now I'm trying to drink 80 ounces of water a day, because I'm a woman of a certain age, and that's just what you have to do. So peeing is a lot when you have to like run from the corner. I'm the far corner of the rec center. It's like, and then I have to go through the rec center. Like there's like all these, and I know no one cares, but I care. And then I have to pass the vending machines that take a credit card. So I'm like, oh, I could get a Twix. And so you like, it just becomes a thing, right? So now I write in the driveway, except I leave my door open, and I really scared a delivery guy. And I say the scenes out loud. So I'll like, I think I said, I'm gonna make you beg for it. Because in the book I'm writing, he's such a dirty talker. This brother, if you've read any of these books, Kieran is the oldest. And
you can write a dirty talker, because I believe Rudolph Traeger he has a
dirty.
filthy mouth.
I love that guy.
Like that guy. Plus, there's funnel cake, which we all know is my favorite. I mean,
is that the only book with a funnel cake scene in it?
Yes, but we do get the fun. We get the fun candy mushrooms. Well, that's the gummy bears are in Vixen.
Gummy bears are in Vixen.
But in Hothead or Heartthrob, the baking it's the baking competition, which is Heartthrob. Yeah. Heartthrob, the baking competition, we get the hallucinogenic candies.
Mushrooms.
Yeah.
I'm in Colorado. This is all like we give this away for Halloween.
We're good with this. I'm going to trick or treat there.
So you scare the bejesus out of your delivery guy because you write in your car and you say the things out loud.
Well, so anyway, and then like, because I hear him and he's standing there because this is the guy who is delivering the dog food. The dog food comes through Instacart or something. Anyways, this poor guy was saying, I said, oh, I'm sorry, I'm a romance writer. And he was actually so cool. He's like, oh, I'm an artist too. He was actually like a DJ, and he like does like art with me. Anyways, we talked for a long time, getting my card. Yeah, right.
I mean,
he's probably on here. Hi, Lee.
I mean, honestly, do you not talk? Is there a time when you never talk for a long time?
No, because I'm either talking to myself
I
or
mean, that's
talking
what
to
I
the
love
dog.
about you is that like every conversation we
Mhm.
have is always fun and chaotic, and I could talk to you multiple times a day. Sometimes I get voice messages, which I adore. And I'm like, yep, okay. I love them.
Sometimes you can't type it out. You'd have to actually say it. So
Well, I
yeah.
send random voice to text messages, and nobody knows what I'm talking about because words get mixed up.
Well, it's just, I don't know. And like I do that with my Essie Rose. She's another writer. God, do you hear them upstairs?
No.
Oh, thank God. It's creaking. Like if the van is the rockin' is what it sounds like up there. But it's just, I have a giant husband and we have a creaky house, and it is just Creek City.
So Krista asked the other day
yeah.
in her reader group, what's the difference between 2 dogs and 3 dogs?
Yeah, I don't think I can handle 3.
Well,
like I would not be like, those Why Choose books where there's like 5 guys and you. No, not me.
Yeah,
That's too much work.
I have 3 dogs, but 2 are very smallerish. And then we
Okay.
got Ollie, who's giant. Which
Wait, is Ollie gonna be giant, or is he already giant?
Well, Ollie is gianter, but he will be more giant than he is now. Ollie will probably be about 200 pounds.
Yeah, I can't. Like I told Dave, I'm like, oh, I asked the Facebook what they think about this, and then I even had my eye on a dog, and he's like, Krista. I mean, you can only push a man so far.
You will not be
And
getting
your
blueberry lemon muffins.
Your dog got sick or something, and like when your fridge went out, and so that was a lot.
Oh, that was insane. And it's almost like anytime he's going to be out or like for work, I just know stuff is going to happen. But my God, the diarrhea, and like he's the one who's the light sleeper. So the dogs are good at like waking him up. But like I know the house could be like burning down around me, and I would just be like, I bet she tried to wake me up, but I woke up and it was like a horror scene. It was just like everywhere. And then the refrigerator stopped. I mean, it was really just like one thing and then another thing. And I was just
Well, your refrigerator stopped working, and then your solution was, I'll just buy a mini fridge until my husband gets home.
I did. We did. We went and bought a mini. We still, it's in my scary basement, like right over there. And actually, like, I thought he was going to be like, Krista, why? He was actually like, fine. He's like, all right, that's whatever. I mean, truly, like, we're at the point where like I've done so much worse with $200. He's like, is there a court case pending? I'm like, no court case. Oh, and I got a speeding ticket that week. I didn't even mention that. My son threw up at school, and I got a speeding ticket on the way to pick him up. It was a week. I know, but they were lovely. Let me tell you, they're so lovely. I even told the police officer, I'm like, you are truly, this has really been such a nice experience. Surprised he was like,
thanks for writing me a ticket and being such a great guy.
It's nice, I'm
Is he going to end up in a romance novel?
No, you know what? I knew better than to start talking like that. So
maybe if you had talked dirty to him, you might have not gotten the speeding ticket.
You know what?
Maybe if you had winked at him and said, hey, daddy, you want to pass those cups?
I don't think so. I was in like full mom with like the mom bun. And I think I had on like the shorts that I wear to clean. And I don't even know if my shirt was, it was like covered in dog fur. I mean, they see you at your best.
At your best.
I mean, I don't think there was any flirting going on there.
Amanda told me not to give you any ideas. It does not take much to give Krista ideas, guys.
It doesn't take any ideas. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. I should ask, did you have nice Thanksgivings?
We aren't really a Thanksgiving family. I ordered catering from the local barbecue joint, and it was just the 4 of us, and we just laid around on the couch, but it was great because I read some books. So that was good.
Oh, what'd you do, Heather?
We host. So we had like 12 people and multiple. It was fun. How about you?
Just us. Are you kidding? My husband doesn't let people in this house when I'm eating turkey. I cannot be disturbed. This is my holiday. I love potatoes. I love it all. Apple pie. I mean, just.
It's so interesting because my family does not like Thanksgiving food.
Really?
My boy child does not eat mashed potatoes. No one would touch a stuffing to save their life. Yeah, they're just not their thing. Macaroni and cheese is pretty much it.
Wow. Yeah. That's too.
So thus we ordered barbecue.
I think that's actually a great idea.
It was a great idea. Okay, so I think we're supposed to be talking about business card boyfriend.
We are. Do you want me to read a little bit?
Sure.
Do you want Vixen? Could you like Vixen?
Well, we'll let the chat decide. Do you guys want Christmas or would you like small town Colorado?
You see, I did my homework.
They're both small town.
They are both small.
One is Christmas and the other's just contemporary. But I think the majority of your books all take place in Colorado, right?
Yeah, all of them, but Langley and Kiss Keepers in Maine. So yeah. Yep.
Okay. Business card. Everybody would like business card. So read to us from Business Card Boyfriend.
Okay. Well, first I want to show you the Christmas card that if you win my prize, you get a Christmas card from me.
That's so sweet.
And Vixen.
And Nerd. Did you make that card for me? Was like I your inspo for your Christmas card?
You always get a card, Vicky.
I do.
You want a card?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I love you. Oh, look, I even look at that. This is a technological feat that I made this without any intervention. So, okay, let's go business card boyfriend. So the fun thing about business card boyfriend is this meet cute where there's some confusion about an axe murderer. And I'm going to read it with like a dramatic reading.
Perfect.
Are we ready?
Yes.
For that? Okay. So I'll set the scene. It's in the point of view of Finn. He's the grumpy local handyman. You pretty much know something happened to his heart. He's done with love. At least that's what he thinks. And he's driving home after a family thing. It's kind of a shitty day. And we'll leave it here. He's ready to get home. He's ready to be alone and grumble and do manly things. With the lights of the town behind him, Finn wound his way up Starry Card Mountain Drive, took left on Starry View Lane. As a drizzling rain blurred the windshield. He turned on the wipers and took comfort in the misty darkness enveloping the truck. Exhaling a slow breath as he loosened his white-knuckle grip on the steering wheel. Just breathe. Just fucking breathe. He exhaled another slow breath as headlights illuminated a leaning cluster of aspens. The winter winds and the heavy snow of the season had blown the slender trunks. Took his foot off the gas and glanced at the axe. Was the dark of night the best time to chop down a tree? Hell no. But it would keep his mind occupied. Axe in hand, he ignored the whisper of rain and exited the truck's path. His boots crunched against the damp rubble. His frazzled nerves settled with each step until a slight yawning sound caught his attention. But he wasn't concerned. It could be anything. It was early spring and the forest was awakening from its winter slumber. He positioned his hands, reared back, ready to swing when a sound returned. Instead of landing his first blow, he stilled, listening as frantic scraping now overlapped with the animal's low whine. "That's a kitten! Don't you dare hurt it!" a woman yelled, her voice piercing the air and breaking him out. What the hell was that? He shielded his eyes and squinted as a white form stepped into the beams. Wearing a torn ivory dress speckled with mud, her hair fluttered in the breeze. Raindrops trailed down her bare shoulders. A large canvas tote bag, big enough to hold a damn spare tire, hung from her shoulder, and she had something furry clutched in her arms. Holy shit, was he hallucinating? Was she a ghost? A hauntingly beautiful yet relatively irate supernatural being? There was a decent amount of folklore when it came to Starry Card Creek, but he'd never heard about the spirit of a woman with a thing for kittens roaming the hills with a gigantic purse. She scowled at him. "You can't hurt it. I won't let you." wiped the rain from his brow. What are you talking about? She scowled. Hidden. You're about to murder. He lowered the axe and pushed aside the dripping aspen leaves. There it was, a wet to the bone ball of fluff curled beneath the tree. He scooped the kitten into his hand. He held it to his chest and the tiny beast purred. I think he likes me, he murmured. What are you doing here? The woman demanded, snapping him out of his kitty cuddle time. Damn it, that's right. She was pissed. But so was he. This was his mountain escape, and she had no business being here. What are you doing here? He laughed back. She lifted her chin defiantly. That's none of your business. He took a step toward her. You're making it my business by interrupting my night, lady. Your evening of murdering defenseless animals, she exclaimed. He didn't answer. Took a beat to study her. Never seen anything like her. Tourists and nature lovers would make their way up the mountain, but they usually didn't pop up until summertime. Never come across a wayward bride wandering starry-card creeks, dark and twisty mountain roads. Christ on a cracker, she was wearing a wedding dress. You're a bride? He mumbled, every muscle in his body tensing. Why would a random bride be standing in the middle of the street? There's no wedding venue on this side of the mountain. Starry-card Creek bed and breakfast was closed for a mud scene. Drank in the newcomer's slim waists and hourglass curves. A ragged rip in the material fluttered with each gust of wind, revealing toned legs. She was petite and frighteningly stunning. The dress left little to the imagination. The tips of his fingers tingled, his pulse quickened. And then there was his... He shifted his stance. Sweet Christ, he could not pop up. Focus on the situation. She was probably deranged, a escaped mental patient who robbed a bridal store. And she had to be cold. Temperature was only a few degrees above freezing. Seriously, what was she doing out here? Might as well find out. You dressed like that because you're looking for a husband? Shivering, she set the bag on the ground, straightened her posture, shoulders back, like she was preparing for battle. The last thing I want in this world is a husband. I'd rather you swing that giant axe and cut me into 1,000 tiny pieces than be subjected to a Nimrod of a husband. Nimrod of a husband? Interesting. Well, even if she was crazy, he agreed with her sentiments on love. She wobbled back a few feet, teetering on a pair of high heels, the absolute worst choice of footwear for the rugged terrain. She pointed to the axe and chewed her lip, losing the battle cry persona. Okay, that might have been a little bit of an overstatement. I would prefer not to be axe murdered in the middle of nowhere, where I'm currently without a working car and my cell phone's out of juice. She gasped. Gosh, I just informed a mountain man axe murderer that I'm the perfect victim. And it just gets crazier from there.
It does. It's such a great, delightful read. It is so fun. I absolutely recommend it. But that was a phenomenal reading. Like, standing O, high fives. You're the best. That was so fun.
Aw, thank you.
Everyone is like in the comments, like, think you are amazing. Best reading ever.
Yeah. Yep. We love you.
I love you guys.
Fans, huge fans.
I love you. You guys truly are the best and so kind and just, I love being here.
We love having you. Like, honestly, there isn't an event that I'm like, do you think Krista will be a part of it?
Do you remember when somebody got sick and I think I
last
did like
year
9 minutes? I was on for, I think you had to be like, and goodbye and good night.
No.
Bye.
Are you kidding? You were on for like 90 minutes last year and you saved my ass. And it was hilarious and fun.
But it always goes by so fast. Like, where's the time? I mean, that's the time. Can you believe it?
I always love chatting books with you.
Though, I have a question. I need to know about the birthday card, boyfriend. Give us some tea very quickly. Sorry, Becky.
No, you're fine.
I have the mini blurb. So it's in the wake of an unforgettable one-night stand, a town councilman and environmentalist must navigate their fiery attraction while clashing over the future of a picturesque town. If you liked how Vixen started with this sort of whirlwind one-night stand, bang, bang, you're going to love this. And our Kieran is on the spectrum. So, and this is something that, like, I have a child. I was a teacher for a long time. I have my master's in early childhood special ed. So I love, well, if you've read any of my books and there's teachers, especially like in Heartthrob with dyslexia and different things. But anyways, so yeah, so I'm going there with an adult man who was just newly diagnosed. So
Oh, I'm so intrigued. And this is Birthday Card
right here.
Boyfriend.
This
And
is Birthday Card Boyfriend, yes.
and we also, I don't know that you've told everybody, but I know that all of the birthday or all of the business card, Starry Creek card books are getting audiobooks from Tantor.
Yes. Yes. I signed a piece of paper and now people do things.
No, she's going to have all the books in audio with Tantor. So I'm super excited for that too.
Me, you know, it's so funny because when we were working on this, I told my agent, I was like, can you tell them? Because so romance became like, I'll be fast, but romance became my refuge right after I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Like I kind of just went into a little hole, and then I started reading, and reading was pretty much my life. Romance was my life. Those books were my life. And I listened to a lot of audio because at the time it was before my treatment and stuff. And I was having some ocular stuff. So reading was hard. And audiobooks are reading. Can we just say that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So a lot of audio. And whenever I would get a book, and this is when I was Krista, just the reader, I didn't know anything really about the industry or how things are made. But whenever it'd be like, from Tantor Audio presents Krista Sandor, you know, that voice, I would always know that I was in for a treat when it was, and I really didn't even know how it worked. And I said, oh, could you just let them know that their books brought me a lot of happiness. So they really did. I mean, so anyway,
I'm a special ed teacher, so I 1000% believe.
Oh, and Heather froze. My camera died. So
I did not know that, Heather. I did not know that. What grades do you do? Or you don't have to say it here. We can talk later.
No, I'm a middle school and high school special ed teacher. Love it.
I started in early childhood, 5 and 6, and then I did just like general, like elementary, and I was like half-time reading recovery, like reading specialist, half-time SPAD. So yeah, so it's like right here in my heart.
Okay, so sorry, my camera died. I spent too long today.
Your camera's like, we're done for the day. We're done.
Sorry, Krista. We have to end now.
Yes, you can still hear me. Okay, Krista wanted to do a giveaway, you guys. So give me a hey in the comments.
I'll unbox it for you because I just got them.
I'm obsessed with these, you guys. Look at these tumblers.
This is like quality. It's got a good top. So Becky, Leah, and I were talking about how important the tops are.
Yeah.
You need a good top. This is a nice tumbler. And the cool thing about this tumbler, you can use it anywhere because it looks like it's just from a cool town in Colorado. Right. I'll hold it here so you can see it.
Oh, awesome, Krista.
It's so awesome.
So there's that. I'll throw in it'll be a mystery book. And then of course those stickers, and you will get one of the only my special people get holiday cards. I mean, all people are special, but extra special.
Krista, pick a number between 1 and 7.
Let's go 7.
7. So our 7 is, let's see here. Trina Smith, you are my number 7. I am going to put a form in the chat. If you would please fill that out for me, I will send Krista your information on so she can get you your prize. It will probably be Monday because I'm going to need tomorrow to sleep.
Yeah, and Trina, like this will make it in the box, but there could be all sorts of stuff. There could be Legos. You might get like a random pair of, socks.
There might be dog food. Who knows?
Who knows? There might be a 16-year-old boy in there.
Apparently Heather is giving hers away for free too.
Same.
Krista,
2 for 1.
somebody in the comments asked if you are selling the tumblers or will you have a merch store set up?
Not yet. Like right now, I just bought a bunch that I'm going to give away when birthday card comes out in February. So this is like getting it super. I should. And Becky is helping me with things like this, but
so basically I will, once I get through, let me get through December because I'm a little backlogged in some of my work. After the first of the year, you and I will sit and we'll talk, and maybe even if you have to, oh look, I'm back. Maybe if we have to, you can even send me the stuff and I can start helping you get that set up and going.
Yeah.
So we'll get this going.
We'll get there. I mean, if you've spent this last 37 minutes with me, you can't be very surprised.
No, but Krista is a lot like me. She's a bit of a control freak and wants to make sure things are done correctly. And
it's a teacher thing. Ask Heather. It truly is a teacher. It is really hard to, and I want things done my way.
Right.
Is that?
No, it's okay because I'm the same way. So I get it.
That's not wrong.
I get it. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. No, these are terrific. And I would love for people to be able, I'd love to figure out this piece more.
Yeah. And maybe I'll convince Krista to send us some swag or something that we can add to a swag pack for the Patreon with some.
Yeah.
Because you put the restaurant from Farm to Table or Farm to Mabel.
I did that. I also, like I have such cute things like for the food for Nanny and the Hothead with the food trucks.
Yeah.
With those, I designed a food truck. Look what's going on here at 10 o'clock. I know there's a lot of cute things.
You spend a lot of time designing things and then they never leave the basement.
No, they get messaged to you.
Yes. And they do. They get messaged to me and then they stay in my messages.
So we'll get better at that.
Amanda says she's banging with your hair. She's like, she's banging.
Don't you feel it? Everything is bangable now.
Everything is bangable now. Krista, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for staying up and being a part of closing out this amazing event. I appreciate you.
Everyone is giving a collective clapping for you guys. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Becky. You guys do so much behind the scenes that nobody even knows about, and you are loved, and you guys are you're terrific.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you so much. Heather, thanks so much for jumping in and hanging out with us this evening. We have an event happening over in our Discord in December from December 4th till December 15th called 12 Days of Merry Madness. So make sure if you aren't a part of our Discord that you go over and join our Discord because who knows what could happen over there. So,
Dun, dun, dun. That's a good ending.
That is a great ending. Anyway, until next time, everyone, happy reading.
Bye.